A star twinkled brightly over the quiet mountains, casting a mystical glow across the peaks. In the tranquil valley below, faint howls echoed, blending into the gentle night silence. A modest cottage sat amidst tall grass, its windows illuminated softly under the crescent moon. The wolves prowled the outskirts, their instincts heightened as the stillness stirred sudden unease. Inside, a figure muttered in frustration, searching for the source of the intrusive sound. The man grabbed a sturdy weapon, stepping cautiously towards the door to investigate further. He scanned the surroundings, his senses sharp, eyes piercing the shadows lingering beyond the hut. The predator's instinct took over as he moved swiftly, drawn to faint whispers in darkness. A sudden sound made him swing his weapon, hitting air, realizing his target had fled. Confused, he sighed and returned inside, haunted by something deeper than the night's disturbance. A flicker of light caught his eye. A soft glow pulsed unexpectedly in the corner. Heart pounding, he approached the mysterious source, uncovering a swaddled infant resting within the light. The baby stirred, its peaceful expression softening the man's guarded demeanor, awakening a forgotten emotion. He cradled the child, stepping outside, gazing at the stars, feeling a strange sense of purpose. As he turned back, someone stood in the doorway, silently watching with a curious gaze. The woman gazed at the infant in the man's arms, disbelief and curiosity filling her face. The man's eyes softened as he explained, though uncertainty lingered between them in the dim light. As she approached, the baby stirred, a fragile presence connecting them with an unspoken understanding. The child's faint cries seemed to echo beyond time, hinting at an extraordinary unseen significance. Stars above shimmered brighter, as if witnessing a fateful bond forming under the expansive night sky. A vivid scene of meteors and dreams filled their thoughts, signifying a destiny yet to unfold. The peaceful village life moved forward, even as the heavens marked something extraordinary was brewing. Years passed quietly, the humble cottage brimming with warmth, hope, and traces of forgotten magic. The child, now older, devoured book, curiosity sparking a quiet rebellion against the ordinary around him. The villagers whispered rumors of his brilliance, amazed by his thirst for knowledge beyond their reach. The boy sat under a tree, immersed in a book, his father smiling nearby with pride. The father marveled at the boy's unyielding curiosity, a testament to his insatiable quest for answers. As they walked home together, the child asked questions, seeking the truth about life and magic. Passing villagers greeted them, their whispers carrying admiration for the extraordinary young boy and his father. The boy's journey of wonder continued, each moment shaping him into someone destined for greatness ahead. Passing villagers whispered as the father and son walked, their curiosity tinted with unnecessary judgment. The boy clutched his book tighter, his father glaring protectively at the murmuring crowd nearby. Determined, the father encouraged his son, ensuring whispers didn't dampen his growing spark for knowledge. The boy beamed, describing how he imagined magic would feel, eager to understand its true essence. Together they walked onward, their bond unfazed by prejudice, fueled by shared aspirations for the unknown. The father paused, revealing plans to take his son to the city for a special trip. The boy's excitement was palpable, his mind racing with possibilities, dreaming of what lay ahead. He vowed silently to learn more, channeling his endless curiosity into a thirst for magic. As the sun rose the next morning, their journey led them to the bustling city gate. The vibrant cityscape greeted them, filled with life, opportunities, and the promise of undiscovered truth. The boy marveled at the busy streets, eyes wide, absorbing the city's energy and endless motion. Shops bustled with customers, vibrant colors and conversations filling the air with an electric vibrance. His father guided him carefully, introducing him to people and spaces unfamiliar yet strangely welcoming. The boy found himself captivated, the city a living library of knowledge waiting to be explored. With anticipation, he stayed behind at a merchant's shop, curious about what awaited him next. The father gave a firm reminder about staying safe, urging his son to avoid trouble. The boy nodded eagerly, eyes already scanning the bustling streets with endless curiosity. He settled at the merchant's stall, practicing writing as locals marveled at his talent. The merchant praised the boy's intelligence, noting his quiet determination to learn and grow. Conversations about his extraordinary potential buzzed, though some villagers remained skeptical of his unique nature. The boy asked the merchant about magic, eager for insights into a world beyond his grasp. The merchant laughed, offering what little he knew, though his curiosity was piqued by the boy. He pointed to a nearby bookstore, suggesting the boy explore further for answers about magic. The boy's excitement soared, the prospect of discovery pulling him into the shop's inviting atmosphere. With wide eyes, he scanned the shelves, hoping to uncover secrets hidden within ancient texts. As the boy explored, the merchant pondered his earlier question, realizing its deeper implications. The boy immersed himself in the bookstore, flipping through pages with unmatched enthusiasm and focus. One book caught his attention, its contents sparking both curiosity and a flicker of understanding. The merchant smiled knowingly, sensing the boy's journey had just begun, shaped by unrelenting questions. Back at the stall, the merchant glanced at the boy's discarded book, struck by its significance. The boy's eagerness to explore the bookstore clashed with the strict rules of the owner. Disheartened, he wandered quietly, noticing the stark contrast between these books and his father's collection. The luxurious shop highlighted a world of privilege, fueling his curiosity about how knowledge was valued. He listened to customers ordering expensive texts, marveling at their access to wisdom he could only dream of. Determined, he scanned the shelves, resolving to learn despite the barriers his humble origins presented. A glint of excitement crossed his eyes as he spotted a nobleman carrying numerous books. He trailed the man cautiously, his mind racing with questions about where such treasures were headed. Books scattered when the man stumbled, giving the boy a fleeting glimpse of their contents. The ornate covers and foreign symbols fascinated him, sparking a stronger desire to uncover their secrets. With new resolve, he clutched his notebook, vowing to chase knowledge wherever it might lead. The boy's path led him through crowded streets, observing nobles and peasants mingling yet worlds apart. He wondered how the divide between their lives shaped their access to power and opportunity. Passing nobles glanced his way, their elegance a stark contrast to his dusty, well-worn attire. His father's warnings echoed in his mind, yet his curiosity drove him closer to the truth. With every step, the boy's journey revealed the hidden complexities of the world he sought to understand. The boy wondered why privileges were granted to some, while he remained excluded from opportunity. His steps quickened, determined to explore the areas deemed inaccessible, despite the evident risk. A guard stopped him abruptly, explaining the strict divide between nobles and commoners in the city. Conflicted, he gazed past the ornate gates, curious about the mysteries hidden beyond their barriers. The guard's stern warning lingered, but the boy's curiosity refused to be silenced or subdued. The guards questioned the boy's presence, their suspicion mounting as he struggled to explain himself. Unable to satisfy their demands, he sensed their doubt growing, labeling him as an outsider. He overheard them speculating about his origin. As tension built with each passing moment, fear turned to resolve, and he planned an escape before their suspicions trapped him completely. Seizing an opening, he darted away, the guard's shouts fading behind his quick, determined step. He hid among flower bushes, panting, his mind racing as the guards searched nearby. The vibrant blooms shielded him, their fragrance masking his presence from his pursuers. When silence fell, he peeked out cautiously, relieved to have avoided capture for now. He sighed, knowing his father would scold him for the risk he had taken. Glancing down the alley, he noticed something unusual, a clue perhaps tied to his quest. The boy stumbled upon a courtyard, hearing faint voices discussing the elusive concept of magic. Curiosity piqued, he crept closer, catching glimpses of students debating the mysteries surrounding magical knowledge. He wondered if this could be an academy, a place where magic was formally taught. Their discussions revolved around abstract ideas, hinting at a deep understanding he desperately yearned to grasp. The boy's heart raced, imagining himself part of such a world, unraveling the secrets of magic. Hidden behind a wall, he listened intently, absorbing their words about knowledge, effort, and nobility's role. His thoughts swirled: was magic accessible only to nobles, or could someone like him master it? Insight, they said, was the key to unlocking magic's potential, a talent beyond wealth or status. Fascinated, he pondered what insight meant, his mind racing with possibilities and newfound determination. As the conversation shifted, the boy's resolve grew stronger, the spark of ambition lighting his path. The boy questioned if magic required more than effort, pondering if his own talents were enough. A breeze carried voices discussing hidden potential, sparking his hope that magic might still be attainable. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to prove himself worthy of understanding the arcane mysteries. One student glanced his way, noticing his presence, sending the boy into a panic of uncertainty. Scrambling to hide, he reflected on the day's revelations, his heart set on forging his destiny. The boy wrestled with fear, uncertain of the consequences if he was discovered listening. His heart pounded as he weighed his choices, torn between safety and an irresistible curiosity. A thought struck him: if he let this moment slip, he might regret it forever. Summoning his courage, he climbed higher to catch a clearer view of the academy grounds. His breath caught as he gazed at the vibrant scene students gathered beneath the towering tree. The boy spotted an elderly man nearby, his calm demeanor exuding wisdom and quiet authority. Intrigued, he listened as the man introduced himself as the headmaster of the academy. Overwhelmed by the encounter, the boy's heart raced, his excitement barely contained as he hid. He glanced around nervously, unsure if he could escape unnoticed or face unexpected consequences. Summoning his courage, he leapt down from the wall, determination fueling his every swift step. The boy wandered deeper, his heart racing as the academy's vibrant grounds spread before him. He paused, marveling at the structure's grandeur, contrasting sharply with his simple, humble background. A group of students noticed him, their suspicious glances and mocking words cutting through the moment. Dismissing their taunts, he approached cautiously. Drawn by an elder who radiated wisdom and warmth, the headmaster welcomed him gently, his eyes glimmering with interest at the boy's curious spirit. The headmaster asked what drew the boy to the academy, his tone encouraging and light. Trembling slightly, the boy admitted his desire to witness magic, having only read about it. The students scoffed, questioning his knowledge, but the headmaster's kind smile quieted their jeers. To demonstrate, the elder summoned a gust of wind, a subtle yet captivating magical display. The boy's wide-eyed amazement sparked laughter, though his genuine wonder resonated deeply with the headmaster. The wind swirled unexpectedly, lifting the boy and students into the air in a playful dance. He clung tightly, exhilaration blending with fear as the magical winds carried them higher. The sky felt endless, his laughter mingling with shouts of surprise from the hovering students. For the first time he truly felt the power of magic, not just its theory. The boy's joy soared, his dreams of mastering magic solidifying with each breathtaking moment in flight. The students and boy floated in the air, carried by swirling winds of magic energy. Gravity returned suddenly and they all plummeted downward, adrenaline pumping as they braced themselves. The boy landed awkwardly, his exhilaration quickly turning into shock as he caught his breath. Amid the laughter and chaos, he realized he had just experienced the power of magic. Determined, he rose with a newfound respect, wanting to understand the magic that awed him. The headmaster approached, asking the boy how the experience felt, a knowing smile on his face. The boy stammered, admitting it was magic beyond his comprehension, yet fascinating in every way. Students chuckled softly, but the headmaster's gaze stayed steady, his interest in the boy unwavering. The boy's heart raced as he repeated the word magic, longing to understand its deeper meaning. The headmaster's eyes twinkled as he began to explain, the lesson about magic just starting. Frustrated but eager, the boy pleaded for truth, his voice breaking through the murmurs of students. The headmaster grinned, impressed by the boy's boldness, and began to clarify magic's true essence. He described magic as stepping beyond common sense, an exploration of reality's hidden truths. The boy listened intently, his mind racing to grasp concepts he had only dreamt of knowing. The headmaster's words struck a chord, igniting a flame of determination within the boy's young heart. The boy reflected on the headmaster's explanation, forming his own ideas about truth and magic. Boldly, he shared his insights, impressing the headmaster and surprising the skeptical students around him. The elder laughed heartily, acknowledging the boy's intuition and unique perspective with a warm nod. Encouraged, the boy felt a surge of confidence, determined to uncover the mysteries of magic. The students whispered among themselves, sensing the headmaster's growing interest in the determined newcomer. The boy asked what it would take to begin learning magic, his voice unwavering. The headmaster regarded him thoughtfully, intrigued by his confidence despite his humble background. He decided to test the boy, instructing him to step into the spirit zone. The boy's resolve didn't falter as he agreed, eager to prove himself before the others. The headmaster's subtle smile hinted at anticipation for what the boy might uncover in the zone. The boy entered the spirit zone, focusing his mind as the environment around him shifted. A student demonstrated her mastery, accurately sensing details within the zone, leaving the boy in awe. The headmaster challenged him to guess the number of coins hidden in his hand. Concentrating deeply, the boy surprised everyone by correctly identifying 6 coins, earning murmurs of astonishment. The headmaster praised his innate potential, hinting that great magicians sensed even the smallest details effortlessly. The headmaster explained the spirit zone, emphasizing heightened sensitivity and mastery over surroundings. He revealed how great magicians perceive the essence of everything, dominating reality through awareness. The boy's confidence grew, realizing that mastery stemmed from sensing, not just counting or observing. Encouraged to practice, he pondered how to erase his presence while sharpening his focus inwardly. The headmaster's words resonated deeply, sparking a determination to push beyond limitations and embrace the unknown. The boy vowed to sense himself fully, recognizing this as the foundation of magical mastery. His insight surprised the headmaster, who silently admired the boy's ability to understand complex ideas. Standing tall, the boy resolved to try, knowing failure would mean the end of his dream. As his mind shifted, he focused inward, grasping the concept of awareness beyond physical senses. The headmaster watched with intrigue, aware that this moment would determine the boy's magical potential. Entering a deep mental state, the boy visualized himself as a singular point of awareness. Gradually, he shed the distractions of senses, honing his focus into a state of pure clarity. His surroundings blurred as his perception sharpened, revealing an intricate web of energy and existence. The headmaster and students sensed his progress, a faint aura marking his growing attunement to magic. For the first time, the boy touched the essence of magic, his journey truly beginning. The boy opened his eyes, feeling the subtle vibrations of sound surrounding him. The headmaster smiled, impressed, and asked what he had perceived within the spirit zone. Sound, the boy replied, describing how he heard every faint noise with astonishing clarity. The headmaster nodded, explaining that such heightened sensitivity is the key to mastering magic. Students whispered among themselves, recognizing his potential as the lesson transitioned to its conclusion. The headmaster elaborated on the phenomenon, calling it synesthesia, blending senses to grasp magic's essence. He encouraged the boy, predicting he could soon explore more dimensions of perception through practice. As the lesson ended, the boy stood apart, reflecting on his newfound understanding of magic. The headmaster contemplated the boy's talent, wondering what heights he could reach with proper guidance. Despite his humble origins, the boy felt the first sparks of hope ignite within his heart. Walking away from the academy, the boy replayed the experience, overwhelmed by the progress he'd made. The headmaster observed him from afar, remarking that the world is filled with hidden talents. Climbing over the wall, the boy felt breathless but exhilarated, realizing the spirit zone had worked. Gazing at his hands, he marveled at how far he'd come from his simple, curious beginnings. Determined, he vowed to return stronger, eager to unlock the endless possibilities magic offered him. Alice's vision expanded as she connected to the glowing energy, unveiling the universe's intricate design. The patterns of magic flowed endlessly, revealing secrets hidden beyond mortal comprehension or earthly confines. A celestial tree appeared, its branches intertwined with galaxies, embodying life's interconnected mysteries. She felt herself ascending, light and sound blending into an infinite stream of timeless energy. At its core, she sensed the world's pulse, a rhythm connecting all living beings. Alice gasped as reality shifted, her body caught between the boundless realm and solid ground. She stumbled, the weight of the experience grounding her, yet her mind felt limitless. The streets around her blurred, her perspective had shifted permanently, the world seeming strangely infinite. Alice pushed forward, unsteady but determined, realizing her body could barely contain this new awareness. A collision with reality brought her crashing down, both figuratively and physically, onto the cobblestone street. Pain flared as Alice fell, disoriented, her surroundings now foreign and unfamiliar in every way. Strangers loomed over her, their faces harsh, questioning her presence with hostility and confusion. Alice stammered an apology, her heart pounding as the tension in the air thickened menacingly. The men's frustration grew, their sharp words escalating into threatening gestures, cornering her helplessly. Alice's instincts flared as her body tensed, unsure whether to flee or fight for survival. Alice felt panic rise as rough hands gripped her, the gang taunting with cruel words. The air shifted as a red-haired noblewoman appeared, her presence silencing the surrounding chaos. The gang froze, recognizing her authority, their bravado fading as Alice clung to hope. Alice watched in awe, her savior radiating confidence, turning attention away from her trembling form. Whispers filled the air, a noble, as the mysterious woman's piercing gaze commanded absolute silence. Tension returned as the gang tried justifying their actions, lying to excuse their intimidating behavior. Alice's protest went unheard as she was blamed, her voice drowned by rising accusations. One thug's grip tightened, shoving Alice forcefully as she struggled to explain what truly happened. Overwhelmed, Alice fell silent, enduring their harsh words while feeling utterly powerless against their cruelty. Her thoughts turned desperate, each insult tearing deeper, leaving her dignity shattered on the cold ground. The gang's violence escalated, their strikes relentless, each blow pushing Alice closer to breaking entirely. A boot slammed against the ground, halting their aggression, as the noblewoman's voice rang out. Her words cut sharply, commanding the gang to stop, saving Alice from further suffering. Alice looked up, tears streaming, seeing the noblewoman's unwavering stance as her protector. Relief washed over her as the gang backed off, their arrogance dismantled by authority's presence. The noblewoman approached Alice, her presence radiating authority, causing the gang to freeze in place. Alice, lying on the ground, watched the gang shift nervously under the noblewoman's piercing gaze. The noblewoman questioned their intention, her voice sharp and commanding, revealing the gang's sinister plan. Alice's heart sank as their words confirmed her fears they planned to sell her for profit. Shocked, Alice whispered, "What?" as the noblewoman's expression darkened, her eyes filled with cold determination. The noblewoman considered the gang's actions, her calculating expression hinting at a sudden decisive plan. Alice's thoughts raced as the noblewoman's sharp voice proposed confirming their claims through immediate inspection. The gang mocked the suggestion, laughing crudely, their confidence boosted by numbers despite the noblewoman's warning. Alice stood trembling, her vulnerability exposed, unsure of what the noblewoman truly intended to do. The noblewoman's piercing gaze silenced the laughter, her tone turning darker, commanding absolute attention and fear. Alice stared wide-eyed as the noblewoman's demeanor shifted, revealing her dangerous, calculating side to everyone. The gang hesitated, realizing too late they had underestimated the authority of this imposing woman. The noblewoman's voice dripped with disdain, her words weaving a trap they could not escape. Alice felt a glimmer of hope, realizing the noblewoman's power could dismantle the gang's scheme. Tension hung thick in the air as the noblewoman's commanding presence began changing the situation. A fly's buzz broke the silence, drawing unwanted attention from the gang leader's gaze. A shadow loomed above, its sudden presence silencing the chaos with an eerie calm. The room filled with electric tension as unseen forces shifted, wrapping the gang in magic. Alice stood frozen, the air around her vibrating with energy from the glowing pattern. The blue light grew brighter, pulling Alice toward its center, her mind overwhelmed with possibilities. A surge of light connected the skies, revealing a glowing tree amidst infinite waters. Alice floated in a dreamlike state, memories unfolding as if summoned by the mysterious energy. A figure appeared holding a sphere of light, its radiant glow mesmerizing and captivating. The sphere descended into Alice's being, filling her with warmth, power, and ancient knowledge. Reality shifted again as voices echoed, grounding her in the present while the power lingered. Alice awakened abruptly, the red-haired noblewoman shouting as chaos erupted among the frightened gang. Unseen energy surged outward, sending the gang flying, their screams fading into the surrounding streets. Alice stood alone amidst the swirling light, her glowing eyes reflecting newfound strength and clarity. The red-haired noblewoman stared, her expression a mixture of shock and newfound intrigue toward Alice. Silence fell, and Alice's transformation left everyone uncertain of what would come next. Alice's glowing eyes widened as the unleashed energy sent the gang soaring into the air. Shockwaves rippled outward, scattering debris as the gang crashed back to the ground in chaos. Alice's breathing slowed, her surroundings blurred, while the faint cries of fear echoed around her. One gang member pleaded for mercy, his voice trembling, as Alice's energy flickered faintly. The noblewoman's gaze hardened, her steps deliberate, as she confronted Alice and demanded answers. The noblewoman's commanding voice rang out, her sharp tone slicing through the chaos like steel. Alice looked up nervously, confused and drained, unsure of what had just transpired around her. The noblewoman demanded to know the source of Alice's sudden magic, her curiosity now palpable. A crowd gathered in the distance, whispers growing louder as the noblewoman kept her focus. Despite her exhaustion, Alice staggered back, overwhelmed by the noblewoman's intense presence and pressing questions. Alice's senses returned as she realized the crowd's murmurs growing louder, drawing unwanted attention. The noblewoman glanced sharply toward the sound, her expression darkening as the tension continued escalating. Grabbing Alice's arm, she motioned for them to leave before more chaos unfolded in public. The noblewoman's quick, graceful movements baffled Alice, who struggled to keep pace with her retreat. They vanished into an alley, leaving the crowd confused but intrigued by the sudden commotion. Alice stood dazed, the aftermath of her outburst leaving her alone amidst the chaotic alley. Broken debris and groans of pain surrounded her, while her mind raced to comprehend everything. She fled quickly, panic rising as distant voices shouted, calling for help in the growing chaos. Tears blurred her vision as she whispered, "Dad," seeking comfort in the cold, indifferent street. The harsh reality struck this world, no matter how vast, felt unkind and unforgiving to her. The sprawling estate of House Carmen shone under the sun, its grandeur radiating undeniable authority. A busy servant stumbled with papers, muttering frustration while the sound of hooves echoed nearby. The red-haired noblewoman, Amy, stepped into the grand hall, commanding attention as she entered. A voice interrupted her stride, someone mentioning her father's eccentric behavior as laughter rippled through the room. Amy's sharp gaze silenced the chatter, her commanding presence demanding respect without uttering a single word. Amy glared at her father, whose nonchalance clashed with her intensity, deepening her growing frustration. "Magic," she muttered, her green eyes narrowing, thoughts forming as her mind circled a pressing matter. Her father waved dismissively, his aloofness pushing Amy to pursue answers beyond their conversation. Determined, she sought connections to a magic academy, hoping for insights into the strange events. Amy's resolve hardened. If answers existed, she'd find them, no matter the obstacles in her path. Snow fell gently as the quiet village seemed peaceful, yet an unease lingered in silence. Inside a warm home, concern grew as Sharon's absence stretched longer than anyone anticipated. Sharon went to the logging area, his mother explained, worry etched across her tired face. His father's resolve deepened, grabbing his coat and boots to search the frozen, treacherous landscape. Memories of almost losing Sharoni before flashed in their minds, fear tugging at their heart. A chilling wind blew past as Alice stared at the ancient, lifeless tree before her. Towering branches seemed frozen in time, etched with marks of forgotten ages long gone. Alice walked closer, her boots crunching the snow, curiosity rising about the tree's secrets. A strange energy pulsed through her fingertips as she brushed against the rough bark. Memories of a mysterious event flashed, power, chaos, and magic she'd never fully understood before. Alice's heart raced as her vision blurred, but she felt the world growing sharper. The icy forest shimmered, and Alice realized she had stepped into a hidden realm. Energy spiraled around her, connecting her soul to the glowing tree's radiant magic. Every branch whispered secrets of its creation, ancient power flowing into Alice's trembling hand. "What's this?" she wondered as light danced, promising both answers and a mysterious new path. Holding her axe tightly, Alice prepared to cut the glowing tree, doubts clouding her mind. A burst of light exploded as her blade struck, resonating across the silent forest. The glowing tree cracked, but instead of falling, it transformed, reshaping into countless shards. Alice stood amidst the magic-laden snow, the tree's essence swirling into her very being. She whispered, "Magic," as realization struck this wasn't destruction, but the start of her awakening. Encrid watched Alice's strike, disbelief etched on his face, the brilliance of magic overwhelming him. Encrid's mind raced, questioning how Alice summoned such power from the frozen, lifeless tree's core. Kneeling in awe, he touched the icy ground, sensing faint traces of lingering magic. Alice stood silently, her thoughts drifting to the day she first felt the energy's pull. Memories of that fateful encounter resurfaced, entwining with the vibrant, pulsing power within the forest. Alice grabbed her notebook, sketching patterns resembling the glowing energy she had witnessed earlier. Cold winds carried her thoughts over distant mountains, revealing untouched paths hidden beneath thick snow. In her heart she knew the answers lay somewhere beyond the snowy peak's expanse. The wind shifted, carrying whispers of fate, guiding her journey towards an unforeseen, destined change. She tightened her grip on the axe, prepared to carve her path through the unknown. Alice rested her hand on a tree's bark, eyes closed, sensing its ancient whispers. She let herself feel its life, energy radiating warmth, though unseen to her mortal sight. Energy surged through her veins as the tree pulsed, revealing its secrets in vivid sparks. With a cry of determination, Alice unleashed her power, connecting deeply with the ancient essence. A warm breeze danced through falling leaves as Alice marveled at the forest's vibrant renewal. Alice gazed into the radiant expanse, the spirit zone shimmering with vibrant, intricate energy. Hours passed like minutes as Alice explored the vast network of magical flows and connection. Every thread told a story, weaving the forest's history with magic's timeless hidden truth. Her senses heightened. Even the smallest vibrations resonated deeply within her expanding awareness. Emerging from the realm, she whispered, "A different world exists, waiting just beyond reach." Alice approached the path home, golden leaves crunching underfoot as the sunset painted everything warm. Two horses waited beside an ornate carriage, their breaths visible in the crisp evening air. Alice's heart quickened, recognizing the familiar sight, her mind racing with questions about unexpected guests. The door creaked open as she stepped inside, a soft voice calling her name. Her father greeted her warmly, his expression softening, but curiosity danced in his eyes. An older man introduced himself as Timurin, his gaze sharp but filled with measured kindness. He examined Alice closely, his demeanor exuding wisdom and authority, yet oddly reassuring. "I've come to meet you," he declared, leaving Alice both curious and slightly apprehensive. Timurin inspected her hands, murmuring something cryptic, his presence commanding and attention unwavering. Alice felt a strange connection to him, as if their meeting held a greater purpose. Timurin acknowledged Alice's skills, his words laced with expectation as he observed her carefully. Alice's confusion grew as Timurin mentioned the House of Odin, suggesting a life-changing offer. The word library caught her attention, stirring curiosity about what knowledge it could possibly contain. Timurin revealed plans for her to assist, a secretive role that promised incredible opportunity. Alice's heart raced, torn between excitement and the heavy burden of the task's secrecy. Timurin warned Alice's family about the consequences, emphasizing the importance of keeping the mission hidden. Alice's parents hesitated, understanding the dangers but also recognizing the rare chance for their daughter. The room grew tense as her father struggled between protecting Alice and encouraging her potential. Timurin offered generous compensation, but Alice's father refused to be swayed by monetary gain. His voice cracked, revealing his true wish to see Alice thrive, no matter the cost. Alice's father admitted he wanted to see her fulfill dreams he never could achieve. Timurin questioned the truth of their situation, pressing deeper into Alice's family's hidden struggle. The conversation shifted focus to Alice, whose determination grew despite the weight of expectations. Her father defended his decision, knowing it might strain their bond but ultimately secure her future. Alice stood silently, reflecting on her father's word, realizing the depth of his unspoken sacrifice. Olivia taught Alice basic words for fun, unaware of how quickly her skills would grow. By 6, Alice devoured books, her thirst for knowledge surpassing anything her family expected. Her intelligence stood out, sparking whispered thoughts of noble lineage and destined greatness within her parents. Her father shook off doubts, reminding himself that Alice was his child, nothing more. Alice began helping in the mountain, her keen intellect adding efficiency to their daily routines. Her father worried, fearing his daughter's brilliance might draw unwanted attention to their humble family. His worst fear was seeing Alice confined by expectations she never asked to fulfill. He begged for her chance to read, knowing the forest Alice couldn't cage her potential. Timurin watched silently, understanding the father's fear but recognizing the rare spark within Alice. In anger and desperation, her father demanded they leave, unwilling to risk Alice's freedom. A stern confrontation unfolded, tension rising as the older man's authority filled the room. The younger man's words cut deep, fueling resentment that echoed through the tense atmosphere. Anger surged as accusations flew, and the man slammed his hand, demanding their immediate departure. A subtle shift in power emerged. A determined resolve replaced the earlier frustration. A calm but firm decision was made, signaling the start of an irreversible, crucial journey. Unwavering determination shone through his eyes as the young man responded to the doubt. Silent acknowledgement passed between them, and the older man reluctantly prepared for a goodbye. The path ahead seemed daunting, yet the courage to face it only grew stronger. As they parted, a quiet understanding bridged the gap between generations and their struggles. Walking away, the younger man embraced the weight of his choice and the risks ahead. His father's hand trembled as he reached out, emotions battling against unspoken fears. Gratitude poured forth as the young man expressed appreciation for the unexpected trust bestowed. Tears welled up, a mix of pride and sadness that mirrored their shared determination. A heartfelt embrace sealed the moment, promising strength despite the challenges of separation. With renewed resolve, the young man vowed to protect what mattered most to his family. The woman's soft gaze conveyed understanding, a reminder of unspoken strength amidst silent struggles. His embrace reflected gratitude, drawing comfort from a momentary reprieve before challenges resumed. A serene pause underscored their journey's significance, a bittersweet prelude to new paths ahead. The carriage waited, a symbol of transition, carrying hopes and fears into the unknown. The man's hesitant wave held unspoken words, a quiet promise of return through unyielding determination. The coach's interior felt heavy, silence amplifying his thoughts, each rumble echoing distant memories. Faces of those left behind flickered in his mind, an anchor for his resolve. Reflections on sacrifices fueled his determination. The vast unknown ahead no longer felt daunting. A vision of family, arms intertwined, emerged, a tender reminder of love shaping his strength. A single tear fell unnoticed, marking the end of nostalgia and the beginning of purpose. The wheels churned forward, each turn symbolizing irrevocable progress toward destiny's uncertain horizon. A fleeting glimpse of the distant village tugged at him, but resolve remained firm. Calm breath steadied his trembling hand, inner words reinforcing courage for trials waiting beyond. A faint glow danced in his eyes, flickering with anticipation for challenges demanding his all. The road stretched endlessly, reflecting both the promise of success and the weight of responsibility. The icy path stretched endlessly, reflecting fleeting thoughts of survival over the next 2 years. The kingdom sprawled below, showcasing its grandeur, with distant ambitions carried by the chilling wind. The basilica towered amidst the capital, its imposing presence inspiring awe and trepidation equally. Inside, the older man's words carried weight, a map guiding the young man's journey. A faint smile formed, recognizing the monumental path ahead that would define his legacy. Vibrant autumn leaves framed the path, vibrant colors mirroring his growing excitement for what's ahead. The imposing gates loomed before them, symbolizing both opportunities and challenges that would soon unfold. His guide's confidence hinted at experiences of the past, a subtle reassurance in foreign surroundings. Statues of noble families stood tall, guardians of history, and proof of unyielding societal structures. The ornate crest gleamed, signaling both admiration and caution as they approached the massive doors. The tower stood like a fortress of knowledge, casting a golden glow over the ground. Stepping inside, the grandiose interior overwhelmed, its vastness filled with echoes of countless untold stories. The librarian's calm demeanor broke the silence, a figure of wisdom within the sacred halls. A sense of belonging settled over him as the endless rows of books beckoned exploration. With determination, he promised himself to uncover every secret, forging his path among the elite. Shelves towered above, their countless volumes promising insights into worlds yet undiscovered. Rules governed access to these secrets, each restriction emphasizing the gravity of their content. The older man's instructions outlined boundaries, his words a guide through uncharted intellectual terrain. Determined eyes scanned the library's grandeur, resolving to embrace the risks for boundless knowledge. Stepping outside, the fresh air brought clarity as resolve solidified with every passing moment. Books piled high, a mountain of potential, each page waiting to be explored meticulously. Pen in hand, he studied the intricate art of cataloging ideas and organizing knowledge. Endless possibilities unfolded, demanding a structured approach to merge curiosity with systematic understanding. Concepts aligned, revealing connections that made the seemingly abstract ideas tangible and accessible. Hours melted away as he immersed himself, absorbing lessons shaping the foundation of his journey. Patterns emerged, a flowing stream of knowledge weaving an unbroken connection across time and history. Thoughts deepened, seeing the roots of progress anchored in shared truths passed through generations. History's foundation stood as a testament to perseverance, linking every era in shared understanding. A quiet determination settled, every insight strengthening his resolve to reach impossible heights. As midnight loomed, he vowed to embrace the infinite, achieving dreams beyond ordinary comprehension. His hand hovered over the book, hesitation showing the weight of rules against curiosity. The elder's presence added gravity, a reminder to maintain discipline amidst his endless pursuits. Encouraging words paired with strict guidance kept him grounded, balancing ambition with responsibility. The young man nodded, absorbing the expectations set before him with quiet determination. A moment of silent reflection bridged the gap between mentor and mentee, strengthening their trust. Steps echoed through the grand hall, blending nervousness with excitement for upcoming responsibilities. Rules etched into his mind guided his every action, a path toward meaningful accomplishment. The elder's gaze lingered, sharp yet approving, setting the tone for future growth. Adjustments and observations molded him, sharpening his resolve to embody the ideals laid before him. With a soft smile, he committed himself to the long journey, ready for challenges ahead. A quiet night enveloped the library, its serene atmosphere ideal for solitary study and reflection. Illuminated pages glowed softly, revealing layers of wisdom crafted by minds from across generations. Fatigue crept in as the complexity of knowledge demanded focus and perseverance from the young scholar. Small moments of doubt were overshadowed by a growing hunger to overcome intellectual challenges. Under the starlit sky, he vowed to rise above his limitation, embracing his unyielding ambition. Eyes strained as determination fueled a relentless search for clarity within the dense text. The dim lantern cast a flickering glow, keeping solitude company amidst the vast library. A fleeting moment of frustration hinted at doubt, yet resolve held him firmly in place. The elder's calm yet sharp presence added a layer of scrutiny, observing from the shadows. Words of caution blended with subtle encouragement, reinforcing the balance between diligence and patience. The elder walked away, his figure fading into the shadows of the grand hall. 3 months passed. Ryan adjusted to a rigorous life, balancing study and unexpected challenges. The academy's halls buzzed with activity, Ryan's diligence drawing the attention of strict overseers. Tasked with cataloging books, he earned trust despite mounting pressure from endless responsibilities. Ryan questioned why such an organized library could never maintain accurate records consistently. The unsolved mystery behind the library's mismanagement left him uneasy yet driven to investigate. Doubts lingered in Ryan's mind, his instincts hinting at dangers hidden behind mundane tasks. Conspiracies whispered among shadows as his suspicion grew, urging caution despite his expanding curiosity. The overseer's cold gaze sent a shiver, warning him not to dig too deep. Ryan's frustration bubbled as unforeseen events disrupted the fragile balance of his daily routine. Chaos erupted suddenly, leaving Ryan bewildered and searching for clarity amidst the confusion. The academy's vibrant energy clashed with Ryan's efforts to maintain composure amid unexpected chaos. A fellow student sprinting wildly crashed into him, leaving scattered books and frantic apologies. Ryan, exasperated, recognized the notorious prankster responsible for countless disturbances in the library. The pursuit resumed, chaos trailing as Ryan strategized to outwit the disruptive blue-haired culprit. A booming voice roared for order, freezing everyone as authority reclaimed control over the pandemonium. Ryan stood firm as the towering swordsman demanded answers about the mischievous blue-haired student. The swordsman's fiery tone revealed his role as disciplinarian, adding tension to the chaotic scene. Ryan reluctantly pointed toward the bookshelf, his conscience battling the need to avoid conflict. The swordsman's booming steps echoed as he marched toward the hiding culprit, frustrations escalating quickly. A cry of defiance shattered the calm. Chaos reignited as discipline met youthful rebellion head-on. The mischievous student protested loudly, scrambling to explain as the swordsman dragged him mercilessly away. Ryan watched the commotion, quietly relieved his involvement escaped further notice amid the unfolding chaos. Days turned to weeks as Ryan immersed himself in studies, avoiding unnecessary attention or drama. The library became a refuge, Ryan poring over ancient texts and deciphering cryptic forgotten script. Shadows whispered secrets, and a mysterious figure's presence hinted at deeper mysteries lurking in silence. A month of relentless study left Ryan focused, his understanding of the library's enigma growing. Forgotten tomes revealed patterns, secrets buried within pages guiding Ryan toward truths hidden for decades. His curiosity intensified as cryptic diagrams connected, unveiling hints of powerful knowledge long abandoned. Yet the shadowed figure watching from afar hinted his discoveries were neither accidental nor unnoticed. Ryan's pursuit of knowledge became a race against unknown forces seeking to protect their secrets. Ryan deciphered glowing pattern, an ancient force resonating with his touch, revealing the spirit zone. He realized the diagrams hinted at technique, abilities beyond ordinary comprehension, a mage's forgotten art. Thoughts spiraled as the concept of true power ignited his curiosity and determination to excel. A disruptive shout echoed, jolting Ryan from his thoughts. the blue-haired student bursting into view. Determined and fuming, the student's dramatic entrance signaled another impending wave of chaotic energy. The blue-haired student's wild grin unnerved Ryan as he launched into an animated tirade. Tales of hardship spilled from the student, each word charged with frustration and fiery passion. Ryan listened, sensing tension brewing beneath the dramatic recount of struggles and relentless pursuit. Misunderstanding twisted the student's determination into blame, frustration escalating toward an unnecessary conflict with Ryan. Ryan weighed his words, unsure how to diffuse the storm building between emotion and reason. Accusations flew, the blue-haired student unleashing a torrent of frustration, while Ryan maintained quiet resolve. Ryan defended his actions, truth unshaken by the emotional charge of his companion's misdirected anger. A clash of perspectives left Ryan conflicted, unsure whether to push back or step aside. As the tension rose, Ryan's calm demeanor only fueled the other's heightened sense of betrayal. Silence lingered before Ryan questioned himself, struggling to balance reason and emotion amidst the chaos. The blue-haired student, seething with energy, challenged Ryan under the moonlit academy courtyard. He led Ryan to a secluded area, intent on proving himself through an unexpected trial. The air grew tense as Ryan questioned the nature of this test and its implications. The student's fiery resolve masked something deeper, a need for acknowledgement beyond their surface conflict. Ryan prepared himself, knowing this encounter could be more than a mere test of skill. A sudden glimmer of magic revealed a wooden sword, its simplicity belying the tension rising. The blue-haired student declared a duel, his voice sharp and unwavering in its demand for honor. Ryan hesitated, caught between the absurdity of the situation and the sincerity in the challenge. Accusations flew as the student recounted perceived betrayal, his words heavy with hurt and frustration. Ryan's sense of responsibility clashed with the need to address the simmering hostility before him. Ryan gripped the wooden sword, his calm exterior hiding the uncertainty swirling beneath the surface. The student charged, determination blazing, leaving no room for hesitation in the sudden clash of will. Each strike carried weight, a silent conversation of intent and unspoken grievances unfolding between them. Ryan calculated his response, seeking a balance between defense and understanding amidst the relentless onslaught. A final strike broke through the chaos, leaving both stunned by the intensity of their duel. The blue-haired student charged fiercely, his wooden sword swinging with precision and unrelenting force. Ryan struggled against the weight of each strike, surprised by the sheer strength behind them. Momentum shifted as Ryan tried to deflect, narrowly avoiding a powerful downward blow. A brief grapple ensued, their determination clashing as neither was willing to yield ground. The sound of breaking wood echoed as their swords collided, tension rising with every moment. A grin spread across the student's face, confidence brimming as he prepared his next strike. Ryan, cornered, acknowledged his dwindling chances, calculating his final move with meticulous precision. The student shifted into an unfamiliar stance, his energy focused into an intimidating aura. Ryan recognized the danger, bracing himself as the student's next attack promised unparalleled power. The air crackled with energy as both prepared for the decisive, defining clash of their duel. Sparks flew as their swords clashed again, tension mounting with every swing and counterattack. The blue-haired student grinned, sensing his advantage, preparing to strike with unyielding determination. His wooden sword swung fiercely, splintering under the force of his relentless assault. Ryan, stunned but focused, prepared for the next move as fragments scattered in the air. The blade gleamed with raw energy, slicing through resistance as Rai steadied his stance. Focused, Rai felt power surge, gripping his sword tighter, his expression daring the impossible ahead. With a determined swing, shattered fragments burst outward, proving Rai's strength exceeded all expectations. The explosive aftermath left Rai stunned, his grip firm as debris rained around him. Amid the chaos, Rai clenched his fist, victorious, standing tall against the broken remains. Kasimov examined the remnants, smiling faintly, recognizing Rai's gamble had succeeded beyond all odds. Each strike revealed untapped potential, calculated through years of discipline, mastery evident with every swing. Finally, the decisive blow landed, confirming techniques refined over countless battles were now perfected. Kasimov turned, his sharp gaze locking onto Rai, curiosity gleaming at this unexpected prowess. Rai stood firm under scrutiny, the intensity of Kasimov's inquiry failing to shake him. Kasimov spoke, his tone calm but sharp, probing the origins of Rai's extraordinary techniques. Rai, unfazed, recalled relentless training, crafting skill through grueling trials under the harshest conditions. Kasimov's intrigue deepened, acknowledging Rai's skill wasn't born of mere circumstance but unwavering determination. With a sharp crack, Rai's sword smashed downward, splintering the target with impeccable precision. A distant voice praised Rai, admiration evident, as the room acknowledged his incredible accomplishment. Rai trained relentlessly, his natural talent catching everyone's attention amidst the bustling training ground. A grand banquet was announced, a celebration of Rai's accomplishments spreading joy among peers. Despite the praise, Rai struggled internally, comparing himself to others and questioning his limitations. Kazimov observed from afar, puzzled by Rai's evident frustration despite his incredible growth and talent. Rai clenched his fists, determined to prove himself further, his resolve stronger than ever. Kazimov confronted Rai, offering guidance but challenging him to take the next step forward. Rai accepted the challenge, gripping his sword tightly, its weight symbolizing his growing determination. The training intensified, each swing reflecting Rai's unwavering commitment to push his limits even further. Kazimov watched intently, recognizing the spark of greatness in Rai's form and unyielding spirit. Rai's final strike resonated through the training hall, his skills now undeniable and inspiring. Kazimov acknowledged Rai's determination, proposing a duel with real swords to test his growth. Rai hesitated briefly, the stakes higher, but his fiery determination quickly overtook any lingering doubt. The duel was set 1 month away, promising a definitive test of their ability. Rai trained tirelessly, each day a step closer to mastering the blade for the duel. As the day approached, both combatants felt the weight of the challenge, sharpening their resolve. Rai's determination fueled him, promising to overcome challenges, his fiery gaze unyielding under pressure. Facing his rival, Rai stood unwavering, a silent promise of growth etched in his stance. The world outside remained serene, contrasting the storm of emotions within Rai's heart and mind. Meanwhile, Kazimov reflected on Rai's journey, preparing for the eventual clash that would decide all. The mansion bustled with life, but Rai retreated, focusing entirely on his inner growth. Stories of Rai's siblings echoed through the halls, their achievements casting a long shadow. His eldest brother, a skilled swordsman, set high expectations for everyone within the household. His sister pursued artistry, redefining her path beyond the expectations of swordsmanship and family legacy. Rai, however, bore the weight of expectations differently, his quiet resolve unnoticed but unbroken. Staff murmured, speculating about Rai's potential, while he isolated himself, determined to prove them wrong. Rai's thoughts spiraled, his insecurities clashing with ambition as he prepared for the ultimate challenge. Focusing on his own path, Rai embraced books and techniques others deemed irrelevant or outdated. Night fell as Rai buried himself in study, uncovering wisdom to refine his raw talent. Determined, Rai vowed to use every ounce of strength to claim victory in the duel. Rai's journey continued, each step solidifying his resolve to rise above expectations and surpass all. The morning broke with determination as Rai sprinted forward, pushing limits despite the exhausting pace. Encouraged by progress, Rai shattered his previous record, surprising even his seasoned instructor with speed. The instructor observed Rai's relentless energy, skeptical but curious about the source of his stamina. Rai's unwavering spirit challenged expectations, demanding more rigorous tests to refine his rapidly advancing ability. Despite doubt, the instructor accepted Rai's resolve, preparing him for greater trials ahead. In a reflective moment, Rai's instructor recalled the concept of a swordsman's essence, the schema. The schema represented a mastery over body and mind, unlocking untapped potential within a swordsman. As Rai's strength grew, whispers of his developing schema intrigued both allies and rivals alike. Curiosity drove the instructor to ponder Rai's future, imagining the impact of his evolving technique. Rai immersed himself in self-discovery, determined to master his newfound power and prove his worth. Rai turned to books, eager to deepen his understanding of the mysterious schema's potential. Through intense focus, Rai visualized his energy, discovering parallels between schema and the spirit zone. The process demanded clarity, pushing Rai to refine his perception and control of inner strength. With growing confidence, Rai embraced the challenge, believing his efforts would lead to groundbreaking mastery. The realization of schema unlocked new possibilities, igniting a spark of ambition within Rai's heart. Rai immersed himself deeply, attempting to unlock the elusive core of the schema technique. He visualized energy flow, striving to peel away barriers restricting his progress toward mastery. Determined, Rai pushed himself further, knowing success lay just beyond his current limits. Reflecting on his peers' achievements, Rai resolved to surpass expectations through relentless training and focus. Under the morning sun, Rai began practicing, each swing filled with intent and precision. With muscles straining, Rai pushed his body to its limit, battling exhaustion and self-doubt. His instructor shouted warnings, but Rai ignored them, determined to exceed even his own boundaries. Pain surged through Rai, but his relentless spirit carried him further, chasing perfection tirelessly. Why his schema hadn't manifested yet troubled Rai, frustration threatening to overshadow his determination. Despite the setbacks, Rai's drive persisted, his fiery gaze locking onto his ever-distant goal. Rai's final strike landed heavily, sweat dripping as his instructor called an end to training. Collapsing from exhaustion, Rai reflected on his progress, seeking clarity in the day's effort. The sunset bathed the arena in golden light as Rai regained strength, pondering his growth. His instructor encouraged reflection, urging Rai to balance ambition with patience for true mastery. Rai smiled faintly, acknowledging the long road ahead but ready to face the coming challenge. Rai listened intently as his instructor shared insight, challenging him to reflect on his potential. Despite doubts, Rai realized the importance of identifying strengths to cultivate meaningful growth in training. Acknowledging his weaknesses, Rai felt motivated, determined to transform limitations into a source of strength. The instructor's words sparked a deeper understanding, encouraging Rai to embrace his individuality with pride. Rai clenched his fists, eyes blazing with renewed determination to prove his worth through effort. Rai reflected on genius, realizing it wasn't innate talent, but relentless effort that brought result. Hard work became his weapon, striking fear into those who relied solely on natural ability. The realization emboldened Rai, his determination unwavering as he resolved to outpace even the gifted. The fiery will within him burned brighter, pushing Rai to embrace his journey's grueling path. Rai's confident grin mirrored his resolve, ready to conquer any challenge through tireless dedication. Ryan clenched his fist, determination blazing in his weary eyes, vowing to surpass all obstacles. Ryan stood calmly, contemplating the essence of swordsmanship, a balance between technique and intent. Visualizing an opponent, Ryan focused intensely, his mind calculating every possible angle of attack. He refined his precision, training tirelessly to master directional slashes and blocks with flawless execution. Ryan's movements grew sharper, each strike embodying his resolve to transcend the limits of swordsmanship. The light from his blade illuminated the darkness, symbolizing clarity in his path forward. Ryan's training entered a surreal realm, his sword's glow cutting through an imagined endless battlefield. Each strike flowed seamlessly, his understanding of combat deepening with every practiced swing and block. Sweat glistened on his brow as he pushed his body and mind beyond their limits. Ryan felt the world fade, fully immersed in the rhythm of his blade's movements. The culmination of his efforts forged a new determination, his resolve now unbreakable and fierce. Standing under the stars, Ryan marveled at the infinite potential of the swordsman's path. He whispered apologies to his family, understanding the risks of chasing mastery in this pursuit. Even at the brink of life and death, Ryan felt gratitude for the journey. His heart swelled with purpose, ready to face the arena where his fate would unfold. The glowing arena stood before him, its silence promising trials that would define his destiny. Ryan stepped into the arena, his opponent's presence heavy with an unshakable aura of strength. Determined, Ryan gripped his sword, focusing on the progress made over the past month. The crowd watched in awe, sensing the palpable energy radiating from Ryan as he prepared. Ryan's opponent evaluated him silently, remembering the young swordsman's early struggles and astonishing transformation. Tension filled the air as both warriors prepared, the duel promising to test their limits. Ryan's resolve solidified, vowing to overcome the overwhelming power displayed by his skilled opponent. Charging forward, Ryan felt the weight of every training session fueling his relentless determination. The arena pulsed with energy, Ryan's movement calculated yet infused with passion and unyielding resolve. Facing such prowess, Ryan's opponent smirked, impressed by the sheer audacity of his opponent's will. The clash began, their blades meeting in a flurry of sparks that illuminated the battlefield. Ryan locked eyes with his opponent, his sword moving in tandem with his focused mind. The precision of his strikes showcased his growth, pushing his opponent to reassess their strategy. With each swing, Ryan's understanding of his path deepened, the true essence of the sword. His opponent hesitated briefly, sensing Ryan's unwavering confidence as the intensity of the battle escalated. Ryan, undeterred by fear, embraced the fight, ready to confront whatever lay beyond his limits. Fear lingered as Ryan faced mortality, his thoughts battling the uncertainty of the future. He rejected illusions, focusing entirely on the present, finding clarity in the weight of now. Ryan leaped boldly, his resolve defying fear, embodying a newfound mastery over his emotion. His determination struck awe, his opponent realizing the intensity behind Ryan's unshakable courage in battle. Ryan's emotion seemed completely suppressed, replaced by pure focus as he plunged into the unknown. Ryan declared his defiance of fear, his movements fierce as his blade met its mark. The arena filled with energy, Ryan's resolve palpable as he pushed himself against overwhelming odds. Every strike carried weight, his opponent struggling to predict the flow of Ryan's unyielding spirit. Ryan's calculated aggression disrupted his opponent, his strikes growing sharper and more unpredictable with each swing. Despite struggling, Ryan's determination carried him forward, his focus sharper than ever in the heat. The clash intensified, each warrior testing the boundaries of skill, energy erupting with every exchange. Ryan's strikes felt deceptively light yet carried devastating force, confusing his opponent's rhythm and timing. Struggling to adapt, Ryan's opponent found it harder to track attacks amidst the relentless barrage. Ryan's movements blurred with precision, his every step aligning with a purpose born of determination. Exhaustion crept in, but Ryan pressed on, determined to seize victory against insurmountable odds. Ryan's blade clashed violently, his every swing fueled by raw determination to turn the tide. His opponent's relentless strikes threatened to overwhelm, pushing Ryan to the brink of desperation. Sweat dripped as fear surged, but Ryan steadied his trembling hands, refusing to falter now. With a defiant roar, Ryan unleashed everything, his blade carving through the air with force. Momentum shifted as Ryan's counterattack pushed his opponent back, a spark of hope igniting within. Ryan's strikes seemed unnatural, their precision forcing his opponent to reevaluate strategies amidst the chaos. Each swing carried power and unpredictability, keeping his opponent guessing as the battle raged on. Struggling to keep up, his opponent recognized the depth of Ryan's tenacity and hidden strength. Ryan's unwavering spirit resonated, each clash reflecting his refusal to give up against overwhelming odds. Determined, Ryan pushed forward, his blade crashing against the limits of his endurance and will. Ryan analyzed the fight, identifying patterns and adjusting his strategy, his focus sharper than ever. His opponent's aura shifted, growing heavier, yet Ryan felt his confidence growing stronger with resolve. Every calculated swing from Ryan revealed his evolving mastery, his abilities pushing boundaries previously unimaginable. Both warriors exchanged blows fiercely, their movements blending into a dance of precision and raw energy. Ryan prepared for the final strike, channeling everything into one last decisive and calculated attack. The clash erupted, their swords locking in a brilliant display of sparks and raw power. Ryan shifted tactics mid-battle, surprising his opponent with a sudden surge of calculated aggression. His strikes grew sharper, forcing his opponent onto the defensive, struggling to maintain control and composure. Ryan's relentless attack unnerved his opponent, who misjudged his stamina, realizing too late the grave mistake. Seizing the moment, Ryan's blade shone, symbolizing the strength born from tireless training and fierce determination. Ryan's movements became a paradox, combining simplicity with elegance, overwhelming his opponent with basic refined technique. Each slash carried hidden weight, keeping his opponent guessing as frustration began to cloud judgment. The audience gasped, marveling at Ryan's precision and the sheer efficiency of his flawless execution. Despite the pressure, Ryan's confidence radiated, his opponent's disbelief growing as he struggled to keep up. With a grin, Ryan signaled his intent to push harder, his resolve stronger than ever. Ryan's ambition burned brightly, his declaration to become the strongest echoing across the arena with conviction. His opponent faltered momentarily, sensing the intensity of Ryan's resolve and the depth of his spirit. Fueled by determination, Ryan's strikes carried a ferocity that left no room for hesitation or fear. The crowd erupted, captivated by the relentless clash of wills, each warrior refusing to back down. Ryan's final strike promised to define the battle, a testament to his growth and unyielding ambition. Ryan's blade collided violently, a surge of raw energy resonating through the intense battlefield. His opponent reeled, astonished at the sheer force behind Ryan's seemingly reckless yet precise strikes. As the duel raged, Ryan's unpredictable sword path became an enigma, defying all expectations. The arena crackled with energy, Ryan's every movement embodying his unwavering will to achieve greatness. With a final roar, Ryan channeled everything, unleashing a decisive strike filled with absolute conviction. He slashed his swords, the sword swinging hard and slashing everything in front of him, giving a blinding lightning all over the place. He cannot hide his shock with his very own power and his sword, his eyes kind of wavering, but he tried to pretend strong. A faint star glimmers above, casting a silver streak across the infinite night sky. A radiant sword descends from the heavens, splitting the air with a sharp resonance. It lands in the ground with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves through the silent arena. Ethan gasps, his chest heaving as he stares at the glowing blade before him. Kale wipes blood from his lip, his eyes narrowing in sheer determination against the odds. Kale glances at the sword, gripping his side, a spark of resolve lighting his gaze. Ethan clenches his fists, his shoulders trembling, wondering if such power is even possible. The two stand side by side, frozen, as a tense aura builds between their stances. Their blades clash, fire and ice erupting, as their movements blur into a whirl of spark. Ethan twists mid-swing, his form a blur, shifting grip to counter Kale's unrelenting strike. Kale pivots, channeling all his strength into a precise upward strike, breaking Ethan's guard. Ethan stumbles back, his chest heaving, staring at Kale with wide, disbelieving eyes. A wry smile forms on Kale's face, realizing he's exceeded his own limits. Ethan stands silently, pondering the consequences of defeat as Kale steadies his blade. Kale lowers his weapon, his voice calm yet resolute. "I lost," the finality echoing in the arena. Kale throws his hands up in frustration, shouting, "I lost again," his pride stings. Ethan smirks faintly, standing tall despite exhaustion, the glow of victory unmistakably on his face. Kale sighs, admitting defeat with a resigned tone, accepting whatever judgment Ethan might deliver next. Ethan tilts his head in disbelief, eyes wide as if trying to process Kale's words. Kale blinks, startled by Ethan's furious reaction, questioning the absurdity of his earlier assumption. Ethan leans forward, raising his voice, explaining how survival, not pride, had fueled his resolve. Memories of their duel flash by, raw power colliding, fear evident in both their movements. Ethan points out how their fight began with pettiness, escalating into something far from honorable. Kale's shoulders slump, realization dawning as Ethan's critique cuts deeper than any blade ever could. Slowly, Kale processes Ethan's words, his expression shifting to contemplation, questioning his own principles and action. Ethan steps away, rubbing his sore arms, muttering about how close the fight truly felt. Kale scratches his head, questioning why his opponent now seemed so far from the fierce warrior. Thoughts linger, comparing Ethan's demeanor to someone long lost, a teacher's shadow whispering through memory. Ethan pauses, turning to face Kale, curiosity flickering in his gaze. "What's your name?" he asks. Kale exhales deeply, wiping sweat from his brow, a small smile forming. "Arian Shironi." Ojin introduces himself, offering a genuine smile, extending a hand toward the astonished Arian. Arian looks up, puzzled, unsure of the intent behind Ojin's unexpected gesture of camaraderie. Ojin suggests becoming friends, breaking the tension of the battlefield with his bold proposition. A new chapter begins, symbolizing growth and learning beyond the constraints of competition. The Grand Academy stands proud under autumn's glow, its halls bustling with eager students. A senior librarian commends Arian's year of diligence, a rare acknowledgement in such a prestigious space. Arian bows respectfully, reflecting on his progress since joining the library's esteemed rank. He recalls tirelessly categorizing countless books, growing sharper and more efficient with each passing day. Arian often reads late into the night, discovering new strength within knowledge and discipline. Through swordsmanship and study, Arian finds his spirit stronger, his resolve like tempered steel. Amidst rows of tomes, Arian carefully selects a book, eyes focused on his aspiration. Kale lounges nearby, flipping through a book, wondering aloud about his family's response to his growth. Arian chuckles softly, thinking how nothing compares to forging bonds stronger than mere competition. With books in hand, they both silently vow to surpass their limits, no matter the cost. The light-hearted rivalry remains, as Kale teases, ensuring their journey stays challenging yet memorable. Ojin grins, exuding confidence, assuring Arian that he's someone who can handle any challenge. Arian rubs his head, amused yet slightly exasperated, questioning Ogun's carefree and bold demeanor. He wonders why Ogun's curiosity about training hasn't dulled, despite his restless energy. Ojin dramatically throws his arms in the air, proclaiming boredom with an exaggerated flair. Arian observes him thoughtfully, likening Ogun's persistence to a fire that can't be extinguished. 10 minutes later, Ogun sits slumped at a desk, sulking while holding an unread book. Arian's calm voice cuts through the silence, reminding Ogun of his earlier enthusiasm for learning. Ogun flips a page hesitantly, marveling at Arian's speed and focus, feeling oddly inspired. Arian explains the value of knowledge, citing history and strategy as keys to understanding strength. Ogun, still distracted, mutters how Arian's quick reading feels impossible to comprehend. Ogun skims through a book, laughing at its narrative, calling it fun and lighthearted. Arian pauses, his brow raised, intrigued by Ogun's carefree attitude despite the library's serious atmosphere. The scene shifts to an image of snowy peaks and vast forests, painting vivid imagery from the book. Ogun slams the book shut, declaring it boring without any mention of swordsmanship or duels. Arian smirks, teasing Ogun for avoiding deeper lessons, leaving the tension lighthearted and refreshing. A figure confidently declares, "The swordsman wins," stepping into the light with a calm demeanor. Arian and Ogun freeze, startled by the sudden appearance of someone addressing their debate. The man greets Arian as "young master," leaving Ogun in shock at the unexpected familiarity. Arian frowns, his mind racing, wondering how much of their private conversation was overheard. Ogun leans in closer, suspicious, his sharp eyes questioning the intent behind the man's sudden arrival. The mysterious man picks up a red book, casually flipping pages as though the matter is trivial. Ogun questions the man's certainty about the swordsman, his tone challenging and full of curiosity. The man smirks, explaining his belief, referencing historical knowledge and the swordsman's dominance on the continent. Ogun protests, dismissing history's relevance in this scenario, frustrated at being ignored during the exchange. Arian watches quietly, wondering about the stranger's real motives, unsure whether to trust him or not. Arian hesitates, carefully considering his response to the man's cryptic remarks and overconfidence. Ogun whispers to Arian, expressing unease, sensing the man's layered intentions and unreadable demeanor. The stranger's golden eyes glint in the dim light, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Arian theorizes that the balance between magician and swordsman depends on the spirit zone's mastery. The stranger disagrees, confidently dismissing Arian's theory, adding a tense atmosphere to the conversation. The man sharply declares, "The magician loses," his words slicing through the air with authority. Arian stiffens, his eyes wide, shaken by the stranger's absolute certainty in his conclusion. Ogent's hands clench into fists, frustration bubbling as he recalls being underestimated in similar moments. The man's voice drops, recalling a childhood lesson. True power comes from dismantling what others hold dear. A faint smirk graces his lips as he mentions the legendary armor of the 5 gods. Aryan and Ogent sit in tense silence, their focus sharpening as the man mentions an artifact. The man's voice grows darker, emphasizing its power, a weapon that disrupts a mage's spirit zone, anti-magic. The man continues mentioning the legendary artifact tied to the armor of the 5 gods. Aryan listens intently as the man explains how the artifact disrupts a mage's spirit zone. The spirit zone is compared to an ocean, with mages being sharks in deep waters. He elaborates on anti-magic, a force capable of neutralizing even the strongest magical abilities. The glowing image of anti-magic armor materializes, a symbol of immense power and fear. The man reveals the theory that anti-magic disrupts even the strongest mage's spirit zone defenses. He speculates the mage's natural strengths, like manipulation of energy, could still make them dangerous. The theoretical nature of anti-magic armor is emphasized, existing more in speculation than practical reality. The man further explains how controlling such power could tilt battles drastically in favor of swordsmen. The glowing vortex of anti-magic serves as a haunting reminder of its theoretical potential. Ogent grows skeptical, asking why mages would willingly create such an artifact to weaken themselves. The man chuckles, stating it's a lucrative business for mages to exploit their own kind's weaknesses. He mocks mages, calling them opportunists who sell out for personal gain, regardless of the consequences. Aryan visibly reacts to the harsh critique, his expression torn between understanding and disbelief. Ogent clenches his fist, glaring at the man, ready to argue against his cynical view of mages. Aryan confidently states, "That is what a mage is," his resolve shining through his words. Ogent listens attentively as Aryan explains the mage's role in creating anti-magic for balance. He highlights how anti-magic is used in schools to limit magic where it's restricted. Aryan speaks about anti-magic's value as a product of intelligence and its rightful use. The man narrows his eyes but smirks slightly, acknowledging Aryan's thoughtful perspective. Ogent humorously blurts his doubts and the man laughs, admitting the gap between ideals and reality. The man insists a swordsman still holds dominance, as ideals don't always align with truth. Aryan exhales, relieved as the tension dissipates, smiling at Ogent's dramatic commentary. Ogent bursts into laughter, teasing Aryan for his rare serious expressions during their heated exchange. Their camaraderie brightens the mood as Ogent jokingly declares Aryan the greatest swordsman in theory. Time passes as snow falls gently, signifying the shift in their journey and personal growth. A note reflects Aryan's continued pursuit of excellence, his goals sharper than ever. 6 months later, a senior mentor reviews a project, satisfied with its unexpectedly quick progress. The mentor sips tea, glancing at a detailed sketch, marveling at Aryan's meticulous advancement. "It's finished sooner than I expected," he remarked, impressed by the unfolding potential. The senior mentor praises the completion of a long-overdue project, marveling at the efficient effort. He reflects on the categorization process, noting Aryan's contributions were beyond expectation. The deputy butler suggests extending Aryan's contract, impressed by his unique value to the institution. The mentor sips tea, calmly weighing the decision, showing interest in Aryan's growing potential. Aryan flips through pages of his work, basking in the sunlight, his hard work paying off. Aryan gazes at his progress, feeling a surreal sense of achievement, whispering, "It feels like a dream." Ogent bursts into the room, loudly exclaiming, "Chiron, did you really finish everything?" Aryan grins, replying yes, confirming his accomplishment with a mix of pride and humility. Ogent embraces Aryan in celebration, his energetic enthusiasm filling the quiet library. Their laughter echoes, their bond strengthening as they celebrate Aryan's impressive feat together. Ogent teases Aryan, calling him a perfectionist, but admits he's proud of his dedication. Aryan laughs, admitting he'll miss the library, their shared space for growth and connection. The scene shifts to the library, bustling with students, marking the end of a shared era. Ogent waves at Aryan, calling him Shiro as they meet in their familiar space. Aryan smiles, cherishing the memories they've built in the library's warm, welcoming environment. Ogent enthusiastically invites Aryan to visit his home, promising an unforgettable day of relaxation. Aryan hesitates but agrees, intrigued by Ogent's excitement and curious about his family life. As they arrive, Aryan is struck by the size of Ogent's estate, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Snow gently falls as Aryan observes the peaceful yet imposing ambiance of Ogent's family residence. Ogent cheerfully assures Aryan that his family is away, leaving them free to enjoy the day. Ogent proudly leads Aryan to his personal room, beaming as he announces their destination. Aryan is surprised by the simplicity of the room, expecting grandeur from such a large estate. Ogent grins, explaining his preference for a practical space suited for training and quiet reflection. Arian takes in the swords and training equipment, realizing Ogent's dedication to honing his skills. The room feels more like a sanctuary for a warrior than a lord's luxurious retreat. Ogent dramatically flops onto a chair, inviting Arian to play a game of cards to unwind. Arian hums cheerfully, shuffling the deck, his calm demeanor contrasting Ogent's competitive energy. Ogent bursts out in frustration, losing yet another round, accusing Arian of unfair tactics. Arian laughs, denying the accusation, teasing Ogent's lack of luck and playful overreactions. Their laughter echoes through the room, the day ending with light-hearted banter and warm camaraderie. Arian points out Ogent's habits during their card game, catching him off guard with precise observations. Ogent panicked, demanding to know how Arian noticed, his competitive nature on full display. Arian explains the importance of analyzing intentions through subtle actions, a key skill for strategy. Ogent, rubbing his head, starts to see the connection between observation and mastering the spirit zone. He grins, vowing to improve, while Arian chuckles at his enthusiastic response. Arian browses the room, asking to borrow a book, tired of reading dense history text. Ogent teases him, claiming he's becoming sentimental, but agrees with a wide smile. As Arian picks up a book, soft piano music echoes through the halls of the mansion. He pauses, recognizing the melody, as Ogent recalls his sister's passion for playing. The music grows louder, guiding Arian toward the source as curiosity overtakes him. Arian peeks into the grand music room, captivated by a woman gracefully playing the piano. Ogent introduces her as Reina Ogent, his older sister and the court pianist. Reina stops mid-melody, smiling warmly, and asks Arian for his opinion on her performance. Arian, flustered and unsure, stammers a compliment. Overwhelmed by Reina's graceful aura, she laughs gently, inviting Arian into the room, her composed demeanor putting him at ease. Reina smiles, recognizing Arian, and mentions she's heard of his achievements from Ogent. Arian feels uneasy, noting her sharp gaze and the confident aura she exudes while speaking. Reina asks if Arian has played the piano before, her tone friendly yet probing. Flustered, Arian denies it, his thoughts racing as he realizes Reina's composed demeanor hides her keen mind. With a warm laugh, Reina invites Arian to sit at the piano, offering to teach him. Reina reassures Arian, encouraging him to try playing, insisting no one will mind her invitation. Arian hesitantly sits, feeling both nervous and intrigued as he's introduced to the piano's keys. Reina begins her lesson, explaining the basics of notes and how to press the keys properly. Arian presses a few keys timidly, surprised by the pleasant sound and the piano's reverberation. He pauses, feeling a strange resonance with the instrument, his focus sharpening instinctively. Gathering his courage, Arian asks Reina if he can attempt a simple melody on his own. Reina agrees, smiling encouragingly, curious to see how he applies the basics she just taught him. Arian begins to play, his fingers moving uncertainly but with a growing sense of rhythm. Reina watches, initially amused by his mistakes but grows intrigued by the consistency of his movements. She realizes, despite technical flaws, Arian's playing mimics the emotional tone of her earlier performance. Reina is stunned as Arian continues, capturing the essence of her music through sheer intuition. She debates whether to interrupt, marveling at his ability to reproduce the atmosphere perfectly. Arian's focus intensifies, and for a brief moment, his spirit seems to align with the melody. Reina notices the uncanny similarity between his improvisation and her original playing, finding it unsettling yet impressive. A soft glow surrounds Arian, as if the piano itself responds to his growing connection with it. As Arian continues playing, a magical glow envelops the piano, the notes resonating with power. His fingers move instinctively, weaving a melody that seems to carry deeper emotional weight. Reina watches in astonishment, realizing the accuracy of his playing is increasing with every note. She notes the uncanny synchronization between the piano's sound and Arian's emotional state. The melody reaches a crescendo, leaving Reina speechless as she marvels at Arian's innate talent. Reina hesitantly praises Arian, admitting his performance captured the piece's essence despite technical flaws. Arian apologizes for his boldness, but Reina reassures him, secretly impressed by his raw potential. Their moment is interrupted as Ogent storms in, teasing Reina about her dramatic reaction. Reina scolds Ogent for his loud entrance, while Arian tries to contain his nervous laughter. Ogent turns to Arian, surprised to see him there, and demands an explanation for his presence. Arian stammers, fumbling for words, worried that his friendship with Ogent might be revealed. Ogent nonchalantly declares Arian as his friend, causing Reina to raise an intrigued eyebrow. Arian freezes, unsure of how Reina will react to this sudden revelation about their relationship. Reina smiles knowingly, welcoming Arian as a friend of her younger brother, easing his tension. Ogent chuckles, teasing Reina about her curiosity while Arian feels relieved but slightly embarrassed. Shironi couldn't believe it. Everything he thought about respect and class was crumbling. He nervously introduced himself, surprised by her calm response and graceful demeanor. The blue-haired woman observed him, noting his sincerity despite his shy and awkward demeanor. Confused but curious, Chiron tried piecing together why someone so noble seemed so approachable. A wave of realization hit Shironi. Maybe kindness mattered more than social status after all. His friend's warning echoed, "Don't trust her smile," but Chiron couldn't see the threat. She laughed warmly, dismissing the tension, her relaxed nature putting Chiron at unexpected ease. Playful gestures brought lightheartedness, even as conflicting emotions about trust lingered in the background. Her teasing left Shironi flustered, his cheeks reddening as her laughter filled the room. The camaraderie deepened, though hints of rivalry lingered as they bantered through grins and tension. A sudden clash shattered the room's calm, tempers flared, fueled by years of rivalry. With surprising swiftness, she diffused the situation, but Chiron still struggled to understand their bond. Excitement filled the air as certification tests loomed, a challenge only the elite attempted. Shironi realized how vast the gap was. Yet ambition sparked stronger within him. The golden license shone brightly, a symbol of triumph many sought, but few could achieve. Graduating with a non-certified license brought some recognition but still left much to achieve. The kingdom's competitive environment drove even certified individuals to continuously prove their skills. Among the crowd, Rai's reputation grew. At only 18, his ambitions were legendary. While Rai contemplated his next step, a calm evening began brewing in the mansion. "See you again," she smiled, leaving Shironi wondering if their paths would ever cross again. Her farewell lingered in Chiron's mind, stirring questions he'd never dared to voice before. As they sat at the piano, the world seemed to pause for a brief moment. Chiron nervously approached Rai, curiosity bubbling over, asking about the woman's life outside the mansion. His bold question caught Rai off guard, but his playful grin quickly returned. Chiron's flustered face turned red as Rai hinted mischievously at Chiron's newfound fascination. Rai's teasing got the better of him, and he called out to his sister. Chiron panicked, realizing Rai's antics might reveal more than he ever intended. A dramatic chase erupted, echoing laughter and frantic cries through the mansion halls. Chiron's slip of words made Rai laugh harder, fully embracing the moment's hilarity. The atmosphere turned lighthearted, their bond deepened by shared chaos and fleeting yet meaningful connection. Chaos erupted as the servants scurried around, Chiron caught off guard by their commotion. Rai's teasing pushed Chiron into an awkward stumble, sending ripples of laughter through the group. Amid the laughter, the headmaid reassured everyone, keeping the situation lighthearted. Preparations resumed, but whispers about Chironi's presence in the mansion stirred curiosity among the staff. The butler's stern demeanor hinted that Chironi's name carried weight, sparking questions of deeper significance. Rai and Chiron exchanged glances, sensing that something serious was brewing beyond their control. The butler's cryptic words hung heavy in the air, leaving Shironi feeling uneasy. Outside the mansion, winds howled through the trees, mirroring Shironi's growing apprehension. Training continued relentlessly, with Rai pushing himself to surpass every limit he once knew. A messenger's urgent arrival interrupted, carrying news that would shift their lives forever. The message revealed Chiron was in danger, propelling Rai into immediate action. Rai's mentor watched silently, knowing his pupil's resolve was stronger than any storm. Determination flared in Rai's eyes as he pieced together the urgency of the situation. With a swift decision, Rai raced back, vowing to protect Shironi at any cost. The gravity of his sister's plea lingered, pushing Rai to act faster than ever. Rai paused mid-training, confused about why Chiron's departure had caused such a stir. The messenger explained that the butler's report linked Shironi's fate to Rai's family directly. Determined to intervene, Rai resolved to approach his father, hoping to clear any misunderstanding. Rai's mentor stepped in, forbidding him from leaving, hinting at larger consequences Rai couldn't yet see. The mentor's stern gaze silenced Rai, his cryptic warning adding weight to the unfolding tension. The grand mansion loomed ominously, its gates concealing secrets that only few dared uncover. Inside, a formal gathering commenced, the weight of expectations pressing heavily on everyone present. Shironi knelt nervously, his name echoing through the grand hall like a foreboding omen. A shadowed figure watched, their piercing gaze locked onto Chiron with unsettling intensity. A cold wind blew as orders echoed, summoning strength for an impending challenge. Concern grew. A promise broken left him wondering about his father's delayed return. A faint report reached him. Trouble had shadowed the family, demanding immediate action. Urgency surged within him, determined to protect his father, despite responsibilities awaiting. A firm refusal from the teacher signaled the beginning of a grave trial. Kneeling on the grand floor, guilt and resolve intertwined as judgment loomed heavy. Cold voices declared his fate and execution for defying societal order and hierarchy. The chamber buzzed with whispers. All eyes bore down, sealing his perceived betrayal. The nobility's disdain pierced him, their privilege eclipsing any chance for understanding. Silent reflections began to weigh on witnesses, some questioning the fairness of punishment. The courtroom brimmed with tension. A desperate voice broke the silence, pleading for pause. A flutter of paper hinted at a defense. Could these words save him now? Documents bore testimony of hidden truth, exposing neglected duties by trusted figures in power. His trembling voice spoke, bravery shining despite their dismissive gazes. Justice seemed far away. The final query hung in the air, carrying hope and defiance. Silence answered first. He stood firm, declaring his bond with the young master despite looming judgmental stares. The crowd's whispers grew louder, doubting his intentions, while he remained resolute in defense. Quiet thoughts surfaced. Doubts lingered about his loyalty, yet his heart refused to waver. Accusations pierced the air, but he refused to accept their cruel interpretation of loyalty. The question was raised, how could a noble truly align with someone from his rank? Standing tall, he confessed his friendship, despite the obvious disdain of the gathered nobles. His words held weight, carrying a truth the others seemed reluctant to acknowledge openly. Anger flared in the room. The head butler took charge, commanding swift and secret action. A heartfelt plea broke the tension, yet the final decision felt distant and unkind. The air thickened with conflict, alliances clashing silently in the power struggle of hierarchy. Doubts lingered among the onlookers, questioning the head butler's extreme and calculated decision. The butler's resolve stood firm, valuing order over fairness, prioritizing survival above personal sentimentality. A grim acknowledgement passed through the room. Sacrifices were necessary to protect their fragile status. His determination crystallized. He wouldn't allow this injustice to prevail, no matter the cost. He sprinted into the light, energy bursting forth, ready to challenge the decision with action. His voice echoed, calling Ryan as he stood defiantly, demanding justice amidst the chaos. A fiery determination fueled his words, rejecting the audacity to harm someone without rightful cause. A powerful, chilling rebuttal met his anger, as the other revealed their unyielding authority. His heart questioned the cruelty. Was this all for status, or was there more? The weight of nobility's expectations clashed against his beliefs, fueling an unwavering resolve to fight. With passion, he rejected the shallow privileges of power, valuing friendship over societal norms and labels. Frustration rose, questioning why personal bonds should succumb to the weight of class and judgment. He demanded equality, believing friendship transcended all, but found himself facing cold, skeptical disdain. His desperation peaked, defending Sharon with all his might, as doubt clouded the noble's trust. Prove his sincerity? The demand felt impossible. Could genuine emotions even be quantified or validated? The room turned silent, awaiting his answer, as he pondered how to prove feeling. Inner turmoil surged, questioning himself. Could his conviction alone shatter the rigid framework surrounding him? A shadow of regret loomed. He realized his emotions alone might not suffice for victory. Reflection deepened as he visualized Sharon's strength, his mind drawn toward the weight of friendship. A knowing look met his hesitation, offering a glimmer of hope amid doubt and strife. Ryan's gaze reflected determination, his inner strength glowing, prepared to face the impossible odds. Wisdom echoed in his mind. True understanding emerges when observing one's actions and intentions. Moments shared and bonds built taught him to read sincerity in the simplest gestures. Reflecting on past lessons, he vowed to unveil the truth of the noble's facade. Strength surged within him, prepared to confront a father figure with unwavering resolve and honor. The blade gleamed, marking the start of a confrontation destined to change their fates. The teacher's words lingered. A sword fight wasn't merely about strength, but understanding the heart. A commoner? He questioned the label, pushing back against societal chains defining value through hierarchy. His courage roared, challenging anyone to question the authenticity of his loyalty to Ryan. The tension grew as the teacher's approval marked a step toward proving his conviction. His fists clenched as his teacher's advice rang true. Patience sometimes surpasses impulsive defiance, yet his heart rebelled against waiting, refusing to abandon a friend in dire need. Cowardice isn't an option, his voice echoed, rejecting passivity as the solution to injustice. Understanding flickered in his teacher's eyes, recognizing the unshakable determination driving his student's resolve forward. The sword was handed to him, a symbol of trust, strength, and the coming battle. Gripping the sword, he accepted the challenge, his mind focused on proving his worth. A heartfelt promise to his teacher rang out, gratitude woven into his determined stance. The seriousness of a sword fight struck him, a moment where life balanced on steel. His laughter broke tension, a bold declaration of belief in the power of bond. Proclaiming his friendship with Sharon, his passion burned, standing tall amidst skepticism and challenge. Anger flared in his opponent's eyes, their clash symbolizing more than just a family feud. The stakes rose higher, nobles whispering as legacies and pride clashed under the grand light. Determined, he confronted his father's threats of exile, valuing loyalty to friends over noble bloodline. He stood firm, prepared to leave everything behind to protect his unshakable belief in friendship. A somber declaration followed: if exile was the price, he would accept it with dignity. "Raise your sword," the command thundered, the challenge resonating as father and son prepared. The sword lifted, not as defiance but as a statement of unyielding conviction and respect. His resolve shone through. This wasn't rebellion but an earnest act of proving his faith. The room tensed, emotions clashing alongside blades, testing bonds against the weight of tradition. His words echoed, true friendships transcend noble rank, a truth powerful enough to challenge even legacies. Her eyes softened, recognizing the maturity in their bond. Despite youthful recklessness and fiery emotion, a heartfelt reflection emerged. A true friend never turns away, no matter the challenge. Nobles whispered, envy creeping in. They too longed for unwavering friendships like this one. Laughter broke the tension, a fiery resolve lighting up the atmosphere. Embracing the moment's weight, the elder marveled at the bold display, cherishing the vibrance and sincerity of youthful spirit. Observing the chaos, the older generation remained calm, reflecting on youthful impulsiveness and loyalty. Understanding dawned as the presence of Rian's grandfather added a sense of gravity to event. His arrival revealed a unique aura, balancing authority and warmth, commanding respect from all. Whispers spread through the room, acknowledging his wisdom while awaiting his decisive intervention. As he sat, his calm demeanor promised to resolve tensions without compromising fairness or strength. Reina's testimony began, recounting moments of integrity and intelligence that earned Chiron her respect. Her words highlighted the potential for great character, even amidst misunderstandings and strained circumstances. Acknowledgment spread as she addressed the nobility's biases, advocating for fairness and judgment. The room stirred. Divided opinions arose, with Ryan's grandfather silently observing every argument presented. A second testimony introduced Rai, whose disapproval reflected personal pride clashing with familial connection. Tensions peaked as Rai voiced his disdain, though his words betrayed a complicated respect. His argument challenged the very fabric of noble tradition, questioning loyalty's place in legacy. Reina's unwavering support emphasized Chironi's value, casting a spotlight on his misunderstood intentions. The grandfather's laughter broke through the discord, highlighting the absurdity of petty grievances. Temiran's testimony followed, his experience adding clarity, revealing truths that strengthened the case for Chiron. The deputy butler spoke firmly, valuing actions over opinions, his respect for Chironi becoming evident. He praised Chironi's exceptional dedication, finishing tasks with precision and speed, surprising even experienced nobles. Whispers filled the room, acknowledgment mixed with disbelief at the accomplishments of the young commoner. The elder's calm observations contrasted with rising tension, as conflicts between tradition and merit unfolded. Chironi's competence began to sway perspective, yet old biases still whispered doubts about his worth. Chiron stood alongside his friend, their bond clear despite the room's lingering uncertainty and judgment. Ryan's supportive words subtly shifted the atmosphere, casting light on the strength of their camaraderie. Faces softened, tensions eased, yet the unyielding tradition still loomed over the grand hall. The grandfather's voice cut through, a decision weighing heavily on his lips, breaking the silence. Tensions reignited. Rejection hinted at deeper struggles, as family loyalty clashed against the cries for fairness. A decision loomed. Continuing their bond risked societal backlash, threatening the reputation of an entire family. The nobles' whispers hinted at repercussions for defying long-held expectations and rigid traditions of the elite. Chironi listened intently, his composed demeanor revealing his readiness to face judgment with dignity. Despite encouragement, Reina's words carried a bittersweet finality, highlighting the weight of impending separation. Emotions flared as Chironi processed her words, his resolve challenged by the weight of rejection. The grandfather's grin revealed amusement, yet his words carried the weight of reality's harshness. His tone softened, acknowledging Chironi's impact on Rian, offering thanks for teaching true friendship. However, the question lingered. Could their bond endure, knowing the consequences it could bring? Ryan's firm response, "I cannot," echoed determination, refusing to let go of their bond. The room froze, tensions rising as conviction collided with the expectations of a noble legacy. Chiron stepped forward, his emotions raw, ready to stand against the disapproval of tradition. Despite the rejection, Ryan's heartfelt confession reaffirmed his belief in their steadfast friendship. Ryan's words bore the weight of truth, proving loyalty transcended lineage and societal bounds. Though doubt clouded the air, Chironi's heart grew heavier, questioning his place in this world. Regret lingered in the silence, a shadow of despair creeping over Chiron's determined stance. Chiron's realization struck deeply. Abandoning a friend would mean forsaking a piece of himself. His voice roared with resolve, declaring his unwavering dedication to his beliefs and loyalty. The atmosphere ignited, Reina pleading for restraint, but Chironi's spirit burned brighter with conviction. His actions spoke volumes, defying expectations as his loyalty shone despite the nobility's objections. The room trembled with energy, Chironi standing defiant, a beacon of sincerity against all odds. Ryan declared his decision, naming Chironi as his sword, symbolizing loyalty beyond noble expectation. The hall erupted in shock, disbelief rippling through the nobles at this unprecedented announcement. The weight of his choice shattered traditional hierarchy, exposing raw emotion and the value of trust. Shironi stood tall, his resolve unshaken as he accepted this profound role with humility. Amid outrage, a lone voice of wisdom reminded them that true strength lies in unity. A flashback revealed the knight's oath, a pledge of protection transcending titles, rooted in shared purpose. Memories of trials reinforced the bond, shaped through mutual respect and unwavering determination. The nobility watched, grappling with the implications of this bond redefining their rigid social order. Chiron's confidence surged, vowing to fulfill his duties regardless of lingering doubt from the elite. The atmosphere shifted. Determination outweighed hesitation as the truth of friendship triumphed over tradition. Ryan's grandfather questioned the decision, testing Shironi's character and intentions with piercing words of wisdom. Chiron's unwavering responses reflected his readiness to protect without judgment, wielding the sword of sincerity. The hall grew silent, captivated by his courage and his ability to challenge convention. Ryan chuckled, confidence in his choice reaffirmed as bonds of loyalty continued to flourish. In the face of adversity, the strength of their friendship became an unshakable foundation of unity. Laughter erupted from Ryan's grandfather, his hearty approval lightening the mood across the grand hall. His words cut through, reminding everyone that greatness is achieved through hard work and resilience. Shironi's determination impressed the elder, who entrusted him with Ryan, solidifying their bond and purpose. Ryan expressed his gratitude, his smile reflecting the trust and responsibility bestowed upon his friend. The weight of approval lingered, affirming their path while igniting a newfound resolve in their heart. The nobles watched with mixed reactions, some accepting the change while others remained silently skeptical. Ryan's grandfather reminded them of loyalty and growth, urging everyone to reflect on true strength. The refreshing breeze outside mirrored the relief and pride Chiron felt from the day's event. Ryan and Shironi shared a moment of joy, their laughter resonating beyond the walls of tradition. Their bond, now stronger, symbolized a new beginning, a blend of friendship and mutual respect. Ryan reassured Shironi, emphasizing their friendship as the foundation for his bold declaration. Shironi's steadfastness inspired Ryan, who admired the courage that set him apart from others. Trust deepened as Ryan expressed his belief in Shironi, vowing to protect their shared future. The playful banter lightened their serious journey, showcasing the balance between duty and heartfelt camaraderie. Reyna's sudden interruption brought them back to reality, curiosity about the sword's oath hanging in the air. Reyna's frustration flared as she confronted Shironi, questioning the chaos his decisions had caused. Shironi remained resolute, defending his choices while sparking curiosity about his unique bond with Ryan. Reyna's tone shifted as she teased, hinting at deeper admiration masked by her stern demeanor. The room buzzed with energy, with Ryan's excitement spilling over as he embraced their victory. Chiron's declaration of freedom to live without restriction ignited a spark of renewed determination. Ryan's playful banter took a serious turn as Reyna hinted at Shironi's hidden magical potential. The revelation of Shironi's unlocked spirit zone left Ryan in awe, realizing his friend's true potential. Reyna's words carried weight, her disbelief at the knight's oath made to a future maid. Chiron's fiery response shattered the tension, his vibrant energy reminding them all of his conviction. Reyna's exasperation met Chiron's humor, leaving the room in a mix of laughter and determination. The clash between spirit zones illuminated Chiron's tactical use of insight to counter Ryan's movement. Reyna marveled at Chiron's ingenuity, realizing the depth of his abilities and hidden potential. A discussion revealed the unique density of Shironi's spirit zone, a rarity among even the gifted. Ryan contemplated Shironi's future, worried his intensity might overshadow personal connections and balance in life. A plan emerged to guide Shironi's development while navigating the expectations of their noble world. News of the teacher's departure shook Shironi, the sudden decision leaving him conflicted and determined. Racing through the forest, Shironi searched for answers, hoping to confront his mentor one last time. Meanwhile, Ryan's family contemplated the next step, their trust in Shironi growing despite lingering tradition. Shironi's resolve deepened as he faced the weight of responsibility thrust upon him so quickly. The path ahead became clear, his determination ignited to honor his teacher's legacy and grow stronger. Ryan enthusiastically volunteered to assist, his smile reflecting unwavering support and trust in Shironi's journey. The duo's excitement spilled into the halls, their shared enthusiasm lifting the spirits around them. Chiron hesitated, aware of the immense responsibility and risks tied to his newfound role. Despite his reservation, Ryan's confidence pushed him forward, inspiring courage to face the unknown. The reception room awaited, a symbol of the challenges ahead and the legacy left behind. Guests arrived at the grand hall, curious about the unexpected visit from important strangers. The opulent dining table gleamed under the chandelier, surrounded by whispers of puzzled anticipation. An elder's jaw dropped as recognition dawned, disbelief written across his wide-eyed expression. He stared in shock at the lavish banquet, and the unexpected company overwhelmed by surprise. The vibrant dining room hummed with tension, as confused glances exchanged amidst the extravagant feast. The silence grew heavy as the elder contemplated the puzzling events unfolding before him. A sip of tea steadied his nerves, but unease lingered in his trembling hands. He mulled over the gathering, searching for clues about the family's hidden intention. Gathering courage, he prepared to address the enigmatic guests with polite yet cautious words. The host expressed concern about misplaced assumptions, hoping to diffuse any potential misunderstandings diplomatically. Apologies exchanged, the conversation pivoted toward collaboration, easing the earlier tension in the room. The elder's son sat poised, his determination radiating as his unique talents were praised. Admiration echoed through the hall as his fearless resolve and budding skills were acknowledged. The guests revealed his hidden potential, their words inspiring a mixture of pride and responsibility. Hope ignited as they shared visions of his future, bright with possibilities and unmatched talent. A grand hall echoes as parents proudly introduce themselves to unexpected noble-like guests arriving. Curious whispers ripple through the room, marveling at the unfamiliar faces amidst elegant decor. The host's shock explodes, leaving others startled as questions linger over the sudden revelation. Laughter fills the air, and an extravagant feast showcases the unexpected bond between classes. Joy settles on everyone's faces, sharing stories and embracing moments that feel surreal yet warm. The atmosphere shifts as confusion brews, guests glancing at the table for explanations or answers. A guest tightly grips a cup, their thoughts unraveling in disbelief over the unfolding event. Determined to address the confusion, they stand firm, breaking silence with clarity and self-assurance. Their firm voice bridges gap, reminding everyone of the unshakable dignity shared by all present. Reflecting pride and mutual respect, the group listens, contemplating unity beyond differences or rank. Resolving tensions, they express gratitude for mutual understanding, promising continued support for each other. The protagonist's resilience and intellect earn acknowledgement, leaving those present both inspired and curious. Amid newfound respect, whispers hint at the young man's extraordinary potential yet unseen. The sharp-eyed observer smiles knowingly, sensing an unyielding spirit destined for greatness despite all odds. A bold proclamation stuns the room. Truth revealed about the boy's talent sparks amazement and hope. The discussion shifts as aspirations of becoming a mage dominate conversations within the grand hall. A prestigious academy appears in view, its towering spires beckoning dreams to flourish within. Concerned voices weigh the hardships of such ambition, debating its worth for the boy's future. A noble suggests an unconventional solution, stirring tension among those rooted in tradition. Parents' shock erupts, realizing the gravity of decisions shaping their son's destiny. The term magic school sends ripples of disbelief through the room, brimming with silent hope. Reflections on identity spark fear of societal rejection, but ignite resolve to protect the boy. A bold proposal for adoption shatters conventions, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Expressions tighten as conflicting emotions surface, but determination outweighs hesitation in a critical moment. A single nod seals an uncertain yet promising future, binding trust across divides. Papers signed in trembling hands mark a pivotal step toward securing a brighter tomorrow. Thoughts linger on sacrifice as hearts break, choosing ambition over familiar comfort. The young boy stands resolute, unaware of the weight his guardians silently bear. A shadowed figure approaches, revealing a revelation that could redefine everything they believe. All eyes turn to the boy, questioning whether fate truly favors the bold. Tensions spike as emotions clash. A determined declaration stuns the room into silent contemplation. Refusing adoption, the boy asserts loyalty, clinging to his identity despite tempting opportunity. An elder reassures, explaining the symbolic nature of decisions, urging practicality over sentiment. Yet unwavering resolve emerges, preferring humble beginnings over forsaking family bonds for status. The room buzzes with disbelief. A choice driven by heart challenges societal expectation. Noble voices clash, forewarning of systemic barriers and harsh realities barring commoners from elite paths. The boy counters calmly, willing to sacrifice dreams for his integrity and loved one. Frustration flares, yet admiration grows for a spirit unwilling to yield under pressure. Even as hopes for advancement fade, a quiet strength unites family, standing resolutely together. The tension fades, leaving respect as the boy embodies resilience and unwavering moral conviction. A solemn silence gives way to heartfelt words, gratitude blooming for lessons instilled by parents. The boy likens his family to root, nourishing every step toward his aspiration. Memories unfold, humble beginnings shaped by love, hardship, and selfless sacrifices from his family. A vision of perseverance rises, built upon a foundation of unshakable familial bond. Though paths remain uncertain, a profound resolve shines, ready to face destiny with honor. Memories resurface, showing how unwavering love and guidance from parents made dreams achievable. The boy affirms that abandoning his roots would betray the very essence of his growth. Gratitude flows as he thanks everyone, cherishing the values instilled by his upbringing. Silence falls, respect deepening for his conviction, leaving others to reflect on their choices. Overwhelmed by emotion, his parents humbly request adoption, valuing his future above their pride. A hesitant voice breaks the silence as the boy's father struggles to articulate hidden truths. The shocking revelation echoes. His father confesses the boy is not biologically his, leaving everyone stunned. The boy's father lowers his head, confessing their inability to have children of their own. Shock spreads, yet admiration for their sacrifice underpins the atmosphere as truths emerge. His voice trembles, revealing the hardships of raising a child without a clear lineage. Questions arise about identity, with doubts carefully considered by those present. The boy stands firm, exuding confidence, his love for his parents unwavering despite revelations. The noble comments on the complexities of identity, pondering the strength of familial bond. Parents break into tears, affirming their love, no matter the circumstances or decision. A heartfelt plea resonates: adoption is not rejection, but the foundation for greater opportunity. The boy struggles with mixed emotions, torn between dreams and loyalty to his upbringing. A glimmer of understanding appears as his resolve strengthens, ready to honor both futures. The noble approaches, gently guiding the conversation toward mutual respect and support for the boy. Pride and sacrifice intertwine as the room collectively recognizes the boy's inner strength. A moment of clarity shines as the boy reflects, realizing his worth transcends lineage. Gratitude flows from his parents, their sacrifice is acknowledged as the cornerstone of his dreams. A hopeful promise is made to carry forward his identity while embracing future opportunities. The father's guilt surfaces as he realizes his actions may have caused unintended pain. The boy passionately confronts the room, expressing his fear of abandonment and yearning for belonging. Overwhelmed by emotion, the father reflects on his missteps, questioning his own motivation. Tears flow as the father embraces the boy, apologizing and affirming his unwavering love. A noble observes, noting the delicate balance of parenting and the profound impact of choices. A moment of silence follows as the group reflects on the complexities of family. The noble hints at a solution, proposing a path forward through compromise and persistence. Whispers fill the air, revealing that the Academy has exceptions for unique circumstances. Skepticism arises, but determination takes hold as the father considers leveraging an old connection. A spark of hope ignites, as stubborn resolve might turn the tide for the boy's future. The boy observes the discussion, hope flickering as plans unfold for a possible future. The noble leader strategizes, using wit and persistence to navigate the Academy's rigid policies. Encouraged, the father agrees to take action, determined to fight for his son's dreams. The room shifts from tension to solidarity, unified in securing the boy's chance at greatness. A faint smile spreads as the boy sees his family's love manifest in action and hope. The father gazes at the distant Academy, reflecting on his decision and its weight. The boy bids farewell, his heart racing with a mix of hope and uncertainty. The Academy stands tall before him, a new world waiting to challenge and shape him. The boy's resolve solidifies as he recalls the sacrifices made to reach this moment. His family watches from afar, silently cheering for the dreams they've nurtured to bloom. Nights of anticipation pass as the boy prepares himself for the journey ahead. A heartfelt goodbye brings laughter, tears, and promises of reuniting stronger than before. The boy approaches the gates, his heart heavy but his determination steadfast. Friends and family encourage him, vowing to support him no matter the distance. As the doors close behind him, a new chapter begins, filled with endless possibilities. Emotions run high as a close friend promises to become a knight and protect him. The boy assures his family and friends of his commitment to succeed. Support and guidance surround him, filling his heart with gratitude and confidence. The boy embraces his journey, carrying the love and hope of those who believe in him. The gates to the Academy open wide, welcoming him into a future brimming with potential. The boy bows deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support from his friends. A close friend reflects on the boy's resilience, admiring his strength amidst adversity. The boy's determination inspires everyone around him, even those initially skeptical of his journey. A fleeting thought crosses a friend's mind, imagining the boy's potential after graduating. Smiling softly, they resolve to provide unwavering support for the boy's dreams to flourish. As the boy boards the carriage, heartfelt goodbyes echo with promises to stay strong. The carriage sets off, leaving behind the warmth of family and the comfort of home. His closest friend shouts encouragement, urging him to face the Academy with unmatched resolve. The boy waves back, his heart filled with gratitude and a newfound determination. Inside the carriage, he reflects on the journey ahead, his dreams burning brighter than ever. The road stretches far ahead, each mile symbolizing the growth he'll achieve at the Academy. He recalls the sacrifices made, vowing to honor them through unyielding perseverance. As the Academy gates come into view, his resolve strengthens like never before. Encouraged by his friend's final words, He envisions conquering every challenge that lies ahead. A quiet smile spreads as he steps into the academy, ready to embrace his destiny. A warm, cheerful greeting sparked the beginning of a journey neither had anticipated before. The boy's name, etched with destiny, hinted at mysteries awaiting discovery along the unknown path. The road ahead stretched far, blending dreams and challenges in the shimmering midday sun. Two small figures embarked on their journey, each step heavy with hope and unspoken determination. Overhead, a white bird soared, as if guiding their way to a grand, distant destination. In a quiet room, the elder savored tea, contemplating choices etched by time's wisdom. A hum of thought, brief silence, then a slow acknowledgement of a familiar lingering request. A spirited discussion ignited, filled with memories of past mischief, and unresolved sentiments lingered deeply. With raised voices, the room grew tense. Decisions weighed by ambition clashed with tradition's constraint. The elder's final words hinted at compromise, but demanded adherence to the rigid, established rules. Observing the elder's face, subtle amusement mixed with curiosity, the old man calculated his next move. A mysterious hint in his voice revealed interest, sparking questions about the boy's extraordinary origin. The elder leaned forward, intrigued, mentioning a resemblance he couldn't ignore to his younger self. Silence fell as doubts crept in, the elder's focus narrowing on unspoken complications ahead. Despite talent, the elder whispered a warning: genius often hides unseen burdens, masked beneath extraordinary potential. A quiet tension filled the room as the elder revealed a significant underlying challenge ahead. The revelation struck a boy without noble blood carried the burdens of greatness beyond common reach. Blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, traits of promise intertwined with struggles bound to break convention. A young figure stood firm, stirring emotions with words that struck hearts with surprising clarity. The elder recalled his initial impression, a blend of admiration and disbelief over the boy's resolve. Adoption suggested a future full of potential, but doubts over noble status clouded the decision. The boy's refusal of nobility sparked anger. His choice seemed reckless yet deeply personal and profound. Reflecting on nature's course, the elder considered destiny's intricate thread, bound with unpredictable outcome. Cause and effect danced in his thought. The elder knew choices rippled into unforeseen consequences. Many failed to grasp the delicate balance of opportunities gained and the costs that followed. A single misstep, like crumbling foundations, could lead to irrevocable loss or immense personal growth. The elder reminisced, drawing parallels to his youth, where compromise meant trading integrity for fleeting gain. Righteousness held duality, capable of delivering salvation or destruction, depending on the wielder's intent and moral compass. The elder's regret lingered, reflected in his hesitance to embrace forgiveness or trust new talent. Years spent nurturing others left him haunted by the fear of repeating old mistakes again. Through the window, the bright city offered promise, yet the past's shadows dimmed its beauty. Could this boy's path avoid the same tragedy, or was history doomed to repeat itself? A rare genius, the elder thought, appeared only once in a generation, worthy of extraordinary risks. The elder reflected on a pivotal choice one moment, nearly erased an entire family's legacy. Despite setbacks, history proved resilience could reshape even the harshest paths into unforeseen, prosperous futures. Contemplation led to concerns over the kingdom's uncertain future amidst noble tensions and growing societal change. A quiet laugh echoed, masking underlying apprehensions about destiny's unyielding hand shaping their next step. Fate, they mused, worked mysteriously, threading connections where logic faltered, forging paths through chaos and resolve. Staring out, the elder doubted fate but marveled at its unrelenting, ironic patterns over decades. The boy, previously lost to prejudice, emerged as fate's unlikely reminder of a second chance. Silhouetted against his memories, the elder decided the academy was the stage for untapped brilliance. Across the city, life unfolded in simple joys, overshadowing the elder's deep, complex considerations of future. Destiny pushed forward. The academy's gates loomed, ready to embrace new possibilities and remarkable talent. Early morning saw the boy's determination. His farewell was filled with hope, pride, and excitement. Family bonds tightened as they shared parting words, their love shaping his courage for the road. Amidst laughter, concern for appearances added levity, balancing emotions before the boy's pivotal journey ahead. A moment of playful embarrassment gave way to affectionate goodbyes, sealing their unwavering support and pride. On the threshold of adventure, the boy felt ready, buoyed by his family's unconditional belief. A heartfelt embrace conveyed pride, love, and encouragement, a powerful send-off for the boy's journey. Amidst farewells, talk of hunters and their distant lives added depth to their shared understanding. Mountain-bound figures carried silent stories of resilience, firmly rooted in traditions beyond the city's allure. Reluctance to adopt urban life reflected personal principles as a new journey unfolded with resolve. Departing with hope, a carriage awaited, ready to carry dreams to a world beyond familiarity. The carriage rolled through picturesque landscapes, marking the boy's first day at the academy. Inside, an awkward silence prevailed, the weight of expectations mingling with excitement for new beginning. A handshake exchange spoke volumes, bridging formality and sincere support for the boy's ambition. Arriving at the academy, the towering gate symbolized uncharted potential waiting to be explored fearlessly. Alfasa's Magic Academy greeted them, its grandeur a stark contrast to the simplicity left behind. Tuition covered and arrangements made, the boy was reminded his only duty was diligent study. Gratitude filled the boy's heart. His journey to the academy owed much to unwavering support. Despite outward humility, he harbored determination, silently vowing to prove himself beyond societal constraints. Yet doubts lingered in his mind. Could a commoner truly navigate a world ruled by nobles? Underneath resolve, a quiet realization simmered. Success demanded surpassing not just expectations, but deep-seated limitations as well. Success required patience and resilience. Prejudice from noble peers loomed as the boy stepped forward. Encouragement sparked determination. The boy vowing to prove himself worthy despite challenges that lay ahead. Alfasa's gates opened, revealing its grandeur a promise of knowledge, struggle, and a brighter future. His mind raced with questions about what awaited him within this cradle of geniuses. Welcomed with enthusiasm, the academy began shaping his journey among others equally eager to excel. A booming voice commanded attention as Alfasa's grand entrance hall filled with bustling students. Inside, traditions were upheld. Expectations were set high as each student prepared for their journey. Scanning the halls, his curiosity deepened what lay ahead for someone with humble beginnings. Learning of the academy's rigorous standards, he realized the immense challenge of standing out. His name drew attention, recognition sparking confidence but also anticipation for the tests ahead. The headmaster's familiar face offered a brief moment of comfort amidst the overwhelming new environment. Their shared history hinted at mutual respect as the headmaster offered guidance for the upcoming exam. The entrance exam was not just a test, it symbolized the boy's first true challenge. Confidence grew as he prepared to tackle the spirit zone, his first step into greatness. Encouraged by the headmaster, he eagerly moved forward, ready to prove himself beyond all expectations. The headmaster admired the boy's raw potential, imagining how early training could have shaped his journey. Alfasa Academy's expansive grounds invited exploration, a testament to its legacy as a cradle of talent. Strolling the grand halls, the boy felt overwhelmed by the academy's vast and imposing architecture. Classrooms buzzed with activity, students from various levels absorbed in lessons with their respective instructors. Guided through different sections, he learned the academy's structure and hierarchy, preparing for his placement ahead. Beginner classes bristled with energy. Eager students worked tirelessly, their enthusiasm shaping their initial magical lessons. Intermediate classrooms showcased precision and mastery. Students wielding spells with practiced confidence honed over disciplined study. The boy marveled at the sight, imagining himself rising through these ranks with determination. The headmaster emphasized the academy's rigorous progression, instilling respect for the disciplined path toward mastery. Each floor revealed a deeper layer of dedication and skill, inspiring the boy further. Passing conversations revealed doubts and intrigue about the boy, a commoner among Alfasa's prestigious student body. A lively debate over connections and merit contrasted starkly with the boy's humble, earnest ambition. A sudden fiery commotion interrupted his thoughts, pulling attention to a mischievous disruption nearby. Chaos unfolded as magic went awry, adding excitement to the boy's already overwhelming first day. The headmaster's calm demeanor amidst the chaos reassured the boy of his guidance and support. The fiery-haired girl's enthusiasm radiated as she promised to try again, undeterred by her mistake. The headmaster's reassuring presence reminded everyone that failure was merely a step toward mastery and growth. Surrounded by a vibrant, diverse group, the boy felt as though he had entered another world. Captivated by her determined demeanor, the boy wondered about the fiery-haired girl's unyielding resolve and goals. The headmaster guided him to the notice board, revealing the rankings for intermediate class student. Amy Karmas stood at the top, a noble recognized for her brilliance and unmatched achievement. Inspired, the boy admired those ranked, vowing to achieve greatness and etch his name alongside theirs. Determined to reach the top, he resolved to outshine even the most brilliant academy stars. His determination deepened as he fixated on the name Amy, intrigued by her unmatched status. The fiery-haired girl appeared again, her aura radiating both brilliance and intensity as she approached. His heart raced, curiosity and apprehension mixed as their paths seemed destined to cross. Her presence filled the hall, commanding attention, leaving the boy captivated by her silent strength. Her memories of past struggles fueled her ambition, her resolve sharper than anyone in the room. A flash of determination crossed her face as she clutched her book, suppressing hidden frustration. The boy observed her intensity, inspired by her example yet wary of her formidable reputation. As they crossed paths, the moment hinted at a rivalry destined to shape their futures. The man cautiously avoided eye contact, his heartbeat racing with unease in the grand hall. Judith, the red-haired girl, approached him with curious eyes, breaking his momentary relief. Her friend, eyes glimmering, whispered about the mysterious man who passed by earlier. They debated his identity. Was he truly a student, or someone with deeper secrets? Judith hesitated, recalling a memory that tugged at her, wondering why he felt familiar. The academy's corridors echoed with whispers of competition as students discussed their rankings and achievements. The man overheard faint gossip, noting the titles and ranks awarded to the talented elite. A sudden mention of rank 1-inch caught his attention, igniting curiosity about the academy's standard. He remained unnoticed but sensed the heavy burden of being an outlier amidst seasoned prodigies. Outside, the academy's vast training site loomed, symbolizing challenges he would soon have to face. Inside a radiant chamber, the man observed the elders, who examined the intricacies of the ritual. The spirit zone test demanded focus. Each symbol on the ground pulsed with distinct energy. The elders explained its purpose, measuring strength, adaptability, and discipline within the depths of one's soul. The man stepped forward, his resolve firm, anticipating the outcome as he felt unseen judgment. A sense of calm enveloped him as he embraced the challenge, his destiny slowly unfolding. Kami demonstrated his ability, a simple levitation spell, earning approving nods from the observing instructors. Stepping into the spirit zone, Kami's focus sharpened, sensing the environment's hidden mysteries and challenges. His determination shone as he identified the farthest number, impressing the onlookers with his precision. Instructors explained the significance, linking it to the spirit zone's unique metrics and mystical boundaries. The man observed silently, piecing together clues about the academy's expectations and its cryptic evaluation. Instructors pressed on, asking Kami to identify the strongest color and sensations within the zone. He described a red hue and warmth, hints of a divergent path tied to his nature. The records revealed details of Kami's progress, affirming his place as a rising prodigy among peers. Curious discussions arose among faculty, speculating on his rare aptitude and potential contributions to magical theories. Despite growing attention, Kami focused solely on refining his abilities, determined to excel in future trials. Instructors noted rising talent, marveling at how students displayed greater capabilities with each passing year. Next, the name Sharon was called, a figure who carried a unique aura, garnering immediate attention. The man, silently observing, noticed murmurs of intrigue and subtle hints about Sharon's unconventional background. Questions lingered about his potential, but whispers suggested his talent was discovered later than most. With calm determination, Sharon stepped forward, ready to face expectations and prove his worth to all. Observers quietly speculated as Sharon prepared himself, his expression calm, yet tinged with quiet determination. He stepped into the spirit zone, its symbols lighting up, reflecting his unique connection to magic. The room filled with whispers as the energy resonated, setting Sharon apart from the others. Observing the glowing sphere, he concentrated deeply, feeling the vastness of the unseen world surrounding him. A surge of power enveloped him, pushing his senses beyond limits, revealing the spirit zone's essence. Sharon's gaze lingered on the symbols, his mind racing to comprehend their layered meanings. Instructors asked him to identify the number farthest away, a task requiring both intuition and focus. Struggling, he hesitated, sensing not just a number, but an overwhelming, infinite presence beyond comprehension. The instructors remained calm, encouraging him to start simple, even as his mind processed vast complexities. Slowly, the overwhelming sensation condensed into clarity, and a glowing number began to emerge in his mind. Sharona described an elusive number, partly visible, partly hidden, as his understanding of the zone deepened. The instructors watched intently, sensing that his perception hinted at an extraordinary, rare level of insight. His focus sharpened, and the glowing symbols shifted, aligning to reveal the number 3.14. The spirit zone responded to his clarity, its light growing brighter, marking his success and potential. Sharon stood still, absorbing the moment, the instructors nodding with approval as he exited the zone. Sharon's unexpected answer baffled the instructors, revealing insights that exceeded the academy's expectations and design. They debated the implications of a zone extending beyond 30 meters, a rare, extraordinary phenomenon. Sharon described the dominant color as blue, its depth mirroring his tranquil, resolute mindset. The instructors murmured about the rare congruent type, marveling at the balance within such vastness. Tensions rose as realization dawned. This was no ordinary talent, but something truly exceptional and unprecedented. The elders scrutinized Sharon's data, noting his zone's sheer magnitude and distinct hemispheric qualities. His performance stirred excitement and apprehension, proving this wasn't just talent but something beyond ordinary comprehension. Sharon stood calmly amidst the glowing patterns, feeling each symbol resonate deeply within his consciousness. He articulated subtle nuances of the energy around him, astonishing even the most seasoned evaluators present. The analysis concluded with whispered numbers and notes, hinting at discoveries far beyond established expectations. Sharon identified countless symbols, tracing their connections and revealing unseen depths of the spirit zone. He sensed layers of energy, unearthing truths others couldn't comprehend, his confidence gradually building. The instructors tried to measure his output, only to find readings that defied typical scales. Sharon's session revealed 86% density, an extraordinary figure that left evaluators grasping for explanation. The room fell silent, awed by the implications of what Shironi's talent could mean for magic. The elders' gaze hardened, realizing Shironi's potential teetered between unmatched greatness and unprecedented peril. Shironi described the icy sensation within the spirit zone, confirming his exceptional connection to energy. Instructors meticulously recorded his responses, recognizing his balance between defense and convergence was nearly unparalleled. The evaluation noted anomalies. The spirit zone's size far exceeded normal limits, highlighting his extraordinary abilities. Faculty prepared for deliberations, while Shironi quietly exited, unaware of the impact his test had created. Discussions grew lively, centering on Shironi's unique potential, which challenged traditional norms and magical understanding. Elders debated Shironi's results, questioning the density of his spirit zone, which seemed unprecedented. Theories surfaced, linking his performance to intense training or rare exposure to magical environments. Skepticism lingered, as some pondered whether the sheer magnitude of his abilities was truly natural. Yet others insisted the Academy's tests were foolproof, leaving no room for fabrication or manipulation. Concluding deliberations, they acknowledged Shironi's data as groundbreaking, urging further observation of his growth and progress. Speculation grew about Shironi's background, with whispers hinting at untold hardships or unique magical lineage. They questioned his purpose at the Academy, pondering whether he sought something beyond conventional studies. Despite doubts, his honesty during the test eliminated any notions of deceit, reaffirming his authenticity. The instructors finalized their note, recognizing that Shironi represented a challenge to their understanding of magic. Shironi's presence left an undeniable impression, heralding a shift in the Academy's history and future direction. Tensions flared as instructors debated Shironi's placement, each with differing views on nurturing his talent. A proposal for Class 5 sparked heated opposition, citing its advanced focus unsuitable for young prodigies. Advocates for Class 5 emphasized his spirit zone's complexity, arguing he required tailored, specialized instruction. Opponents raised concerns about overburdening Shironi, favoring gradual integration into a class matching his age. Finally, Class 7 was chosen, a balanced environment fostering potential while providing foundational learning. Discussions turned heated as instructors debated whether Shironi's placement aligned with his unmatched spirit zone performance. Allegations of favoritism flew, revealing underlying biases and rivalries among the Academy's seasoned faculty members. Demonstrations of fire and ice magic underscored the intensity of arguments, illustrating differing teaching philosophies. Despite tensions, a compromise emerged, prioritizing Shironi's gradual development while challenging him within reason. The Academy's unity was tested, reflecting its struggle to accommodate students of unprecedented skill. The decision was finalized. Shironi would join Class 7, a space balanced for prodigious yet young students. The class system highlighted the Academy's structure, grouping students by potential age and development stage. Shironi's placement in the intermediate group signaled both his promise and the Academy's cautious optimism. Teachers reflected on the challenges ahead, knowing Shironi's journey could redefine their understanding of magic. As Shironi prepared for his next steps, the Academy braced for the winds of change. Graduation classes loomed ahead, designed to rigorously train students, marking their journey into professional magehood. The Academy's grand architecture reflected its prestigious history, inspiring awe in its students and visitors alike. Shironi glanced at his Class 7 badge, a symbol of his new beginning at the Academy. Other students mingled in the courtyard, their chatter filling the air with nervous anticipation and curiosity. Walking amongst his peers, Shironi felt the weight of expectations but also the thrill of discovery. Students whispered about Shironi's striking presence, some drawn to his calm demeanor and composed expression. Shironi introduced himself to his classmates, eager to build connections in this unfamiliar environment. Laughter and introductions lightened the mood, with the class buzzing with excitement for the semester ahead. Finally settled, Shironi felt a sense of belonging as he absorbed the Academy's vibrant energy. Looking at the sprawling campus, he marveled at the possibilities his new journey could hold. The Academy's structured schedule allowed students to dive into their studies and explore their passions afterward. Shironi quickly gravitated to the library, drawn by its vast archives and boundless learning opportunities. Late nights turned into quiet sessions. Shironi immersed himself in absorbing the intricacies of magical theory. His determination and discipline began to shape his path, marking him as a student to watch. The Academy's essence, the pursuit of knowledge, resonated deeply with Shironi, igniting his unwavering thirst for understanding. Morning classes concluded, leaving Shironi curious about the mysterious afternoon session listed without details. While pondering, he noticed a classmate his age and decided to approach for information. Despite initial hesitation, the purple-haired student responded, revealing the location of the practical training center. Their interaction hinted at potential camaraderie, easing Sharon into the social dynamics of his new environment. The journey to the training center began, anticipation building for the challenges awaiting them ahead. Arriving at the second combined training center, Sharon observed the gathering of diverse students from intermediate classes. The air buzzed with energy as seniors greeted each other, their bonds evident in friendly exchanges. Sharon was surprised by the scale of the combined sessions, hinting at intense collaborative learning. Recognizing a senior, Amy brought a wave of admiration and curiosity among the younger students. The atmosphere became charged, setting the stage for Sharon's first practical lesson in the combined class. The class began with a challenging exercise, testing each student's grasp of the Spirit Zone principles. Sharon observed as seniors displayed impressive control, setting a high bar for the newcomers. His name was whispered amongst peers, curiosity sparked by his unexpected placement in the class. The instructor emphasized teamwork, urging students to blend their strengths in practical application. Sharon, seated with his peers, absorbed the gravity of this moment, ready to prove his worth. Sharon introduced himself to the class, his nerves evident as he stood before attentive peers. His bright demeanor drew mixed reactions, curiosity from some and amusement from others in the classroom. The red-haired girl glanced over, intrigued by Sharon's unexpected confidence despite his apparent awkwardness. Whispers spread through the room, his name quickly becoming a topic of interest among classmates. Sharon's resolve to fit in grew stronger, sensing both camaraderie and challenge in his new environment. Amy noticed Sharon, her sharp gaze narrowing as distant memories began to resurface in her mind. Rumors about Sharon's impressive entrance spread quickly, amplifying his reputation as a student to watch. Amy's companions speculated on Sharon's background, their curiosity piqued by his mysterious aura and skill. As conversations continued, Sharon remained oblivious to the interest he had sparked among his classmates. Amy resolved to observe him closely, her thoughts tinged with both skepticism and growing admiration. Amy's focus on Sharon deepened, her memories intertwining with curiosity as she watched him intently. A sudden vision of past events flashed through her mind, dark and intense with swirling magic. Her memories revealed a chaotic encounter, the details fragmented but saturated with vivid crimson energy. In her vision, Sharon stood at the center of it all, wielding raw, untamed power. The mystery of his past left her with lingering questions, eager to uncover his true potential. He froze, overwhelmed by an unexpected realization, her expression betraying equal parts shock and newfound intrigue. The Karmas family's legacy, renowned for genius, flowed through its bloodline, marked by red eyes. Their unique ability to analyze others' conditions brought both reverence and isolation to its bearers. A flawless arrow struck the target, Amy's precision evident, leaving onlookers speechless at her talent. Yet Amy's brilliance bred boredom, her achievements feeling empty without meaningful challenges or growth. Frustration with expectations pushed her to forge her path, seeking meaning beyond her family's reputation. Amy's rebellion brought her into conflict, clashing with those who underestimated her relentless independence. Her determination grew fiercer as she sought purpose, breaking free from societal and familial constraints. Confronted by formidable opposition, Amy's strength and wit became her defining weapons against all odds. The confrontation ended with a revelation, a young, humble boy outmatching her fiery resolve. His simplicity and strength left a lasting impression, challenging her beliefs and igniting her curiosity. Returning to her class, Amy's thoughts lingered on the boy, intrigued by his mysterious origin. Her gaze landed on Sharon, her curiosity heightened by his calm demeanor and potential. Whispers filled the room as classmates speculated on Amy's interest, hinting at a budding rivalry. The dynamic shifted, with Sharon's unassuming nature drawing unexpected admiration from peers and instructors alike. Amy resolved to uncover Sharon's story, their paths intertwining in ways neither could anticipate. Amy's frustration grew, masking her embarrassment as thoughts of Sharon's presence disrupted her composure. Surprised classmates misinterpreted her reaction, their curiosity deepening as they speculated about her connection with Sharon. Amy struggled to reconcile the familiarity she felt, recalling a face tied to her past. The realization struck hard: Sharon was the boy from her history, triggering unresolved memories and emotion. Her internal conflict only deepened as she vowed to uncover the truth about his present. Amy's memories drifted back to their fateful encounter, her guilt surfacing as details became clearer. 5 years ago, their paths crossed under tumultuous circumstances that left a lasting impression. Sharon's resilience stood out, a young boy challenging odds in ways Amy couldn't forget. The echo of that night haunted her, intensifying her curiosity about his current motives. Amy resolved to address her past mistakes, determined to face Sharon and find closure. Sharon's perspective revealed his recognition of Amy, their shared history returning with sharp, vivid clarity. His quiet observations pieced together her demeanor, recalling their confrontation and its unexpected conclusion. Amy's defiance back then left an impression, her fiery spirit contrasting Sharon's calm determination. The misunderstanding between them deepened, both aware of their shared history but hesitant to confront it. As their peers watched, the tension between Amy and Sharon hinted at unresolved, intertwined destinies. Sharon felt an eerie sensation, anticipation building as the instructor revealed advanced magic principles. The instructor emphasized the importance of mindset, shaping Sharon's understanding of magic's mental demand. The image zone diagram illuminated the path ahead, a guide to mastering complex spells. Fascinated, Sharon visualized the intricate patterns forming, bridging theory and practice within the spirit zone. The demonstration began, an ethereal circle activating, radiating energy that challenged the boundaries of perception. Sharon's eyes widened as the spirit zone structure unfolded, vivid patterns sparking inspiration within him. The instructor demonstrated its functionality, emphasizing precision and control as the foundation for magic. A glowing sphere hovered above the target, showcasing a seamless blend of power and finesse. Layers of the spirit zone illuminated, revealing its 10-meter diameter, a marvel of calculated design. A burst of energy signaled the spell's activation, drawing gasps from the captivated students observing. Flames spiraled into existence, radiating heat as the instructor manipulated the fireball within the zone. The searing energy curved with precision, guided by mastery and years of practiced discipline. The blazing orb reached its target, demonstrating the zone's capability for pinpoint accuracy and execution. Sharon watched in awe, the fiery display igniting his curiosity and determination to learn. As the fire dissipated, its lessons lingered, etching possibilities into Sharon's ambitious imagination. The instructor raised their hand, channeling a calm focus as the demonstration began unfolding steadily. A radiant pillar of energy erupted, spiraling upward, casting glowing patterns across the vast chamber. Fiery brilliance exploded, merging energy streams into a dynamic show of force and control. Students gasped in awe, mesmerized by the controlled chaos lighting up the ornate dome. The glowing patterns slowly settled, leaving quiet amazement as the instructor's calm voice filled the air. Young faces in the audience leaned forward, captivated by the instructor's poised explanation of mastery. The discussion shifted, highlighting how focus shaped energy into tangible forms for defense or attack. Clear diagrams illustrated intricate energy patterns, with the instructor explaining core concepts behind their balance. Defense formed a glimmering barrier, its angular symmetry glowing softly with stability and unparalleled resilience. The defensive formation sparkled like crystal, showing how strength increased with each reinforced facet built. The scene transitioned to offensive pattern, a burst of light illuminating precise, sharp energy trajectories. Energy surged in focused beams, efficient for pinpoint targeting yet limited against quicker, evasive movement. A cross-shaped burst followed, dispersing into multiple directions, expanding offensive zones with strategic brilliance. Students exchanged curious glances, marveling at the practicality of shaping energy based on situation demand. The final form, detached yet versatile, floated gracefully, balancing adaptability for combat and peaceful negotiation. The instructor announced a demonstration, drawing the class's attention as curious whispers filled the room. Eyes turned toward the center stage where shimmering energy swirled, hinting at an impressive display. Gasps erupted as the demonstration began, tension rising among students watching intently from their wooden seats. One student leaned forward, their notes forgotten, captivated by the dynamic shifts of the glowing energy. The floor resonated faintly, soft hums echoing as the instructor maintained control of the swirling magic. The instructor explained energy's distinct forms, emphasizing how control and focus crafted its multidimensional application. The diagram showcased balance between forms, leaving students murmuring about the potential for real application. Applause broke out as the instructor demonstrated further, leaving a vivid impression on the attentive class. A red-haired student seemed distracted, nervously glancing at others, unsure about being called for participation. Not now. Their thoughts raced, unease growing as attention shifted to their corner of the room. A wave of recognition washed over the student, their memories aligning with the new arrival. Unspoken tension brewed as thoughts of past connections surfaced, raising doubts and quiet unease within. Their focus turned inward, debating whether to act or simply let lingering suspicions quietly fade away. Deciding on caution, they masked their thoughts behind a calm demeanor, blending into the engaged crowd. Whispers of admiration for the newcomer filled the air, shifting attention from suspicion to intrigue. After the demonstration, the room transitioned into practice session, each group refining their defensive form. Students paired off, their movements synchronized, echoing the techniques taught moments ago in glowing patterns. The blonde-haired student focused intensely, constructing a near-perfect energy framework with determined concentration and effort. A moment of triumph lit his face as the structure stabilized, radiating brilliant symmetry outward. The instructor nodded approvingly, taking note of the precise technique while others cheered his success. The student hesitated, seeking clarity on advanced techniques as the instructor approached with an encouraging smile. Discussion shifted to future challenges, emphasizing opportunities for growth through practice and spontaneous learning environment. Laughter rippled softly through the group as lighthearted moments balanced the rigorous atmosphere of the session. The instructor applauded the students' determination, encouraging them to embrace new trials without fear or hesitation. The room buzzed with energy as students, inspired, returned to their tasks with newfound enthusiasm. The red-haired student's reaction caught attention, their nervous gaze shifting toward the unfolding event. Whispers spread through the crowd as the new student entered the glowing practice circle. The grand chamber stilled, filled with tension, anticipation building as focus turned to the display. A sudden surge of power erupted, radiating brilliant energy and reshaping the room's charged atmosphere. The audience murmured in awe, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the developing force. The new students stood firm, their expression calm despite the overwhelming energy surrounding them. Blinding light expanded outward, dazzling the audience, who gasped at the scale of the energy. Excited voices filled the air as the image zone doubled in size unexpectedly. Whispers turned into exclamations, astonishment at the unprecedented energy control by a newly arrived student. Reflective thoughts sparked amidst the crowd, curious about the possibilities such skill could unveil further. The energy sphere continued growing, seemingly limitless, shocking onlookers with its unmatched power and precision. An instructor intervened, their voice cutting through the excitement, signaling for the display to conclude. As the energy dissipated, the room fell silent, awe lingering in the charged atmosphere. Students exchanged glances, acknowledging the feat they had just witnessed, their expressions a mix of amazement. The new student stepped down, calm and composed, a quiet determination in their steady gaze. The energy began fluctuating unexpectedly, catching the student off guard as they evaluated the issue. Rippling currents suggested instability, collapsing inward, puzzling the student who thought everything had been perfect. The room watched intently, murmuring quietly about the unexpected challenge disrupting the seamless display earlier. Classmates in the fourth row exchanged curious glances, some speculating whether this was part of learning. The students stood firm, determined to resolve the issue while maintaining their calm under pressure. Focusing inward, the student dismissed distractions, analyzing the sudden change in the energy's behavior. They realized external shifts demanded adaptive energy control, requiring advanced precision to stabilize the wavering structure. Visualizing possibilities, they recalibrated their focus, adjusting the energy levels to regain complete operational control. The instructor nodded subtly, recognizing the student's ability to deduce and respond under mounting pressure. Newfound clarity shone in the student's expression, revealing the resolve needed for the unfolding challenge. The student expanded the energy structure, adjusting it to align with its original stable dimensions. Shocked gasps filled the room as the energy not only stabilized, but grew even larger. The brilliance radiating from the energy sphere filled the chamber, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. The instructor smiled, satisfied with the student's ingenuity and their innate talent to solve problems. The student took a deep breath, confident in their success, earning quiet admiration from peers. The room erupted as the energy zone's diameter reached an astonishing 20 meters, shocking everyone. A wave of disbelief swept across classmates, who struggled to comprehend the rapidly growing energy field. The dazzling energy sphere filled the chamber, its radiance drawing stunned gazes from all directions. Fascinated by the flawless form, the observers murmured about its scale and complexity. Beyond expectation, the student stood firm, controlling the overwhelming force with measured precision, impressing even the skeptical onlookers. Gasps echoed as the student initiated another maneuver, folding the energy with seamless grace. The display of refined technique silenced doubters, proving unparalleled mastery uncommon for even experienced practitioners. Peers whispered about potential untapped talent, their amazement growing as the sphere began evolving further. The instructor's subtle smile revealed quiet approval, admiring the student's ability to balance such power. The room buzzed with admiration, realizing the student had mastered multiple forms on their first attempt. The student stepped into the sphere, marveling at the crystalline brilliance surrounding their focused energy. It's like being inside a living jewel, they thought, absorbing the sphere's stunning reflective qualities. The instructor noted the student's defense type, recognizing its effectiveness in stabilizing the intricate formation. Quiet pride glimmered in the instructor's gaze, acknowledging the rarity of such talent in a newcomer. The sphere shimmered one final time, leaving an unforgettable impression on both students and instructors alike. Excited chatter filled the room as students speculated about the newcomer's rising influence and skill. The red-haired student's laughter faded, recalling past events, a spark of resentment igniting within. Their gaze sharpened, analyzing the newcomer's potential as they silently planned their next steps carefully. A calculated decision formed. Approach quietly, observe closely, and prepare for an opportunity to take control. The intricate magic circle illuminated the room, its glow signaling a powerful presence as students gathered, captivated by its brilliance. Whispers filled the air. A new student demonstrated unmatched talent, etching his mark on his first day at the academy. The mage zone's diameter read 41 meters, a feat unheard of for a first year, leaving the crowd both stunned and curious. Amy observed from afar, her smile radiant, impressed by the bold display. Her thoughts lingered on the mystery of his skill. Amy Carmus in the shadows, crimson hair glowing faintly, resolved to unravel the enigma of this remarkable student. The training ground shimmered under frost as the instructor surveyed the student's progress, a mix of curiosity and subtle pride. Sharon noticed the shrinking magic field, understanding that perfection required patience, persistence, and the wisdom shared by his mentors. The instructor's guidance emphasized balance. Maintaining such a large mage zone required keen awareness of both inner and outer harmony. Cheers erupted as Sharon stabilized the field. His peers applauded, though not all shared the same enthusiasm for his success. Sharon flushed under the attention, grappling with a mix of gratitude and anxiety. His journey had only just begun. The instructor acknowledged Sharon's achievement, though her eyes carried a note of caution. His potential needed careful cultivation, not reckless ambition. Sharon's peers' gazes, varied admiration, skepticism, and envy, formed a silent tapestry, each carrying their own story about his rise. Among the crowd, Sharon go away from that place feeling embarrassed, vowing to challenge the new talent and prove his own worth. Whispers of Sharon's potential spread, admiration blossomed, and quiet affections emerged, further deepening the intrigue surrounding the academy's prodigy. As the hall still full of students, everyone looked at him, contemplating the path ahead. Their heart burned with full admiration and affection toward him. Envy and skepticism surrounded Sharon, their gazes lingering with distrust as his talents unintentionally drew unwanted attention from peers. A shadowy presence observed silently, curiosity laced with a touch of malice, their thoughts dwelling on Sharon's rapid rise. Beside admiration, affection, envy, and jealousy, finally a slightly creepy stare, Sharon got it too. As Amy Carmus looking at him, the academy's majestic architecture gleamed in the sunlight, a place where dreams and rivalries collided under one roof. This stranger entered the classroom confidently, introducing an air of mystery and authority that demanded immediate respect from all present. A loud cheer erupted, and whispers filled the room as the figure walked past rows of awed students toward the podium. Sienna Oliver, the famed professor, arrived in the midst of class, her sharp gaze sweeping over the curious students. Sharon, unaware of her reputation, observed her with curiosity. Her arrival hinted at lessons far beyond standard magical theory. Sienna Oliver is the scary professor that was present during the entrance exam. Everyone knows about her. She is really famous. With a commanding presence, she prepared to delve into her unique teaching methods, marking the start of a pivotal chapter. Sienna's sharp intellect immediately assessed Sharon, understanding his untamed talent needed refinement before it could fully flourish in a competitive world. Placing him in her class ensured close guidance, allowing her to mold him while challenging his rapid learning curve strategically. Sharon noticed her intent focus, unsettled by her piercing gaze, yet determined to prove his worth through perseverance and diligence. The students' curiosity piqued, Sienna's presence adding an element of unpredictability to their routines, raising questions about her special interest in Sharon. As Sienna subtly began teaching, she carefully crafted lessons designed to challenge Sharon, while her enigmatic demeanor kept everyone guessing. Sienna gracefully demonstrated magic, her control over freezing energy captivating students. Her spellwork blended artistry and logic, leaving them in awe. The spell formed a glimmering crystal radiating cold brilliance. Students marveled at its beauty, eager to understand the principles behind it. A question arose: what defines cold air? Students pondered deeply, their curiosity sparked by the seemingly simple yet profound inquiry. The spell intensified, creating frost trails. Sharon, observing quietly, connected dots between energy flow, environment, and magical intent. As temperatures dropped, students shivered, realizing the tangible impact of magical control. The lesson on energy consumption was sinking in. The crystalline formation shattered dramatically, emphasizing the fragility of balance in magic, leaving students in silent awe of her mastery. Sienna explained the elusive concept of absolute zero, drawing parallels to frozen magic. Her lesson merged science and magic seamlessly. She highlighted how theoretical extremes like absolute zero were unattainable yet vital for understanding the limits of magical potential. Students felt the stark contrast between precision and danger. Sienna's lessons pushed them beyond rote learning to real-world application. Sharon watched intently, feeling both challenged and inspired. Her methods resonated with his thirst for deeper understanding and mastery. Sienna turned her gaze to Sharon, intrigued by his unique potential. She probed his understanding of controlling magic without external tools. The class fell silent as her questions sparked intense focus. Sharon's answers were guided by instinct, not conventional teachings. Sienna demonstrated a spirit zone, a magical realm where a mage becomes omnipotent. Students grasped its divine-like capabilities in awe. Her explanation illustrated how a mage's spirit senses allowed manipulation of unseen realms, bridging magic and physical existence seamlessly. Yet Sienna emphasized humility, warning that even this godlike power carried limits, urging students to respect the forces they wield. Sienna emphasized that mastering omniscience and omnipotence required discipline and understanding, urging students to view magic as a deeply interconnected force. Sharon reflected on his struggles, realizing his failure to grasp magical concepts stemmed from ignoring the balance Sienna had described. Determined, he resolved to study diligently, viewing Sienna's insights as the key to unlocking the potential he always believed he had. Encouraged by Sienna's words, Sharon embraced the challenge ahead, his eyes filled with hope and a newfound confidence in his journey. The academy grounds glowed in the evening light. Everyone will be learning various subjects at this school. The spirit zone is but half of what makes magic. Sienna looking at her student and said, "If they do not study hard, there is no way they will become a decent mage." Sienna then continued that they will be starting their elementary chemistry lecture. All of the student then said to her to take care of them. Passing by what Sienna said to them, Sharon admired their focus, though he gravitated towards the quiet sanctuary of the class. His gaze sharpened. He is thinking about Sienna's words. There are a lot of meaning on her words. He can become a mage. Exhaustion crept in as sunset has come. Yet Sharon's resolve to excel outweighed the toll it took on his body. The day's first rays painted the academy's spires, marking another opportunity for everyone to push past their limitations and learn. Everyone focused with their study, their enthusiasm infectious, each small success fueling their belief in their ability to thrive despite challenges. Between lectures and self-study, Sharon sought guidance, piecing together the fragmented knowledge needed to bridge the gap between potential and mastery. Despite setbacks, his focus sharpened. Each spell cast, each principle understood, brought him closer to proving his place among the Academy's best. The setting sun framed the Academy's silhouette, a quiet reminder of the relentless cycle of effort and growth shaping his journey. Sharon felt strangely light as he walked across the Academy grounds, his body resonating with the magic he'd been practicing. His curiosity wandered. Could magic eliminate the need for sleep? Such thoughts distracted him until he noticed a peculiar shift in gravity. Suddenly, Sharon's feet left the ground. He floated unsteadily, panic setting in as he realized his control over his body was fading. Propelled upward, he tried grasping for something, his mind racing for an explanation. Was this an accidental magic surge? Shadows loomed behind him, and his heart raced as he sensed the presence of someone else manipulating the air around him. Glancing back, Sharon saw a figure silhouetted against the sky, their movement swift and deliberate. Who could it be? As the figure approached, wind currents spiraled wildly, pulling Sharon into a vortex before he tumbled to the ground. He landed roughly, catching his breath as his disorientation subsided. The mysterious figure stood silently, watching him. Sharon braced himself, sitting upright, and hesitantly met their gaze, trying to piece together what had just happened. The red-haired figure stepped closer, their striking appearance stirring a mix of surprise and recognition within Sharon. Sharon blinked, struggling to process what he was seeing. The vibrant red hair, the piercing gaze, it was unmistakable. The realization struck him like a bolt. Amy Karmas, someone from his past, had suddenly reappeared in his life. Memories flooded back 5 years ago. A younger version of Amy had been a fleeting presence, a mystery in herself. But now she radiated an aura of power and authority, her expression unreadable as she studied Sharon. Sharon's heart pounded, his thoughts tangled. Was this the same Amy he once knew, Or had time transformed her entirely? Amy's voice broke the silence, her words sharp and deliberate. Chiron's heart raced, her presence stirring unease and curiosity simultaneously. Flames erupted in Amy's hand, their intensity reflecting her intent. Chiron froze, unsure whether this display was a warning or a test. The fire roared as Amy stepped forward, her expression unreadable but her gaze piercing. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Chiron struggled to comprehend the moment, his instincts screaming caution. Amy's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the power she wielded effortlessly. The concept of omniscience and omnipotence echoed in his mind. How far could one truly go to control everything? The echo of hurried footsteps filled the alley, Chiron collapsing as exhaustion gripped him, his breath shallow in the night. He fell onto the cold ground, bruises scattered across his body, the world spinning as he sensed approaching figures. Tears streamed down his face, each sob resonating in the stillness, drawing the figure's curious and unwavering gaze. A shadowed figure stepped forward, crimson hair catching the faint light, their presence commanding yet strangely calm in the chaos. A fiery burst of light erupted from her trembling hand, raw energy flaring against the consuming darkness around her. Years later, Amy stood tall, the morning sun casting a golden glow as a familiar red-haired figure watched him carefully. Recognition flashed in her eyes, and she studied his confident stance, trying to reconcile the child she once saw with this man. The memories of that day lingered in his mind, but the sharp gaze before him hinted at unspoken questions. Her heart wavered, recalling the fragile boy she once encountered, now transformed into someone poised yet harboring a familiar spark. Time had changed them both, yet the connection born in desperation and fire seemed to remain, unspoken but undeniable. A moment of hesitation passed as her expression softened, caught between disbelief and an odd sense of unspoken understanding. The tension hung in the air as memories resurfaced, vivid yet fragmented, each piece revealing more of the unseen journey. His composed demeanor seemed to challenge her perception, the weight of their past pressing against the present like an invisible thread. Her guarded posture faltered as she grappled with the realization, uncertainty mixing with a fleeting, almost reluctant admiration. Their worlds remained apart. Yet in that moment, the shared past felt like a spark, reigniting the connection between them. Under the shade of trees, Amy stood distant, her thoughts scattered, uncertainty gripping her as Chiron remained composed nearby. Chiron's sharp gaze pierced through her defenses, his silence echoing louder than any words, compelling her to confront the truth. Amy's mind raced, grappling with unspoken fears. Her hesitation reflected her struggle to balance pride and a growing sense of accountability. The tension between them hung thick in the golden light, a moment of clarity dawning amidst their shared yet unspoken conflict. Resolving herself, Chiron realized that letting go of the past might bring closure, but it demanded a humbling acceptance first. Amy clenched her fists, her pride clashing with reason. Memories of her past actions haunted her, stirring a complex sense of guilt. Standing on a metaphorical chessboard, she felt as though each move carried the weight of consequences she'd long ignored. The struggle to act without sacrificing her dignity weighed heavily, her mind fixated on finding balance amidst this delicate confrontation. The warmth of the sun seemed distant, overshadowed by the cool judgment she perceived in Chiron's piercing expression. A quiet laugh escaped her, not of joy but of resignation. Realizing the simplicity of her dilemma masked its gravity, Amy's laugh broke the silence, her vibrant confidence returning. Yet beneath it lay a vulnerability only she understood. Chiron's steady demeanor seemed unfazed, though his sharp blue eyes carried an intensity that hinted at unspoken thoughts of his own. Her fiery determination surged as she pushed away doubt, ready to reclaim her standing with a bold display of poise. Amy said that if she doesn't gain anything from it, there's no reason for her to put in any effort, each standing firm yet silently acknowledging the growth in the other. As Amy declared her resolve, Chiron watched quietly, his thoughts lingering on the journey that brought them to this inevitable crossing. Amy smirked and she asked Chiron. Chiron does know what the scariest thing in that academy, right? She thought of the upperclassmen's power, their influence running the academy, making survival an intricate balancing act of loyalty. Chiron froze as he realized his reputation, even among peers, would unravel if he stepped out of line. The weight of his commoner status bore down as whispers and glares amplified, making his journey all the more challenging. Fear flickered in Sharon's eyes as they locked gazes, knowing one wrong move could shatter everything. A sly grin played on Amy Karma's lips, a warning cloaked in subtle threats hanging thick in the air. Amy weighed the cost of compliance versus resistance. She said to him that from now on he should bring her coffee every day. She will see how trustworthy Shironi is. Amy said from what she heard that Shironi got in through special admissions. It must have been very difficult. Wouldn't it be heartbreaking to get expelled? Fine, he muttered under his breath. Realizing the fight wasn't over, it was merely beginning to take shape. Amy used her cloak and said that it is a good choice, and be on his best behavior after all, his future depends on it. Amy Karma's parting words came sharp and deliberate, reminding Sharon of the stakes, leaving no room for retaliation. The sun dipped low as Amy stormed off, suppressing a growing desire to break free of the manipulative game. Collapsed on the ground, Shironi weighed his next steps, knowing survival required wit, patience, and an unconventional strategy. A soft groan escaped him as he considered the uphill battle ahead, not only against rivals but the system itself. The following day began anew in the Academy's Grand Library. Sharon's resolve solidified as he prepared for what lay ahead. Whispers spread among students, their attention shifting to Shironi, the new student, whose every move seemed to invite curiosity. Judgmental stares pierced Shironi's calm demeanor, though he tightly gripped the coffee cup, prepared for the day's uneasy task. Reaching Amy, Sharon extended the coffee, his every step shadowed by the murmurs of the crowd watching intently. Amy looked at the coffee that Sharon gave to her. Meanwhile, everyone looked confused with what have Shironi done. Is it a confession or not? Amy, friend, don't believe with that. Sharon is their Academy hot topic these days, and Amy got a coffee from him. She asked, how did this happen? Amy's sly glance over in front of her sent a clear message she was enjoying the attention this unusual interaction had caused. Amy took the coffee with exaggerated satisfaction, her fiery hair catching the sunlight, her smile oozing both charm and superiority. Shock rippled through the crowd, their disbelief echoing as Amy, often untouchable, entertained the gesture with deliberate grace. Amy left abruptly, leaving Sharon behind with half-lidded eyes, her departure marking an indifference that stung deeper than words. Students speculated wildly, mistaking the awkward scene for a one-sided confession, their laughter stoking Sharon's humiliation in the hall. Amy's companion questioned her motives, her playful nature masking the calculated game she played with her so-called newfound toy. Amy relished the chaos, her sharp gaze concealing the thrill she felt when pushing others to their breaking points. Sharon watched from a distance, his fists clenched, vowing silently not to break under the oppressive weight of the ridicule. Amy imposed a new demand on Sharon: compliance without question. The power imbalance became clearer with each passing encounter. Frustrated but resolute, Shironi accepted the challenge, his mind crafting a plan to rise above the manipulation and stigma. Sharon clenched his fist, its creases mirroring his frustration, as self-doubt gnawed at the edges of his resolve. He questioned his place, wondering if trust was merely a luxury not afforded to someone of his background. Yet he stood firm, vowing not to falter despite the sharp gazes and rumors swirling around him. Days passed, and Shironi's resolve only deepened, each morning punctuated by a steady routine that caught everyone's attention. Whispers grew louder, the Academy abuzz as students marveled at Sharon's persistence, dubbing him an unexpected romantic underdog. Amy smirked, clearly relishing the growing crowd that seemed to feed off the escalating spectacle surrounding her and Sharon. The courtyard buzzed with onlookers, a performance unfolding as Amy played her part effortlessly, enjoying her place in the spotlight. Her companion teased, nudging her about Sharon's actions, though Amy brushed it off with a hint of feigned indifference. Amy questioned aloud the absurdity of accepting Sharon's efforts, though deep down the persistence left her curious. The rumors, however, spiraled, with students speculating on the dynamics between Sharon and Amy, adding fuel to the fire. Amy glanced around, realizing the narrative had grown beyond her control, as students rallied for a conclusion to this drama. Confusion mixed with annoyance on her face, the pressure of expectations now weighing heavier than she had anticipated. Sharon approached, his resolve unshaken, extending yet another cup of coffee, as if mocking the absurdity of the situation. The crowd erupted, cheering for an acceptance, turning an ordinary moment into something far more theatrical than either had expected. Sharon smiled faintly, standing firm amidst the chaos, quietly wondering if his persistence would lead to triumph or merely survival. Amy's composure shattered, her voice breaking as frustration surged. Her mask of control cracked under the weight of escalating chaos. Her mind raced, anger blazing through her eyes, as she demanded clarity, unable to fathom how this had spiraled so far. Amy looking at the coffee, Sharon stood tall in front of her, her body trembling and she thinking that she needs to quickly get back to the library. Her sharp eyes widen in panic as she senses disaster approaching, the world tilting in slow motion before her. Amy then stepped forward, the coffee flying as she said, "That is so annoying, Amy doesn't want this attention anymore." Everyone who watched them, startled by the commotion, gasps audibly as Amy crashes the coffee, spilling everything in a dramatic heap. Amy said to him, "Did he think that if he kept bringing her things like that, her heart would be swayed?" Amy's pointed to him, stern-faced, reprimands Amy for her carelessness. Amy pointing out the importance of composure and focus in a student's life. Amy frowns, clutching her scattered belongings, her inner thoughts brewing with irritation at both herself and the seemingly endless attention. As she gets out from that place, she glares at her friend, blaming Sharon for standing in her way at the wrong moment. Everyone who saw that saying that they knew Amy was a cold-hearted one, but it is too much. Sharon pick up the coffee that laying on the ground. Sharon sinking to the ground, his frustration cooling as he reflects on how his actions. He doesn't need to do that anymore. Sharon stands up. Everyone who saw him think that Sharon must have taken emotional damage, and it is so sad. Without they knew, Sharon feeling happy, finally he is free from Amy. He does not need to bring the coffee anymore to her. Determined to prove herself, Amy heads back to the library, diving into studies with renewed resolve to rise above expectations. Her focus sharpens, her mind set on overcoming the pressures of prevent the new student from making any weird rumors. Eyes burning with determination, Amy think that should be enough that she ended things before the rumors grew more rampant, but that's not important. As the sun sets, Amy finds herself pondering her journey, each step heavy with questions about effort and recognition. The academy looms in the background, its grandeur mocking her struggles as she recalls moments when Sharon bring her the coffee. For the past 10 days, Amy had been saving all of the images of Sharon completing his coffee deliveries. But on the other 9 days, Sharon's eyes did not even flinch a single time, and it makes Amy feel annoyed. Sharon's eyes, in fact even his irises did not move, seems like not scared at all what actually happened to him. In the library, Amy's focus is unwavering, her pen on her mouth. She is thinking about what could this possibly means. No matter how much Sharon try to hide his inner feelings, Sharon can never truly hide that glint in his eyes. Despite the fatigue, Amy pushes forward, her goal burning brightly in her mind like a distant. That would mean Sharon can control his emotions like a machine. She closes her eyes, greeted by a cool breeze, her mind calm but restless, unable to shake lingering doubts. She thinks that Sharon was being completely sincere, and then she closes her book, her friend whispering to her, asking, "Is she going already?" Amy stood tall and said to her that she is a little exhausted today. Her friend said that if she is going to go, that she will go too. Her friend then said, just as she thought, not receiving Sharon's coffee was on her mind. Quickly, Amy said that it is not like that. Amy then go outside the library. She said to herself that she is so exhausted, and she think that since it did not go as planned, her mind is a mess. She think that she should get some rest, and then she opened the door until she found someone familiar waiting outside. A familiar voice calls her name, and she turns, her heart racing as she sees Jake standing under the dim light. Under the dim light, a tall figure approaches Amy carrying a steaming cup. His calm aura exudes authority and mystery. He extends the cup towards Amy, his actions deliberate, as if offering a symbolic gesture rather than a mere drink. Amy hesitates, reading into his actions, her thoughts tangled between suspicion and curiosity about his true intentions. The man, undeterred by her silence, maintains his poised demeanor, as though waiting for her to decipher his unspoken message. Shadows stretch around them, amplifying the tension, as Amy's resolve wavers between ignoring him and engaging with his silent challenge. Amy steps back, narrowing her eyes as she assesses Jake's motives, his calm smile hiding a deeper intention. He leans closer, his words cutting through the night like a blade, stirring a mix of irritation and wariness in Amy. She said that she is not in the mood to play along with his jokes, suppressing the urge to lash out, aware that losing composure would grant him an upper hand. The air grows heavier, each passing second amplifying the silent battle of wills between them under the cold, watchful stars. Jake then said that he thinks there's been a misunderstanding no matter what she may think. Her tone of voice is a bit problematic. Jake said that disrespecting him is the same as disrespecting his household. An attitude that looks down on the honor of his household is something he can't accept. Jake smiling to her and said that Amy must be agree as well, since she is from the famer Karmas. The night envelops her, she said. Is Jake unable to think straight just because he has a tiny bit of popularity at this school? Amy smirked to him and said that someone like Jake, who makes a weird research group just to bully other children, speaks of honor. Despite the distractions, Jake sharpens his focus, his fiery resolve blazing brighter, ready to tackle whatever lies ahead. The tension rises as Jake smirks arrogantly, his words laced with condescension, testing the limits of his patience. He boasts about his family's influence, his eyes gleaming with pride, but Amy remains steady, refusing to be provoked. A sharp retort burns in her gaze, her composure unwavering as she prepares to counter his taunts with her resolve. The air crackles with unspoken defiance, their confrontation becoming a battlefield of pride and determination beneath the flickering moonlight. Amy, standing tall, lets her fiery aura speak louder than words, her resilience shaking the confidence of her opponent. Amy's piercing eyes cut through his arrogance, her quiet strength forcing him to falter, his composure unraveling bit by bit. Jake stammers, his bravado fading as he realizes she is far from an ordinary challenger in this war of wills. Jake then laughing and shat that GE got the order wrong. He should have eliminated the obstacle in the way first before trying to get closer with her. Amy gasped, her silence amplifying the weight of the moment as Amy reclaims control of the confrontation with ease. Amy slapped Jake's hand away. The coffee immediately fell, struggles to regain his composure, realizing he underestimated the unwavering spirit standing before him. The confrontation escalates as Amy's aura intensifies, her unyielding resolve challenging the deeply rooted arrogance of her adversary. He lunges forward in desperation, but Amy's swift movements turn his aggression against him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. A dark presence in front of him, her aura commanding attention and sending a chill down the spines of everyone nearby. Amy remains calm, her instincts sharpening as Jake wants to approach her, radiating an overwhelming power that overshadows the tension. Her shadow speaks, her voice cold and commanding, redirecting the conflict's focus to an unexpected and chilling new challenger. Amy faces the brimming arrogance of Jake, her confidence glowing as she effortlessly counters his accusations with wit and composure. Her words strike deeply, dismantling his superiority complex, as the realization of her unshakable resolve begins to dawn on him. A surge of anger flares in his eyes, but Amy remains steady, showing that intimidation won't work against her. Jake watches in awe, recognizing Amy's sharp intelligence and ability to hold her ground even in the tensest moments. He storms away, muttering threats under his breath, leaving Amy victorious and more determined to face the challenges ahead. Jake feeling annoyed, he thinks that he will definitely get his revenge for this humiliation. He can't accept the way Amy treated him. He suddenly run down to the staircase. He looking at her and told her just wait. He will take revenge and it is not over. She exhales deeply, her eyes scanning the starry sky as she refocuses on her ultimate goals and unfulfilled ambitions. Chiron's silhouette glimmers in the moonlight, a reminder of her unrelenting pursuit of excellence, despite all obstacles and naysayers. A sense of unease lingers as news of a new for Amy, unexpected challenge awaiting her surfaces, setting her on edge. Amy looking at the coffee that spilled on the ground, she said that Chironi probably will not be showing up starting tomorrow. She stares at the sky, anger and confusion bubbling within her as she struggles to understand the sudden veiled threat. The Academy's peaceful facade cracks, revealing unseen tensions and secrets that intertwine with everyone's journey and their ever-growing resolve. The small ripple that Amy shared, it looked like Amy friend look at Chiron with her worried face. Amy friend, give Chironi a paper. The paper tell that they have kidnapped Chironi. Before they make sure he can no longer function as a male, he come to the 14th training field. A note is handed to Chiron. its ominous content revealing the actions of a mysterious savior tied to her fate. The name Black Magician lingers in his mind, a ripple of curiosity and fear echoing in his determined heart. The grand tower bell echoed through the crisp morning sky, marking the beginning of another day at the academy. The academy gates opened wide, with students streaming in, their chatter blending into the rhythm of the bustling courtyard. Chiron stood tall in his pristine uniform, steadying his breath, ready to step into a pivotal moment of recognition. The recent events weighed on his mind, a mix of unease and determination driving him as he entered the gathering. 4 days ago, Amy Casimir encounter had unraveled the steady course of his life, leaving questions he needed to resolve. Chiron took a quiet moment to reflect. The challenges he had faced had passed, but their lessons still lingered. Watching others pass by, Chiron hoped the attention on him would fade. Being misunderstood often felt heavier than the trials themselves. A familiar figure caught his eye in the distance. His curiosity stirred as he recognized the silhouette of Senior Shirelle. Her presence was always firm yet kind. She carried an unspoken strength, but something felt different about her today. Shirelle clutched a folded note, her steps hesitant as if battling an unseen turmoil that Chiron couldn't yet comprehend. A sudden scream broke the calm, as Shirelle and Chiron collided in a moment of startling confusion. Shock and tension replaced their usual poise. Chiron rushed forward, confusion filling his mind at the unfolding chaos. Shirelle thrust a crumpled message into Chiron's hand, her expression wild with urgency and silent pleas for trust. The note revealed a threat. It demanded Chiron's presence at the training grounds, veiled with danger and cryptic warnings. Fear washed over Chiron. The words Black Magician loomed on the page, forcing him to confront an unexpected dark reality. Chiron read the note with furrowed brows, the weight of the words and the urgency of the situation sinking in. Amy and Shirelle stood together, their expressions mirroring Chiron's concern. The air around them felt thick with apprehension. Someone clutched the note tightly, his resolve solidifying. He said that it would be better for her to not act so cocky. Shirelle leaned in, her stance firm, yet her tone betrayed her concern. They needed a plan before things escalated further. Shirelle said that someone sounds so stupid, she'd tell Amy to quickly head back to the library. The note's chilling words remained vivid in Amy's mind, but Amy's reaction revealed she already suspected the mastermind. Amy identified the culprit, Jake, known for his troubling past. Her anger flared, but Chiron struggled to maintain calm. A tense exchange followed. The duo knew this wasn't just about Chiron. The stakes reached deeper than they dared imagine. Her hand clenched the paper furiously as she contemplated the danger. Chiron and Shirelle exchanged knowing looks. Action had to come quickly. Amy threw the notes on the ground and said that she has nothing to do with that kid. The man said that he is just the messenger. Shirelle studied the note again, piecing together connections. Black magicians weren't just troublemakers, they targeted those striving for excellence. Doubt flickered. Why was Chiron singled out? Shirelle's frustration grew, and a fleeting memory suggested they were being played. They debated revealing the threat to the teachers, but the risk of further complications and exposure gave them pause. Secrets of the past hung heavily over Amy. She hesitated, knowing too much attention could expose things she wanted hidden. Amy think if the teaching staff interferes, in the process of discovering the truth, she would have to explain the relationship between Chiron and her. Chiron suddenly popped on her mind, sensing the web of events was more intricate than it seemed, rooted in something deeply personal. The cryptic note reminded him of his vulnerable status, a commoner amidst nobles, constantly walking a thin line of trust. Every step forward demanded proof of worth, and now a sudden challenge threatened to unravel everything he'd worked for. On that moment, Chiron whispered to himself, denying any wrongdoing but knowing his resolve would soon be tested in full. In the shadows, Amy moved, their quiet presence hinting at unseen dangers lurking closer with every ticking moment. A sharp plea echoed through the cold night. Chiron awoke with a start, the strange sequence of events overwhelming him. The silence broke as a surge of realization hit. Amy had intervened, her action an unexpected move he couldn't yet grasp. Shirelle's fiery determination grew evident. Her declaration made it clear she intended to shoulder the weight of the unfolding chaos. Amy's hesitation melted under the weight of her certainty. She walked with a fierce resolve, determined to face any adversary. The fiery-haired girl Amy had no doubts. Whatever danger awaited, she trusted in her strength to handle what lay ahead. The note rattled in Sharon's hand again. Every word reminded him of Amy's risky decision to take matters into her hands. Confusion filled him. Amy's decision to act alone without involving the teachers seemed reckless, but carried a cryptic rationale. The urgency of the 1-hour timeline gnawed at them. Cheryl's confidence contrasted Sharon's growing sense of unease and responsibility. Every moment pressed them closer to action. The threads of secrecy and risk, pulling tighter toward a reckoning they couldn't avoid. Chiron tightly gripped a watch he carried, connecting it to clues from Amy's actions. Time and secrets swirled ominously. Chiron realized Amy went to protect his secret, sacrificing her safety. Determined, he decided to follow her without delay. Cheryl called out to stop him, but Chiron's mind was set. He sprinted toward the training grounds, urgency driving him. The path ahead seemed endless, and doubt began to creep in. Would he make it in time to help Amy? A rush of energy surged behind him. Cheryl caught up, her presence a comforting yet firm reminder of the stakes. Cheryl activated her magic, enveloping them both in a radiant glow. Speed would no longer be their obstacle now. The world blurred as Cheryl's magic intensified. Chiron felt weightless, his senses overwhelmed by the sheer force of her spell. The ground below vanished, replaced by a surge of light and energy that hurled them forward at impossible speed. Chiron struggled to hold on, the force of the spell pushing him to his limits. But Cheryl remained steadfast. Their surroundings stabilized, revealing the distant training grounds. Cheryl's spell shifted to flying mode, avoiding potential hazards along the way. With a calculated landing, they descended, the energy dissipating around them. Chiron braced for what awaited at their destination. Chiron caught his breath as they landed. The eerie silence of the training field amplified the tension gripping his chest. A faint sound broke the stillness. Both turned toward it, instinct sharp, knowing their adversaries were watching from the shadows. Cheryl grabbed Chiron's presence felt suffocating, a darkness permeating the air as the duo readied themselves for the inevitable confrontation. Cheryl's confidence bolstered Chiron's resolve, her sharp gaze fixed ahead as if daring the place they landed. And now they landed to somewhere. It looks really familiar. It is one of the training field. Chiron scanned the empty training field, the eerie silence amplifying his dread. Where was Amy, and what had gone wrong? His heart sank. The absence of any trace of Amy made the weight of his responsibility press even heavier. Cheryl stood beside him, her cautious words bringing clarity. They couldn't let panic cloud their judgment, not at this crucial moment. Chiron battled conflicting emotions, guilt about Amy's sacrifice clashing with his fear of his secret being exposed to the wrong people. Determined, Chiron straightened. Protecting Amy wasn't just about gratitude, it was a chance to confront his own fears head-on. Chiron then asked Cheryl to tell all of the teachers. Cheryl's astonishment grew as Chiron admitted the connection to Amy's current plight, his resolve surprising even her pragmatic instincts. The stakes were far greater than she'd imagined. Cheryl's sharp mind quickly pieced together the implications, her concern subtly deepening. Chiron's honesty solidified her decision. They couldn't waste another moment, and she began strategizing their next steps without hesitation. The urgency of Amy's importance became crystal clear to Cheryl. Time was running out, and every second brought potential danger closer. Chiron took a decisive step forward, signaling his readiness. Whatever lay ahead, he wouldn't let fear dictate his path anymore. Chiron stood amidst a dazzling blue glow, the magical traces leading him deeper into an unfamiliar yet captivating environment. Looking at the two sets of footprints, Chiron's senses heightened. Every sound felt amplified, and the air pulsed with an otherworldly energy. The path ahead revealed footprints glowing faintly, marking the way forward. Chiron quickened his pace, trusting the trail's strange guidance. Emerging outside, a plume of smoke rose on the horizon. Confusion and determination filled Chiron as he prepared for action. Someone's hand glowed with fire, a sudden surge of power sparking from his fingers, disrupting the calm surroundings. A figure smirked confidently nearby, watching the flames as if orchestrating a plan. Tension lingered in the air. Amy turned to the crackling fire, her silhouette framed by the blaze, preparing for the challenge ahead. Summoning energy, someone released a burst of radiant orbs, each pulsating with raw magic, lighting up the dim forest. Explosions illuminated the clearing as their magic collided, leaving an electrified aura. Amy stood unwavering, ready for the next step. A group of cloaked figures entered the clearing, their dark emblems glowing faintly as they surveyed the scene cautiously. The leader stepped forward, his gaze sharp, observing the fiery aftermath. His demeanor spoke of authority and calculated cunning. Amy remained still, her confidence unwavering, as the leader's group exchanged glances. Their intentions seemed neither friendly nor hostile. The leader gestured to the surroundings, clearly unimpressed by the damage, but Amy's focused stance hinted at her intent. The tension thickened as the leader's smile grew wider. Amy's resolve remained, understanding the importance of her next move. The leader, Jake, stepped closer, his voice carrying weight. His gaze lingered on Amy, studying her every move with intrigue. Amy's eyes flashed with determination as she calculated her options. She silently braced herself for the challenge unfolding. The group burst into laughter, mocking her readiness. Their arrogance betrayed a lack of awareness of her growing strength. Amy's fiery resolve was unshaken. The laughter faded as her aura intensified, filling the clearing with vibrant, untamed energy. The group's arrogance transformed into uncertainty as Amy's power peaked, forcing them to acknowledge her as a formidable opponent. The leader's menacing grin faltered as his anger boiled over, his focus solely on Amy, who remained steadfast. Amy sighed deeply, her patience wearing thin. Her expression sharpened, signaling the start of something far beyond simple retaliation. Her power surged, igniting the air with vibrant hues. She embraced the challenge, her confidence eclipsing any fear around her. The leader's team faltered, their strategy unraveling under Amy's sheer willpower. Their overconfidence became their undoing in this critical moment. Amy's fierce resolve unsettled them, their realization dawning too late. The forest resonated with her strength as shadows danced wildly. The group scattered, disoriented by her magic. They tried to regroup, their movements frantic against her overwhelming force. Amy's flames erupted around them, boxing them in. The realization of their mistake came too late to shift momentum. One opponent's scream pierced the chaos as her spell landed perfectly, amplifying her dominance. The others hesitated, their fear palpable. Amy remained focused, her movements precise and deliberate. The leader's confidence began to waver under her relentless assault. She raised her hand, magic crackling in her palm. The leader's team could only brace themselves for her next attack. The leader's frantic command to his team was clear: move swiftly or perish. Yet Amy's magic left little room for escape. Her spell surged forward, slicing through the air. Each strike displayed her mastery, sending waves of energy through the field. A flash of light erupted as one opponent fell. Their formation shattered, leaving the remaining members vulnerable to Amy's precision. Amy's presence grew overpowering. Her movements mirrored her intent, decisive and unyielding. The leader knew retreat was their only hope. She stood tall amidst the chaos, her aura glowing brighter. Her dominance in the battle was undeniable, leaving no doubt. Amy twirled gracefully, her magic weaving a fierce whirlwind that engulfed her opponents, forcing them to struggle against the gust. Her fiery determination was unshaken. Energy beams split the air, surging toward her foes, their confidence dissolving into panic. Amy unleashed a radiant explosion, her power rippling outward. The clearing illuminated, her dominance now impossible for anyone to ignore. The scorched field bore testimony to her might. Her enemies reeled, trying to strategize against her relentless, overwhelming attacks. A calm but fiery aura surrounded her as she prepared her next spell, her adversaries bracing for another onslaught. Amy's attack spun faster, its heat intensifying. Her opponent scrambled, dodging erratically to avoid the waves of fiery destruction. The leader cursed under his breath, recognizing the precision in Amy's magic. His followers' movements were growing increasingly desperate. One enemy fell, unable to withstand the relentless barrage. The rest fought to maintain formation, their fear evident in their eyes. The energy field shifted as Amy advanced, each step marking the steady collapse of her enemy's fleeting confidence. In a final burst of energy, Amy's attack tore through their defenses, leaving them no time to recover or regroup. The leader darted upward, aiming to outmaneuver Amy's fiery assault. His strategy hinged on a vertical counterstrike to disrupt her rhythm. The swirling wind cutter intensified as he prepared his spell. A concentrated strike meant to end the battle in one move. Amy stood poised, sensing the buildup of energy. Her enemies underestimated her ability to predict and counter their desperate tactics. The wind howled as the leader's strike descended. Amy braced herself, her confidence unwavering, eyes blazing with unmatched determination. Their powers collided violently, the battlefield erupting in light and sound. Amy's strength proved indomitable, her dominance solidified in a single moment. Amy's energy exploded outward, a dazzling counter to the leader's strike. His disbelief mirrored the widening gap in their powers. Her laughter pierced through his shaken confidence, her presence radiating mastery. The tide had turned, and he knew it. She raised her hand, channeling her flames into a spiraling attack, fire strike. Her intent was clear: this battle was ending soon. The leader tried to escape, but Amy's attack landed, engulfing him in a fiery whirlwind. Desperation flickered in his eyes. Her aura pulsed triumphantly, standing unscathed amidst the destruction. Amy's dominance left the battlefield silent, her enemies scattered or defeated. The leader staggered, his strength waning. Amy's relentless attacks had drained him, yet his defiance burned brighter with each blow. He lunged forward, unleashing a desperate strike. His body screamed for rest, but his pride refused to concede so easily. Amy barely flinched. Her focus was absolute as she countered with precision, weaving through his attacks like a storm's eye. Energy erupted as their powers clashed once more, the battlefield crackling with intensity. Her radiance overshadowed his dwindling resolve completely. The final strike left him kneeling, his will shattered. Amy stood victorious, her presence glowing brighter against the setting sun. Amy's energy swirled as she prepared one last move. The leader gasped, realizing he had nothing left to counter. She unleashed a burst of magic, the light painting the forest in brilliant hues. The air hummed with her triumph. The leader's body trembled, his vision blurred by the overwhelming display. Amy's power seemed untouchable, her presence all-encompassing. The dust settled, revealing her standing tall amidst a sea of devastation. Her victory was etched into the battlefield. Amy sighed softly, her energy receding. The fight still not over, a strange magic suddenly make her body can't move. The battlefield crackled with an ominous energy as purple tendrils spiraled skyward, enveloping everything in an unnatural, oppressive glow. Amy's scream cut through the tension, the strange magic vibrant aura overpowering her power, it causing her pain. The enemy regrouped, their desperation leading to forbidden spells. The stakes had escalated, and the air grew heavier with tension. Amy's gaze narrowed as her opponent's twisted magic formed a dark prison. Their defiant energy began breaking through their barriers. With a final surge, the battlefield erupted in an explosion of light and shadow. Their dominance silenced her completely. Amy's magic faltered. Amy roared in frustration, accusing Jake of cheating, her voice trembling with fear and rage. Her movements need more effort because she can't move her body, a blur of precision and strength. Her attacks missed entirely, widening the gap between them. Jake and his friends who saw that suddenly laughing. Their cohesion shattered as her presence disrupted even the simplest of their strategies. Her spell coalesced into a streak of light. The leader, Jake laughing, prepared for what seemed her last chance. The battlefield shifted again. Her adversaries faltered under the sheer weight of her power, knowing her defeat was now inevitable. The leader's threats grew sharper as Amy stood still, calculating her next move. Her desperation only fueled her calm determination. He lunged forward, confident in his final gambit, but Amy's composure left him visibly shaken as she barely moved. Jake got closer to her and said that it seems Amy doesn't understand just what kind of situation she is in. Jake, bring his knife. He playing with his knife. He asked Amy that she is just tired of men, then he will help her. Jake smirked and said if he mark up her face by his knife, he is sure the guys will stop clinging to you. Jake brought the knife closer to Amy's face, who was still in pain. Amy didn't react when Jake threatened her with the knife. Jake's sinister laugh echoed, his overconfidence evident. Amy's determination wavered momentarily, but her resolve began rebuilding, stronger than ever. Amy's piercing gaze locked onto her foe. Her aura surged, flickering like flames as she silently pushed her limits further. Her strength waned slightly, the exhaustion setting in. Memories of her past with Shirone flashed, grounding her in the midst of chaos. In the silence, Amy realized the weight of Shirone's journey, connecting deeply with the emotions of those he had faced. The air froze as a commanding voice roared, halting the chaos. All heads turned, their fear palpable in the tension. Amy collapsed, her energy drained. Her fiery eyes dimmed, but her determination lingered as she struggled to regain composure. A golden-haired figure, Chiron stepped forward, wielding a staff with righteous fury. His voice thundered, denouncing the attackers with unyielding conviction. A group of students in dark robes gathered under the autumn trees, their chatter breaking as someone caught their attention. The red-haired student's Amy-piercing presence silenced them. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, heightening the tension in the air. Chiron looking at them and stood defiantly, gripping a wood with a resolute determination, every fiber of him ready for the challenge ahead. One of the onlookers, Jake, looking at Chiron, he doesn't believe that Chironi coming to that place alone by himself. Another student laughed smugly, their confidence radiating as though the upcoming battle had already been decided in his favor. The red-haired student's focus didn't waver. She seemed to thrive under pressure, letting the situation fuel her inner strength, asking why Chironi come there alone. Drawing a steady breath, he calculated his next move. He knew the odds but trusted his training to carry him through. He raised his staff, the faint hum of energy enveloping him. His resolve seemed unshakable, even with the crowd against him. A vibrant surge of energy burst forth, startling the onlookers. The strength of his aura created ripples through the clearing. The air crackled with power as his figure stood firm amidst the chaos, exuding an aura of unrelenting determination. The opposing group hesitated as he charged forward. Their initial confidence faltered under the sheer intensity of his energy. Despite their attempts to block his advance, his momentum was unstoppable, each step further igniting the brilliant glow around him. His magic flared, revealing a deep, otherworldly hue. He realized something unusual. His power felt both familiar and foreign at once. The surge intensified, shattering through barriers as the surrounding energy bent to his will, leaving everyone awestruck at his control. Standing in the epicenter of the chaos, his eyes widened as he felt something shift within, a power beyond his comprehension. A roar of energy erupted from his core, sending shockwaves through the clearing, leaving everyone momentarily frozen in awe. The impact shattered the ground beneath him as he landed, his body tensed from the intense outburst of power. Amid the chaos, the spectators smirked unfazed. To them, this display was only the start of the real battle. Warnings rang out, cautioning him to retreat. The red-haired student recognized something ominous, an unfamiliar force radiating dangerously close. The vibrant explosion of anti-magic swallowed the area, twisting the colors of the surrounding energy into a kaleidoscope of chaos. His form trembled, overwhelmed by the unraveling reality around him. The strain was immense, pushing his limits further than ever before. Faint voices echoed in his mind, a distant reminder of the fragile line he was walking. The air felt heavy. Cracks in his perception grew, splintering his focus as his consciousness began to fragment under the relentless assault of energy. Flashes of instruction from his training emerged, a calming voice, urging control amidst the turmoil. He clung to those memories for stability. He summoned the densest layer of his spirit zone, forcing it to counter the anti-magic surge with unwavering precision. The atmosphere stilled as his spirit zone stabilized, its density forcing back the chaotic energy threatening to engulf him. Through the storm, his focus sharpened, visualizing the flow of energy like waves that could be tamed with sheer willpower. Drawing from the depths of his power, he shaped the spirit zone into a barrier rippling with brilliant resilience. With one final surge of determination, he unleashed the refined spirit zone outward, neutralizing the chaotic anti-magic in a stunning display. Standing amidst the fading chaos, he breathed heavily, the field now silent. His resolve remained intact, stronger than ever before. The onlookers mocked his attempt, mistaking his focus for weakness. He pressed on, channeling his energy into something unprecedented. Her voice echoed sharply, urging him to stop, but he remained undeterred. The sheer force of his spirit zone grew. The student's smirks faded as the atmosphere shifted. The energy he released was beyond anything they had ever encountered. A dazzling surge radiated outward, weaving into intricate patterns. Each ripple carried a weight that left everyone holding their breath. Amidst the chaos, the field turned silent. His figure, shrouded in glowing patterns, stood like a monument to resolve. He staggered slightly, the effort of sustaining the intricate web of energy taking its toll. Still, he pushed forward. The energy intensified, reflecting the attacks aimed at him. His resilience created a protective shell that absorbed the surrounding chaos. The observers hesitated, their confidence faltering as his overwhelming aura erased their own ability to fight back effectively. The tension broke as one challenger stepped forward. Determined, he faced the storm head-on, channeling his magic to counter the field. The clash of energies reached a crescendo, a spiraling vortex of light and color consuming the entire battlefield in its brilliance. He stood tall as the clash subsided, gasping for air. The surrounding silence felt heavier than the battle. The rippling patterns of energy began to dissipate, leaving faint traces of his aura glowing softly around him. The aftermath revealed the true toll of the encounter. Some watched in awe, while others shrank back in fear. Cries for help echoed from the defeated challengers, consumed by their own failed attempts to breach his unyielding spirit zone. The battlefield was left with a single victor, Amy figure standing tall amidst the remnants of a fight no one could forget. She gritted her teeth, her senses dulled without her spirit zone. The growing chaos made her feel blind and vulnerable. Suddenly, flames ignited around her, their warmth cutting through the cold tension of the battlefield. Burned the tie around her hands. A new energy coursed through her. Suspended in the air, she controlled the fire with grace. Each flicker of flame matched her determination to persevere. She gasped at the sight of his intricate spirit zone. It radiated cold precision, a stark contrast to her flames. The realization struck her his spirit zone wasn't just defensive. It embodied a mastery that defied expectations, chilling and untouchable. He stood steady within his zone, feeling every vibration underfoot. It was as if the energy had a pulse. She watched, awestruck, as the once confident challengers fell around him, unable to comprehend how they lost despite their numbers. Frustration bubbled over from one of the remaining opponents, his disbelief clear. Their carefully calculated tactics had utterly failed. The defeated challengers glared in disbelief, questioning how someone new could wield such devastating power with what seemed like ease. Jake then stepped forward, radiating raw energy. He believed his prowess in magical combat would finally end this spectacle. His opponent charged forward, lightning-like energy trailing him. The force of his approach tore through the air, threatening a devastating blow. Yet in a flash he countered, using his zone to deflect the incoming attack like ripples against a wall. The ground shook as the deflected energy exploded elsewhere. He glanced back, confident, but aware of the damage surrounding them. With precision he struck back, disabling his opponent with minimal force. The crowd gasped, realizing the gap in skill. Standing tall amidst the chaos, he remained calm. The battle was not over, but its impact left echoes that wouldn't soon fade. A fierce strike lashed out, cutting through the tension in the air. Amy's movements carried an air of finality. The opponent collapsed under the force, his composure crumbling. The weight of Amy's precision left no room for retaliation. Energy surged, wild and uncontrollable, as emotions flared. Vikir's stance remained steady, a quiet storm brewing behind his sharp focus. A desperate plea echoed, the last shred of defiance fading. The setting sun cast long shadows over the battlefield. As the forest quieted, only the rustle of leaves remained, marking the end of a day neither would forget. Sharon groaned, the grass beneath him cool against his skin. The crimson-haired figure, Amy, leaned over, concern flickering in her eyes. Dazed, he tried to focus, his mind a haze. Amy did not answer him, pulling him back from the edge of darkness. The sunlight dimmed, painting the horizon in gold. Her steady presence kept him grounded. Sharon screamed to Amy, asked her to wake up. A peaceful clearing stretched ahead, with students sprawled on the ground, their exhaustion showing after a grueling day in battle. Sharon noticed a faint sound, his eyes drawn to Amy, who appeared to have collapsed under the evening light. He looking at her, his mind racing, he said thank you, wondering if the intense session had overwhelmed her more than she'd shown earlier. Her red hair glinted softly as Sharon steadied her. His concern growing responsibility weighed heavily in that still forest. A sudden stretch and yawn startled him as she stood up, her earlier fatigue seeming like a distant memory. The crimson-haired girl, now fully alert, criticized Sharon's recklessness, gesturing around as if the whole ordeal was entirely his doing. Her exasperation aside, the need for urgency overtook them both, as the evening light threatened to expose their secret. Sharon adjusted his cloak, hoping to appear composed, as they moved to cover any lingering signs of the day's chaos. Yet as Amy glanced at Sharon, Amy said that things become complicated when the school gets involved. Jake listened to their conversation about secret. It makes him curious. What is the secret between them two? Bright, unpredictable light flared ahead, signaling an impending event that neither could escape, leaving Sharon wide-eyed and Amy bracing herself. The intensity of the moment grew, magic swirling as they attempted to contain the fallout from their risky venture. A desperate thought crossed Amy's mind as they rushed to avoid the consequences. Yet behind them, footsteps sounded alarmingly close. The authoritative figures, known for their unyielding discipline, entered the scene. One glance froze the two in their tracks. A curt question lingered in the air thick with tension. Escape was futile, and explanations were inevitable. The instructors. Thad cut through the tension. He could sense an unspoken reprimand as the fire spell ignited fiercely. The towering flames revealed the complexity of the fire sun spell, leaving everyone in awe of its sheer brilliance. As the light dimmed, the scene of chaos emerged. Unconscious bodies scattered across the field painted a story of reckless ambition. Sharon and Amy stood frozen as the instructor surveyed the aftermath, her gaze heavy, an unspoken warning lingering in the air. Amy's attempt to justify herself faltered under the instructor's piercing scrutiny, her usual confidence shrinking under the weight of accountability. A purple-haired figure approached, Sienna, her calm demeanor masking the sharp authority beneath, as Sharon felt the air grow heavy. The accusation landed with precision, the instructor questioning their motives, her words sharp enough to slice through Sharon's fragile composure. Jake, emboldened, tried to take charge, his voice strong but his reasoning frayed, struggling to justify their risky decisions. The duel was revealed, an unexpected twist that shifted the blame, though it didn't absolve them of their actions. Sienna's mind raced. The explanation seemed plausible but precarious, balanced delicately between deflection and the looming weight of the truth. The accusation of anti-magic brought a gasp, and Jake's heart sank. The rules broken seemed more critical than ever now. Desperate attempts to redirect the blame backfired, as cracks in their story began to show under the instructor's sharp interrogation. Jake's defense unraveled further, his earlier anger seeming justified, but it wasn't enough to erase the consequences of their choices. Amy watched helplessly as tensions flared. The conversation spiraled into arguments, revealing layers of mistrust and miscommunication among the group. The instructor's expression remained unreadable, but his silence weighed heavy, a final judgment forming as the sun began to rise. The accusation shifted as Jake smirked, spinning the story to implicate Sharon and Amy, stirring tension with his clever twists. Pointing to their delayed report, Jake planted doubt in the instructors, forcing Sharon to wrestle with frustration at this manipulation. The teachers exchanged glances, their neutrality unbroken, while Amy's fiery glare hinted at her resolve to counter this deception. Amy clenched her fists, knowing this was a battle of wits, the truth precariously dangling between revelation and concealment. Jake's grin widened as he declared them the culprits, enjoying the brief moment of triumph amidst the charged atmosphere. A shadow of past conflicts emerged as Jake described secrets that intertwined their lives, igniting memories of unresolved betrayals and shifting alliances. A chilling wind swept across Sienna's determination, solidified her history with Jake weighed heavily, but didn't deter her defiance. The mention of anti-magic escalated the stakes, and Sharon felt the noose tightening, knowing how serious the accusations had become. Sienna explained that Amy and Sharon's mind could have shattered. In fact, they could have even lost their lives. The teacher's harsh words struck like a hammer, citing grounds for expulsion, the weight of authority pressing against their fragile defense. Jake's laughter echoed coldly as he mocked the system, his words drenched in disdain for authority, fueled by arrogance. Sienna's sharp retort resonated, her belief in guidance and growth starkly contrasting Jake's view of the Academy's lifeline. Tension mounted as Jake challenged the instructor's resolve, daring them to act, reveling in the power money afforded him. With a final defiant laugh, Jake cast down his ultimatum, daring the system to decide who truly held the upper hand. Jake's eyes burned with resolve, recognizing this as a pivotal moment, one where standing tall defined their character against adversity. Jake taunted the teacher, mocking the limits of authority, his arrogance growing as blue energy swirled ominously around him. The teacher's response was swift, the room filled with an overwhelming surge of magic that crackled with an unrelenting icy force. Jake's smugness faltered as the magic closed in, enveloping him in an intense cascade of frost and spiraling energy. Sharon and Amy watched in awe and dread, realizing the teacher's true power was far beyond anything they had witnessed. The chilling attack shattered his composure. Jake's screams echoed as the spell encased him in a frozen crystalline prison. As the spell started, the teacher turned to the others, her voice sharp as she addressed the gravity of Jake's actions. The field, now quiet, bore the marks of the conflict, bodies lying still as the night sky loomed above. Jake, subdued and defeated, attempted one final excuse, blaming his family's wealth for the chaos he had caused. The teacher dismissed his claims with a cutting remark, emphasizing the Academy's mission to teach values beyond material wealth. Her words hung in the air, challenging everyone present to consider the path they walked and what truly defined greatness. The teacher's gaze softened as she addressed that they already know that Jake hurt a lot of other students, but the Academy has been holding back. Jake, grabbing his hand, and said that is because of his household's money, but quickly Sienna told him, "Don't be mistaken." Sienna explained to him that the school is not a place that teaches him in return for money. Rather, they teach him something he cannot but with money. Jake, feeling confused with what Sienna words, he asked, "What does she mean?" Sienna said that it is what Jake dreamed of becoming. As the moment settled, the teacher's final question pierced the silence. Doesn't he want to become a true mage? A faint determination filled the air as Jake remembered his past memories, when he is still young and naive. His memories reflected a desperate ambition, promising excellence, yet the sincerity behind them seemed tainted by past transgressions. He invoked memories of their shared journey, reminding him of the bonds forged during their pursuit of mastery. Jake's reflection in the icy expanse mirrored his conflicted soul, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Standing together, the students, his friend, bore witness. The group silhouetted against the cold moonlit sky, united in silent contemplation. A moment of solemnity settled over the group as Jake's arrogance gave way to remorse, his apology barely audible. He bowed deeply before the instructor, his voice trembling as he sought forgiveness for his reckless actions. The silence carried weight, broken only by the wind, as the students reflected on their own roles in the chaos. A collective sense of accountability emerged, with Sharon gazing at the stars, contemplating the journey yet to unfold. The night marked not just an ending but a new beginning, the first step toward reconciliation and growth. As dawn broke, the Academy stirred with the promise of change, the group's ordeal setting the stage for new challenges. Jake and the others faced consequences, their fates now intertwined with lessons learned from their missteps. Sharon and Amy sat before the teachers, the weight of their decisions evident as they awaited judgment. The instructors offered guidance, their words steady, emphasizing the importance of humility and resolve in the face of failure. Amy sighed. She is understand with their teacher, and she will answer honestly. Sharon knew that it was not like they could hide this forever. Amy hesitated, a playful smirk forming as she prepared to reveal something unexpected, her boldness instantly capturing everyone's attention. With dramatic flair, she announced Sharon as her boyfriend, her confidence radiating as the room collectively froze in utter disbelief. The teachers' stunned reactions ranged from shock to confusion, their composure shattered by the sudden and audacious declaration from Amy. Beneath the moonlit academy, an air of hilarity and disbelief lingered, marking the evening as one no one would forget. Surrounded by blooming trees, Amy calls out desperately for help, her voice trembling as it echoes through the serene mountain air. Beneath the pink blossoms, Amy's figure stands alone, her fear palpable, yet her determination keeps her from collapsing. Shadowy figures emerge from the darkness, their mocking presence casting a foreboding tension over the tranquil mountain setting. Light bursts unexpectedly, scattering the looming shadows, as an unyielding energy shifts the balance between hope and despair. A powerful steed charges into the clearing, its rider exuding an unshakable resolve, ready to challenge the darkness ahead. Amy freezes as she recognizes Sharon stepping forward, his red cloak billowing dramatically against the backdrop of cherry blossoms. Sharon's appearance feels like a promise of safety, his unwavering gaze cutting through the panic in Amy's tearful expression. In one fluid motion, Sharon sweeps Amy into his arms, holding her tightly as if shielding her from all harm. The world seems to slow as their surroundings fade, leaving only Sharon and Amy, bound by an unspoken understanding under the blossoms. Onlookers gasp, captivated by the unfolding moment, as whispers of admiration ripple through the bystanders witnessing their heartfelt reunion. In the Grand Academy Hall, Students gather for the story, their faces alight with curiosity and chatter about recent events. Sherelle, brimming with authority, recounts a personal account, her words captivating the audience as a story of heroism unfolds. Outside, the Academy's impressive architecture gleams under the sun, standing as a beacon of knowledge amidst the sprawling countryside. On the bulletin board, the rumor about Amy Karmas and Shironi Arian spread out on the entire Academy. Among the students, whispers grow louder about Sharon and Amy, their story inspiring awe and igniting dreams of courage and love. Sherelle hesitated, her frustration evident as she faced Amy, whose sharp confidence seemed to cut through her flustered words. Amy, determined and calm, countered every accusation, her unwavering resolve reflecting a clear sense of purpose in her actions. The room fell silent as Amy's unexpected gesture shattered the tension, her sudden focus shifting everyone's perspective in the hall. A few days ago, at the time of the incident, the teacher hit the desk because they don't believe with Amy's words. Thad said that the Amy he knows has no interest in dating anyone, their discussion filled with speculation and subtle glances toward Amy. Amy leaned casually, her gaze sharp and calculating, her calm exterior masking the storm of thoughts stirring inside her mind. With a smirk, Amy hit Sharon's leg, redirecting questions effortlessly as others scrambled to keep up with her quick responses. Laughter echoed briefly, masking underlying tension as the group struggled to maintain the facade of casual conversation. As the day progressed, the whispers persisted, but Amy stayed focused, sipping her drink with an air of quiet confidence. The setting sun cast long shadows on the courtyard, and Amy's eyes narrowed, catching a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Food on their table, Sherelle asked many questions to her. Amy's sharp focus turned toward food in front of them. Amy said that they are going to focus on their studies like usual. Especially, she has a mountain of things to do. She has no time to waste faking love. Amy's thoughts wandered briefly as her eyes fell on Shironi, whose calm presence carried a spark of unshakable determination. Students moved through the academy courtyard, their chatter vibrant, their aspirations tangibly hanging in the air like threads of hope. Shironi stood out, his confident steps drawing subtle admiration as he greeted the senior students with unwavering ease and charm. Shironi walked toward them, his casual confidence disarming, but Amy couldn't shake her growing irritation at the situation. Sherelle, playful as ever, teased Shironi with a grin, her sharp wit masking an undercurrent of genuine amusement. The tension in the place softened as laughter emerged, though a flicker of discomfort lingered in Shironi's expression. Amy said to him, "If just them around, Shironi can talk to them comfortably. It's silly to consider seniority when they are both familiar with each other." Shironi, catching his breath, looked up, his focus sharpening as if preparing himself for the inevitable questions awaiting him. Shironi excused herself from the gathering, his steps firm as he walked away, leaving a trail of whispered curiosity behind. Sherelle watched Shironi's departure with a mix of confusion and unease, the silence amplifying her unanswered questions. Sherelle asking what is happening between them? His determined stride cutting through the hallway as he ignored the murmurs trailing his path. Within the classroom, Shironi settled into his seat, his attention fixed on the papers before him, masking his unease. Gossip swirled in whispers, a quiet hum of speculation growing louder as students pieced together fragments of the unfolding drama. Rumors circled relentlessly, reaching every corner of the academy as curious glances followed Shironi wherever he went. Speculations grew, centered on Shironi's apparent detachment, yet his subtle focus hinted at deeper thoughts left unspoken. A sudden realization hit Shironi as he flipped through his notebook, his eyes narrowing on a familiar, cryptic detail. In the lecture hall, the hum of chatter gave way to a more pressing discussion, one fueled by growing tension. A mysterious announcement spread through the academy, sparking intrigue and anticipation as all eyes turned toward the informant, awaiting his next move. The students whispered furiously about rumors of Shironi and Amy, their curiosity spiraling into a mix of jealousy and speculation. Within the classroom, whispers turned to outbursts as students aired grievances, their envy clouding their judgment about Shironi's sudden popularity. Some lamented missed chances while others indulged in mockery, creating a tense undercurrent among the eager onlookers. A lone student raised doubts, questioning Shironi's sudden rise to fame, igniting curiosity about his mysterious background. The classroom atmosphere shifted, the weight of rumors growing heavier as quiet suspicions turned into vocal accusations against Chiron's merit. The revelation brought waves of disbelief, tarnishing Chiron's reputation among those who once admired his quiet determination. Whispers of incompetence spread quickly as the students speculated about the reasons behind Chiron's puzzling performance. A student revealed the latest exam scores, stirring shock as Chiron's name appeared at the bottom of the list. The gossip painted an unflattering picture, amplifying doubts about Chiron's abilities and his supposed connections within the academy. Shadows lengthened as suspicion grew, creating a divide between Chiron and his peers as misunderstandings deepened with each passing moment. Murmurs of nepotism filled the air, the students' resentment toward Chiron boiling over into pointed remarks and distrustful glares. The group began rallying against Chiron, accusing him of exploiting connections while undermining the academy's meritocratic ideals. The tension reached its peak as the students united in their disdain, their collective judgment clouded by frustration and envy. Someone with purple hair just keeps silent. It feels like she has something to say, but she remain silent. Chiron opened the door, the rising conflict igniting a spark of resolve within him as he prepared to face the challenges ahead. Chiron entered the now silent classroom, his usual composure faltering as he noticed the unusual stillness replacing the lively chatter. Confusion lingered in his expression as he scanned the empty seats, unsure what had caused the abrupt change in atmosphere. He walked toward his desk, the quiet amplifying the weight of unspoken thoughts and the tension hanging in the air. Pausing mid-step, Chiron felt the collective eyes of the room shift toward him, their expectations pressing heavily against him. Despite the unease, Chiron straightened his posture, determined to face the day's challenges with his characteristic quiet resolve. The grand hall buzzed with anticipation as students gathered, each class preparing for the Spirit Zone practice, a pivotal training session. Standing among the students, Chiron kept his focus, the glowing runes of the Spirit Zone sparking curiosity and quiet determination. As the practice began, the energy surged, each student channeling their potential, yet Chiron's presence radiated an inexplicable intensity. His Spirit Zone unexpectedly expanded, its sheer magnitude drawing murmurs from those nearby, their unease giving way to awe and discomfort. Chiron's ability stood out, both a testament to his latent power and a source of intrigue among the gathered students. Vibrant orbs of energy swirled around Chiron, their brilliance overshadowing the room, as his Spirit Zone reached an impressive peak. A senior instructor approached, observing Chiron's efforts with a mix of curiosity and measured respect, his calm demeanor softening the tension. The instructor's quiet words offered insight, highlighting the balance between talent and discipline required to harness such raw potential. Chiron listened intently, his determination growing stronger as he resolved to refine his abilities and silence the doubts around him. As the session ended, the instructor's encouragement left Chiron with renewed purpose, his steps lighter as he prepared for the path ahead. Chiron's confidence remained steady, his subtle smirk reflecting a mix of determination and curiosity as he contemplated the challenge ahead. The instructor's suggestion caught Chiron off guard, his calm demeanor shifting momentarily as the weight of the task became clear. The dimly lit practice area loomed before him, filled with observing students, their silent anticipation adding pressure to the moment. Chiron entered the hall, his mind sharp. Eyes lingered on him, wondering if he could meet the high expectations. A voice echoed, reminding Chiron of the stakes. He carried his determination like armor, ready to prove his worth. As a child, dreams of brilliance filled his days. Now every moment was a step closer to making them real. Doubts crept in, but Chiron pushed forward, knowing his resolve and understanding would pave the way through. Facing his peers, Chiron's confidence surged. The vast arena whispered of trials ahead, yet he felt calm amidst the storm. The instructor set the challenge, emphasizing precision and control. Chiron nodded, eager to embrace this critical evaluation opportunity. Harnessing his focus, Chiron visualized the formations. His progress could determine class placement, pushing him to master each intricate step. Among the observing students, whispers of doubt spread. Chiron ignored them, centering his thoughts on steady improvement through methodical effort. Energy crackled as he activated the defense form. The room's atmosphere shifted, awed by the clarity of his execution. A hum of admiration filled the room. Chiron's precise work showcased a strength beyond expectations, leaving his classmates astonished. Students whispered about Shirone's prowess, his defensive technique setting new standards. To some, it felt more like armor than defense. Blue light engulfed Shirone as his formations shifted seamlessly. It was mesmerizing, a show of skill few could replicate. With one final surge, energy pulsed outward, leaving no doubt of his abilities. Confidence radiated through every movement Shirone made. Observers acknowledged Shirone's solid foundation. His technique rivaled higher-class students, leaving instructors impressed with his rapid and precise development. The instructor noted Shirone's readiness. At this rate, advancement would come naturally, his growth inspiring the rest to push harder. Shirone stood in the glowing circle, nerves tingling. The deviate form loomed ahead, a challenge he'd yet to master. Anxiety swirled as he prepared, knowing failure could teach him more than success. Every motion carried a lesson forward. Students whispered, doubting Shirone's readiness. He ignored their murmurs, focusing on steadying his energy and perfecting the technique's elusive balance. The form shimmered, unstable. Shirone adjusted, remembering the key was control. The energy felt alive, testing his patience and precision. A burst of power illuminated the hall. Faces turned in surprise, unsure whether Shirone's attempt marked brilliance or recklessness. Breathing heavily, Shirone steadied himself. The form moved closer to completion, but doubts began creeping into his resolute thoughts. Memories of countless practices filled his mind. Yet the moment seemed slippery, like his consciousness struggled to grasp its essence. Laughter echoed as onlookers mocked his struggle. Shirone clenched his fists, finding resolve amidst humiliation and the weight of expectations. Alone in the vast arena, Shirone's focus sharpened. The deviate form required more than skill, it demanded faith in himself. Energy rippled around him. Shirone exhaled deeply, preparing for another attempt. Success or failure, he would see it through. Light spiraled upwards, captivating everyone. Shirone's form shimmered, his classmates shocked by the sudden control emerging from his chaotic efforts. He questioned himself, the whispers of onlookers a distant hum. Did his instincts guide him, or was it mere chance? The power shifted, drawing Shirone deeper into its pull. He wondered if he was meant to belong in this space. Dark thoughts crept in, the specter of failure looming. Shadows blurred his vision as Shirone felt the pressure of expectations. Does he belong there? The words echoed in his mind, but determination sparked. If he didn't, he would create a place. Shirone's thoughts faltered, spiraling into doubt. The energy around him wavered, demanding clarity he struggled to summon. He steadied himself, remembering his purpose. Every choice he made now was a step toward fulfilling his dream of mastery. Someone called him that he is having too many useless thoughts, a vision of conviction. Shirone felt his doubts dissolving, replaced by unwavering determination. Clarity returned, his heart burned with resolve. Shirone had one goal: to push past his limits and achieve greatness. A surge of light exploded outward. The arena shook as Shirone's energy took form, breaking barriers he hadn't imagined. The crowd murmured in awe, their disbelief turning into admiration. Shirone's control was unmatched, even under immense pressure. Energy rippled around him, dancing with precision. Shirone moved, trusting his instincts as the form began stabilizing beautifully. The intensity peaked. The question wasn't if it would work, but whether Shirone could endure the strain of perfecting it. Focused entirely on his goal, Shirone refused to back down. The energy obeyed, aligning with his unwavering determination. A blinding wave surged forth, leaving the spectators breathless. Shirone stood, the embodiment of persistence, as the light slowly settled. The report detailed Shirone's achievement, noting his incredible defense. Few could rival such precision, especially against advanced magical resistance. A senior instructor reviewed the report, stunned by Shirone's ability. Suppressing anti-magic required skill even seasoned mages struggled to master. The instructor pondered the implications, understanding the sheer rarity of such talent. Shirone had surpassed expectations in a profound way. Shirone's control wasn't just skill, it was a balance of immense consciousness. His ability left even experts questioning their limits. In the instructor's eyes, Shirone's success wasn't just luck. It was evidence of a gifted mind capable of extraordinary feats. The instructor reviewed Shirone's achievement, marveling at his talent. Talent like this was rare, a beacon of immense potential. The academy towered over the city, a symbol of knowledge and possibility. Within, whispers of Shirone's success spread quickly. News of Shirone mastering the deviate form reached Sienna, who couldn't hide her pride in her students' remarkable growth. In just a month, Shironi's mastery of formation surpassed expectations. His adaptability became the talk of every academic hall. Over tea, the instructors praised Shironi's progress. Suggestions flowed, aiming to push him further and inspire other students toward excellence. Laughter broke out as plans were laid for Shironi. The academy saw him as a symbol of unparalleled potential. A few days later, Sienna's chemistry class buzzed with anticipation. The atmosphere was ripe with curiosity about her sudden announcement. Sienna concluded the lecture with an excited smile. Something significant was about to be revealed, capturing the class's attention. The announcement centered on Chiron. Students whispered, shocked and intrigued. His name carried weight, but so did the expectations. Chiron stood slightly overwhelmed. All eyes turned to him as Sienna's words hinted at a major change in his future. The announcement was clear: Chiron's promotion to Class 5. The leap spoke volumes of his abilities, yet drew skeptical murmurs. The class buzzed with speculation. Some credited his talent, others whispered about favoritism. Shironi braced for both praise and criticism. As the instructor detailed the decision, disbelief spread. The rare double promotion raised questions about Chiron's background and connections. Interrupting the flow, a voice objected. The classmate questioned Chiron's true capabilities, stirring the class into a mix of tension. The objection struck hard. Chiron's inability to cast traditional spells became a point of contention, testing his resolve amidst doubt. The instructor questioned the objection, searching for truth in Chiron's abilities. A tense silence enveloped the classroom, anticipation building. Chiron stood firm, acknowledging his limitations. Admitting his flaws felt heavy, but his determination to grow shone through unshaken resolve. Doubt crept in from all sides. Echoing whispers reminded Chiron of his shortcomings, but his resolve shielded him from despair. He admitted his current spell limitations, but his mastery of formations outweighed doubts. The instructor reassured that merit guided promotions. The decision stood firm. Shironi's potential was undeniable, silencing most objections, yet others couldn't hide their jealousy or lingering doubts. A sudden outburst erupted. A student vehemently objected, calling the decision biased. Frustration burned as fairness came under scrutiny. The classmate argued passionately, claiming favoritism and demanding equal standards. Chiron, though calm, felt the weight of rising animosity. The classmate mocked Shironi's theoretical struggles, dismissing his strengths. Shironi's focus wavered slightly under the pressure of relentless scrutiny. Proposed trials loomed as a means to settle disputes. The tension in the classroom mounted, dividing students between support and doubt. Sienna observed silently, reflecting on hidden motives within the academy. Conflict, she realized, might lead to opportunities for growth. Sienna postponed the final decision, calling for further discussion among staff. This moment demanded careful consideration and collective agreement. The classroom quieted, though dissent lingered. Chiron's fate hung in the balance, yet his confidence remained steadfast in the silence. Sienna pondered the broader implications, sensing deeper currents beneath the objections. Shironi's journey, she believed, was destined to inspire. Sitting alone, Sienna gazed through the window. The rising sun mirrored her hope that Shironi's challenges would forge greatness. Her thoughts lingered on Shironi's unyielding spirit. Beyond doubts and trials, she foresaw him becoming a beacon of transformation. Maria approached Sienna hesitantly, her heart heavy. The sun cast a warm glow, but unease weighed down her every step. Gathering courage, Maria admitted she has something to tell her about what happened before. Her voice trembled with quiet resolve. A week ago, tensions began brewing among the academy students. Chiron's quiet determination seemed to spark hidden envy in others. In the grand halls, whispers trailed behind Chironi, unnoticed by him, as others chose to distance themselves from his world. Unkind remarks soon filled the air. His peers started ridiculing his quiet study sessions, amplifying the divide among them. A deliberate mess disrupted Chironi's focus. Scattered books and papers, intentional acts meant to break his spirit, piled higher each day. Maria, sitting in quiet observation, finally noticed the growing injustice. She couldn't stay silent and vowed to intervene immediately. Approaching Sienna, Maria felt a mix of regret and determination. She'd seen too much to ignore the unfair treatment anymore. Chiron's resilience was visible, But Maria could see how the constant harassment had chipped away at his unshakable resolve. Maria's words reached someone in authority. She trusted her teacher, confident that addressing this matter would bring fairness to Sharon's world. In the book titled The Grand Scholar's Talk, the physiologist Torkelin said something that was insightful. Torkelin said that it is best for people to sleep at least 6 hours a day, though he only slept 4 hours a day during his time as a student. Reading late into the night, Sharon absorbed every line of knowledge. He believed in progress through small, determined steps. Old lessons from renowned scholars hinted at balance. Rest was critical, but determination often made Sharon ignore his own limits. Despite differing opinions, he found solace in his choices, blending wisdom with unwavering effort to achieve his grand aspirations. The ticking clock reminded him of time's flow. The stillness of night felt like an ally in his quiet journey. In the silent study hall, illuminated by faint moonlight, Sharon remained steadfast, chasing his dreams, unaffected by lingering shadows of doubt. Sharon stood tall in the quiet study hall, his focus unwavering as the moonlight spilled across his neatly organized desk. Stepping outside under the starlit sky, Sharon felt the crisp air and a deep resolve blooming within his heart. The words of his old mentor echoed. Endurance and dedication were his guiding stars, shaping his path in this journey. With every step, Sharon carried the weight of trust others had placed in him, their faith fueling his silent determination. The memories of those who believed in him flickered like lanterns, reminding him why he pursued this challenging, unyielding path. Staring up at the vast academy buildings under the starry sky, Sharon's resolve crystallized. His purpose burned brighter than ever. His determination whispered to him as he walked the cobbled paths. No matter what, he would reach his dream. The goal was clear: become a mage. The ambition born from a simple dream now felt like his ultimate destiny. Time moved forward relentlessly. Yet despite the late hour, Sharon stayed committed, driven by a passion that never seemed to fade. A quiet knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Curiosity flickered as he stood to meet the unexpected visitor. Glancing at the shadow behind the door, Sharon wondered who would call on him at such an unusual hour. His initial concern shifted to surprise as teacher Sienna appeared, her calm demeanor filling the room with gentle authority. As she stepped in, the quiet air of his room seemed to carry a deeper meaning, beyond the simple visit. Sharon prepared tea, unsure of the reason for her presence. Her eyes held a quiet kindness, setting him at ease. As Sienna spoke, her words hinted at something significant, a moment that would add another layer to Sharon's unfolding story. Sienna observed Sharon's meticulous work. The precision in his notes reflected a commitment beyond the ordinary. He was relentless. Looking through his records, she saw perfection across all subjects. Sharon's determination aimed at mastering every topic thoroughly. She realized his method wasn't about instant results, but building a foundation, driven by patience and clarity for the future. Sienna's thoughts drifted. Why now? Sharon seemed to be chasing something more profound, something tied to his personal aspirations. Observing him, Sienna felt a sense of pride. His unyielding focus hinted at his extraordinary potential to shape the future. At his desk, Sienna asking, "Is his school life difficult?" Sharon said, "It is difficult, but it is fun, and studying is very enjoyable." She admired his honesty as he reflected on his studies, acknowledging the hardships while cherishing the joy of learning. Sienna sensed Sharon's isolation wasn't bitterness, but acceptance. He seemed to find peace in being true to his unique journey. Sharon said he is really all right, although it is a bit unfortunate that he can't make any friends. Determined to help, Sienna considered ways to guide him. But Sharon said there is nothing he can do about their hate for him. Sienna's resolve solidified as she listened to Sharon. His unwavering clarity and humility inspired her to take decisive action. Thinking deeply, Sharon said that he does not want to obsess with relationships, to the point that he began denying himself. Sharon explained that he believed that somewhere in the world there exists somebody who can understand him. Sienna nodded. She said that she understands what he is saying. She will keep that in mind during the teachers' meeting. The announcement came, recognizing Sharon's excellence. It marked a turning point, opening doors to the future he had tirelessly worked toward. The council debated Sharon's advancement. Papers rustled as the room filled with divided opinions, echoing a mix of doubt and admiration. The topic of bullying surfaced, sparking concerns about fairness and the larger impact of advancing a student amidst peer resistance. In the grand meeting hall, voices clashed. Teachers deliberated whether to prioritize talent or address the jealousy spreading among classmates. Sienna stood firm, ready to defend Shironi. Her confidence in his abilities anchored her resolve against the opposing arguments. Proponents argued for rapid promotion, emphasizing Shironi's unmatched potential, while detractors worried about the ripple effects on the academy's balance. A stern voice challenged the proposal, citing Shironi's inability to use magic as a major obstacle to his advancement. The argument shifted focus to equity. Some believed that promoting Chiron would unfairly overshadow students struggling with traditional methods. Sienna responded, emphasizing Chiron's knowledge-based approach to magic. His brilliance, she argued, could inspire others to redefine their learning. Accusations of favoritism arose, sparking tension in the room. Sienna's calm demeanor hid her frustration as she defended her impartial stance. The debate heated. Passion flared as principles clashed, forcing the council to confront deeper questions about fairness and individual potential. A sharp retort from Sienna quieted the room. Her words, laced with conviction, demanded recognition of talent over jealousy and prejudice. The opposing teacher countered, warning against fostering resentment among students. He feared advancing Chiron might harm the academy's unity. Sienna pressed forward, pointing out that suppressing Shironi's potential would set a dangerous precedent for undermining gifted individuals. Tension peaked as voices rose. The council seemed torn, balancing tradition against the need for progress in their decision-making process. The meeting concluded with a decision pending. The outcome hung in balance, but Sienna's faith in Shironi's path remained unshaken. Senya and Thad stood firm amidst surging elements, flames clashing with frost. It's to the point that it's amazing they were even able to become mages. The elders' chuckle echoed, breaking the intense moment. Wisdom often softened the sharp edges of aspiring hearts. Within the grand hall, towering arches reminded students of their smallness. They awaited guidance from those who had seen more. The teacher's gaze sharpened. Discussions swirled around theoretical ideas, emphasizing responsibility in wielding newfound power within their mage community. Expressions softened. Beyond theories, hearts beat with shared purpose, dreams of changing lives through magic rooted in sheer determination. Sena's contemplative silence hinted at inner resolve. Dreams of freedom through learning meant sacrifices far beyond mere comfort. The elders' innovative teaching left the students wondering. Change often started with a question nobody dared to ask aloud. The next morning buzzed with urgency. Footsteps echoed in hallways as anticipation hung thick over the academy grounds. Students gathered, curious whispers erupting. Uncertainty and excitement mingled as their paths unfolded before them, guided by unseen plans. An announcement board stood tall, its words carrying both hope and challenge, pushing their hearts into uncharted emotional territories. The promotion exam announcement caused murmurs. Equal opportunity bridged class divides, but expectations demanded diligence and a dash of bravery. Excited yet nervous, students exchanged glances. Advancement was no longer abstract, it meant proving themselves in unknown, real-world challenges. The crowd whispered strategies. Creative problem-solving would pave their way. Confidence flickered in uncertain eyes, but resolve began to spark. Whispers shifted to determined steps. Chiron took the lead, mind fixed on his goal. Hesitation melted in his purposeful stride. As golden light filled the room, each step forward reflected hope. The future whispered promises to those who dared dream. The weight of silence pressed down. Eyes followed the golden crest on his uniform, his presence a quiet declaration of strength. A single thought cut through the tension teleportation. The challenge loomed, daring him to rise no matter the odds. The grand hall bustled with energy as students gathered, their robes swaying in anticipation of the day's events. Amid whispers, Amy noticed the attention shift to an announcement, her heart racing as tension filled the atmosphere. Amy stood tall, her fiery presence cutting through the crowd, her gaze unwavering and filled with determination. Her fiery aura ignited as Shironi's name echoed, driving her steps forward into the sea of curious onlookers. Students gasped as Amy moved, her purpose unshaken, heading directly toward Chiron with an unmistakable challenge in her stance. Amy's frustration simmered, questioning why she always ended up entangled in situations tied to Chiron's naive but unyielding resolve. The memory of a friend's bullying resurfaced, fueling her resolve to confront injustices no matter how uncomfortable or personal. Determined steps reverberated as Amy passed judgment, every move calculated, her fierce reputation preceding her intentions. Amy, still oblivious, seemed distracted, her eyes scanning the ceiling as if imagining new possibilities beyond the present conflict. Amy sighed, her focus broken by an unrelated thought about teleportation, an elusive skill Chiron hadn't yet mastered. As Amy vented her exasperation, the sun dipped low, the city's skyline reflecting her simmering inner turmoil. A quiet resolve built in Amy as she decided that guiding Chironi might be her next reluctant endeavor. The evening sky deepened, its tranquility contrasting the whirlwind of emotion stirring within both Chiron and Amy. The serene path ahead was suddenly disrupted by footsteps echoing hurriedly, someone darting through the quiet streets below. A figure stopped abruptly, their silhouette illuminated by moonlight, glancing back toward the now distant echoes of the academy halls. Amy darted through the quiet forest, her determination as sharp as the cool breeze that followed her hurried pace. The burst of energy behind her signaled magic at work, a signature brilliance lighting up the dense night. Chiron's presence came into focus within the tower, his calm demeanor masking the storm of thoughts circling his mind. Amy confronted him with a resolute stance, her confidence unwavering, as shadows played across her sharp gaze. The encounter escalated quickly, the tension palpable as Amy's intent became clear. This meeting would not be without consequences. The room's quiet fell heavy as Amy's curiosity took over, studying Chiron closely as though seeking hidden answers. Amy looked perplexed, her expression caught between confusion and amusement, as Chiron's intensity seemed to catch her off guard. A third figure appeared, Sienna, Amy's sudden arrival unsettling both, as Sienna words added another layer to the unfolding drama. Sienna asking, "Is she Amy?" Her usual fiery demeanor softening slightly, though her sharp wit never fully left the room. The teacher intervened, introducing balance to the scene, ensuring all parties had their say in this unexpected meeting. The quiet academy exuded calm as the light from distant homes flickered, masking the ongoing tension within its walls. Amy's frustration spilled over, her energy tangible, a mixture of protective instincts and unspoken worries hanging in the air. Amy tried to explain herself, her words careful but not always clear. Amy asking to Sienna, "Why is she here this late at night?" The teacher's calm voice brought clarity, and then Chironi gave her a cup of tea, and Amy took the tea and said thank you to him. Despite her frustration, Amy's resolve didn't falter. She wanted to hit Chironi because this is not why she is here. Amy's fiery tone cut through the silence, frustration bubbling over as she confronted Chironi about keeping secrets from her. The teacher offered a calming presence, inviting Amy and Chiron to sit, shifting the focus to the promotion exam's critical details. Chiron awkwardly sipped his tea, glancing between Amy and the teacher, unsure how to explain his position without offending anyone. Amy's sharp gaze softened slightly as she pondered the complexity of teleportation, a technique both intriguing and perilous. The trio's conversation turned contemplative, their discussion now focused on the risks and wonders of mastering advanced magic like teleportation. Chiron's explanation of teleportation mechanics drew curious glances, his calm, methodical delivery showcasing knowledge beyond what was expected. Amy's fiery passion reignited as she considered the implications of teleportation, a skill fraught with both wonder and inherent risk. A brilliant flash of magical energy filled the room as an example, leaving everyone momentarily in awe of its complexity. The teacher nodded, acknowledging Chironi's insights, while reminding them of the dangers involved in defying natural laws. In the photonization theory, the speed of light can be divided into 4 categories. The speed necessary for teleportation is semi-light speed. As Chiron elaborated on the intricacies of teleportation, Amy couldn't help but notice the teacher's unexpected warmth toward him. Amy's thoughts spiraled, her protective instincts triggered by the growing bond between Chiron and the teacher, a dynamic she didn't expect. The room grew tense, Amy's jealousy veiled in sarcasm, though her underlying concern for Chiron was unmistakable. Chironi reassured her with patience, offering insights into why rules existed to prevent misuse of teleportation techniques within school grounds. Amy's finger pointed decisively, her confidence bolstered as she suggested a secret plan to practice teleportation outside the school's restrictions. Chiron's gaze shifted to the sky as his teacher's explanation unfolded, revealing a unique airborne location for the test. The breathtaking sight of a floating island left Sharon in awe, its sheer height symbolizing the challenge ahead. The teacher elaborated on the test rules, emphasizing the importance of strategy and mental focus to overcome the daunting trial. Amy's skepticism was evident, yet she couldn't deny the thrill of such an extraordinary test concept. Sharon's determination grew, his thoughts racing as he began mentally preparing for the obstacles he'd need to conquer. The teacher's calm voice warned of failure's consequences, painting a vivid picture of the risks associated with the high-stakes exam. Sharon envisioned the challenges vividly, picturing potential collisions and chaos if students failed to control their magic under pressure. Amy's protective instincts surfaced as she realized the potential danger Sharon might face, her worry masked by her usual confidence. Sharon, aware of the odds, questioned his own capability, his thoughts teetering between self-doubt and an unwavering desire to succeed. The image of his peers' determined faces lingered in Sharon's mind, driving his resolve to rise above the challenge. Sharon hesitated, weighing his options, his teacher's supportive words encouraging him to embrace the test as a growth opportunity. The teacher's genuine concern resonated with Sharon, revealing a bond forged through shared dedication to overcoming adversity. Amy, though skeptical, silently admired her teacher's commitment to guiding Sharon, her competitive spirit sparking anew. Sharon found solace in their support, his resolve hardening as he accepted the challenge with newfound confidence. With the teacher's promise to guide him, Sharon prepared to face the exam, his path forward becoming clearer than ever. Amy's stern expression reflected her worry as she warned Sharon about the risks, pushing for proper preparation to avoid failure. Her sudden declaration of taking charge surprised everyone, her competitive streak fueling a determination to guide Sharon personally. The teacher's composed response acknowledged Amy's resolve, while subtly hinting at the complexities involved in advancing Sharon's development. Amy's bold claim drew both admiration and skepticism, her fiery passion igniting hope for Sharon's chances in the challenging exam. Sharon's thoughts raced as the gravity of the situation sunk in, his resolve strengthening under Amy's confident guidance. The towering academy loomed against the sky, a testament to the rigorous training demanded of aspiring professional mages. Students gathered in clusters, their eager faces masking nerves as they prepared to step into the next phase of mastery. Amy's determination to help Sharon burned brighter, her competitive nature surfacing as she planned to ensure his successful advancement. Sharon's quiet awe turned to gratitude as Amy's actions reminded him of the faith others placed in his potential. With her sharp wit, Amy teased Sharon, masking her deep concern as they steeled themselves for the challenges ahead. Amy's directness startled Sharon as she demanded his loyalty, her fiery gaze daring him to question her guidance. The teacher's amused expression softened the tension, her calm demeanor a counterbalance to Amy's fierce determination. Sharon struggled with the unexpected attention, unsure how to navigate the situation without offending either of his determined mentors. Amy's protectiveness clashed with the teacher's composed authority, creating a tense yet oddly humorous dynamic between the three. Amy asking Sharon that he would prefer it if his girlfriend is the one who teaches him right. Sharon's calm resolve surfaced as he decided to face the challenge alone, his quiet strength surprising even himself. Amy and the teacher were stunned by his announcement, their shock transforming into a chaotic mixture of disbelief and concern. Under the moonlit sky, the academy dormitory echoed with a sudden sharp cry, startling those still awake in their rooms. Amy said to Sharon that he doesn't know how big of an opportunity this is. Others will be hiring expensive tutors. He reflected on the growing pressure, understanding the stakes of the competition and the need to overcome his current limits. As determination filled his heart, he realized the importance of embracing this step. The path to mastery was never easy. The resolve hardened within him. For Sharon, this wasn't just about skill. It was about surpassing the barriers he once feared. The teacher's encouraging presence added a calm weight to Sharon's resolve. A simple nod acknowledged the responsibility he now carried. Promising himself to move forward without regret, he accepted the challenge, realizing it was part of his evolving journey. The teacher left with a parting gesture, trusting Sharon to handle what lay ahead with maturity and resilience. Amy watched from the side, offering her silent support. She understood the stakes and shared in the weight of the moment. Determined to assist, she vowed to prepare alongside Sharon, knowing that their growth was interconnected in this shared pursuit. In the quiet of the evening, Amy rested beside Sharon, feeling the unspoken tension of their shared preparation. A moment passed and she stood, deciding it was time to let Sharon focus fully on his tasks ahead. With a soft smile, she expressed her gratitude for the efforts Sharon had shown, a gesture of respect for his dedication. As she stepped away, Amy paused. She asked him, why does he avoid her? Sharon could have just said from the beginning that the other kids were bullying him. Amy said that it is not like she was not involved either, she asked him. Could it be because something? Amy remembered her memories when she ran down the corridor, her mind swirling with unresolved emotions. She asked, is it because it hurt his pride? His gaze softened as he admitted the truth. He didn't want to create distance between himself and Amy. Caught off guard by his admission, Amy felt a mix of surprise and warmth, recognizing the sincerity in her resolve. Sharon stood tall, declaring Amy as her inspiration. This realization brought clarity to her path as she embraced her goal. Sharon chuckled, recalling how Amy's name had been at the top of the Academy's rankings when he first arrived. The memory of seeing Amy's name etched in the leaderboard ignited a fire in Sharon, motivating him to push harder. He once believed catching up to her would be impossible, but now their paths were more intertwined than ever. Sharon pondered how their awkward beginnings led to such significant moments, where mutual respect became the cornerstone of their growth. Amy stood silently, her confidence unshaken. A faint smirk played on her lips as she envisioned their shared journey ahead. In her mind, she does not believe with Sharon words. She expecting more than that, it somehow make her disappointed a little bit. The weight of the competition bore down on Amy. She felt frustration creeping in, but turned it into a renewed focus. Despite the chaos of emotions, she remembered her purpose. The journey wasn't just about surpassing Sharon, but becoming her best self. The connection between them grew stronger, each step building a relationship of mutual accountability and silent encouragement. With a final glance, Amy turned to Sharon and said when she is present, Sharon goes senior this and senior that, but behind her back she is unfairly chasing after her. Amy touched the window on Sharon's room. She said to him that if he want to beat me, she leaned on the window. Amy stood by the window, her resolve firm. She didn't want titles to define their dynamic, this was personal. Sharon stood quietly, recognizing her challenge. A fair competition was what they needed, a chance to test their limits openly. Amy's energy was electric as she declared her goal. Her determination ignited the air, fueling Sharon's quiet determination. Sharon watched her leave. He then called her name, the intensity of her commitment sinking in. Amy surprised because of that. In the quiet that followed, Amy's mind raced. Sharon saying it immediately just because she told him to. Sharon told her that he will be waiting. Sharon, his expression becomes serious. He said that since he will definitely catch up to her, he smiled to her. Amy smiled. She said that he will have to chase after her as if his life depends on it. She had faith in Sharon's strength but refused to let him outpace her. As the wind carried Amy's words, Sharon felt the weight of her expectations. His heart steadied and his focus sharpened. Sharon's expression turned resolute. There was no time to waste. His actions needed to match the faith Amy placed in him. Still, a spark of belief remained. While it's a bit unfortunate that he can't get help, the people who dislike him will be watching his every move. Sharon reflected on his early days when fear held him back. Now every step forward carried a purpose and a promise. The countdown began. 1 month remained before the grand examination, a test that would decide their fates within the academy. As the next day after classes, the academy bustled with excitement. The grand hall filled with students eager to showcase their skills. Among the crowd, whispers about the competition spread. They already starting tutoring sessions today, ready for the stage they both prepared for. Someone glanced at the crowd, searching for a familiar face. They spotted Sharon in the distance, a silent nod confirming their rivalry. Sharon balanced stacks of books as he walked past the bustling academy courtyard, determined to master the material he carried. His focus was unwavering. With every new concept and formula, he saw not obstacles but opportunities to refine his skills. Though confident in his studies, he realized the deeper challenge lay in application. Theory wasn't enough, he needed execution. The complexity of magic calculation daunted him. Precise control demanded both mental sharpness and relentless practice, which few could achieve. He resolved to meet this challenge head-on, no matter how many sleepless nights it took, writing furiously in his notebook. Doubt crept in. Could someone like him without privilege or elite training truly stand among the best? He shook it off. With determination, Shironi reminded himself that his growth lay in effort, not background. Every success was earned through hard work. His mind wandered to the noble students, effortlessly excelling due to their upbringing. Still, he refused to accept limitations. Looking out into the academy grounds, he envisioned the gap he needed to close, steeling himself to bridge it. The leaves danced in the air, a symbol of change. Shironi felt the spark of clarity light within his heart. Chiron stood beneath the tree, the breeze carrying a sense of calm. The headmaster's advice echoed in his mind. The realization struck him. He wasn't lacking skill, but confidence in applying what he already knew. Everything clicked into place. Channeling his newfound understanding, someone unleashed a concentrated surge of magic. The intensity of the power radiated through the room. His control was sharp and precise, impressing even the most critical of onlookers. The feat demanded respect from everyone present. Mark's butler observed with a smile. The foundation had been set now. The real challenge would begin in earnest. Mark completed his practice effortlessly, his reputation as a prodigy of Class 7 firmly established among his peers and mentors. Despite his arrogance, Mark's talent was undeniable. His mastery over concepts seemed almost effortless, a stark contrast to others. His butler's advice echoed application was everything. Mark nodded, confident that his innate skills would carry him through the exam. Mark smiled and said thanks to Chiron. He will be promoted early by 2 whole classes. He wiped his sweat. He then asked about Chiron. The butler said it seems as if he is just self-studying while being surrounded by stacks of books. Mark, thinking that he definitely thought that Shironi would use everything he had to hire an excellent teacher. Could he be trying to trick them? Shironi reviewed his notes meticulously, finding gaps he hadn't noticed before. The pressure was immense, but his resolve never wavered. But Chiron, with no resources other than his will, knew he couldn't afford to falter. Every effort was critical. He practiced alone under the evening sky, testing his limits with focus sharper than ever before. The silence empowered him. The Class 7 training grounds felt distant and unattainable. Yet Shironi stood there, imagining a place among the elites. As Shironi meditated, he prepared to integrate his understanding into a singular moment of clarity. This was his breakthrough. The spirit zone hummed with energy as he aligned his thoughts and theories. The theory of photonization came alive. Light surged around him, dissolving barriers of doubt. He felt the connection between knowledge and power crystallize into something tangible. The realization dawned his greatest obstacle had always been himself. To advance, he needed to let go of his limitations. In a flash of energy, Chiron transformed. His spirit zone expanded, reflecting the culmination of his relentless determination and growth. Chiron's energy surged as he unleashed his full potential. Every fiber of his being resonated with newfound clarity and strength. The power coursing through him transformed his surroundings. A testament to his growth. He had reached a pivotal moment. Memories of struggles and triumphs surfaced, reminding him of the journey. Each step had prepared him for this exact breakthrough. The memories of Headmaster. He said that a mage who is in their spirit zone is able to recognize the outside world. Through extrasensory will be able to control the phenomenon. As Chirone's power radiated outward, it illuminated the night, symbolizing his resolve to forge ahead and conquer the impossible. Countdown begins with focus steady. The teleportation test looms closer, the weight of expectations building as Chiron sharpens his resolve. Days blur together in focused preparation. Each moment carries Chiron's dreams closer to fruition, though unease brews in fleeting silence. The academy stands tall in the morning sun. The chatter among students contrasts sharply with Chiron's growing concentration. Inside the hall, the weight of the upcoming test fills the air. Chiron's thoughts are distant as classmates notice his intensity. Whispers follow Chiron's silent focus. A relentless fire burns in his heart, driving him forward beyond ordinary expectations. Notes scattered, his pen scratches furiously. Chiron reviews every failure, determined to refine his theories for success this time. Pushing himself, Chiron tests a new teleportation formula. A flash of light, then searing pain, the experiment ends in chaos. Hurled through space, Chiron barely clings to consciousness. The taste of failure mixes with a raw determination to adapt. As he rises from the wreckage, Shirone reflects. Each setback strengthens his resolve, counting down toward the next critical trial. Back in his classroom, his journal fills with calculations. Shirone embraces the risk, seeing growth in every scar earned. Another day, another attempt. Shirone throws himself into the challenge again, chasing perfection despite the bruises it leaves behind. Each error is another lesson carved into his body and mind. Pain becomes his teacher, his persistence unyielding. The final moments tick closer. Each movement, each thought, aligns toward a singular goal, breaking the barrier of limitation. As the night deepens, Shirone steps outside, catching his breath under the stars. The stillness calms his racing mind. With resolve firm, he takes one final glance at the starry sky, ready for the dawn of his test. The evening breeze chilled Shirone as he stared at his trembling hands, pondering the endless flaws in his calculations. Each attempt felt like progress, but a new hurdle always emerged. The test tomorrow weighed heavily on his shoulders. Sweat dripped as he pushed his body harder. The evening silence broke only by the rustling leaves around him. The sudden flare of magic energy lit the night sky. Shirone clenched his fists, feeling closer to his breakthrough. Determined, he stood upright. He should do this, they have to do it, he thought. His resolve burned brighter than the stars above. A deep breath steadied him. The ground pulsed with energy as magic circles flared under his feet. Magic surged through him like lightning. His body strained under the pressure as he visualized the perfect teleportation point. A blinding flash erupted. The world spun violently as Shirone's form was consumed by the golden arc of magic. He collapsed onto the ground, coughing dust, his chest heaving. The attempt had worked imperfectly, but it had worked. Triumph turned to frustration as exhaustion overtook him. He rose slowly, determination flickering in his eyes despite the ache. The stars dimmed as dawn neared. Shirone stumbled back to the ground, jotting down every detail of the night's events. He reflected on the short distance he achieved. The mechanics were right, but the scale needed refinement. His gaze fell on the horizon. Each step forward was another brick in the foundation of his magic dream. Morning birds chirped as Mark stood by his window. Below, the academy's grand courtyard stretched into the waking city. The butler called him. With the rising sun, Mark readied himself for the final push toward the test this morning. The morning light filtered into the room, and a confident grin spread across the Mark's face. Today was pivotal. Determined strides led him to the academy. Thoughts centered on advancement and the boundaries he'd soon leave behind. The academy's grand halls stood as a reminder of ambition. Each carved detail spoke of the achievements it had witnessed. Students filled the classroom, their focus split between books and the weight of expectations hanging in the air. At the grand entrance, another student hesitated, lost in thought before pushing open the heavy gilded doors. They crossed paths in the corridor. The tension between them was subtle, a mix of mutual respect and rivalry. Mark's sharp gaze lingered. Determination or nervousness, it was unclear, but he made no effort to hide his amusement. Maria saw him, clenched her fists, fueled by the subtle challenges posed by his confidence, she feeling scared. As they stood in the corridor, the conversation carried undertones of pride and hidden struggles, shaping the competition between them. The moment ended with a smirk and a knowing glance. Both turned, their focus sharpening toward the impending test. Maria stepped forward, her resolve growing. Each step carried the weight of her preparation and the anticipation of results. Mark smirked to her and said that Maria is quite impressive. She finally learned how to rat them out to the teacher. Maria, feeling surprised, she closed her mouth and asking how did he knows about that. Mark laughing and said how gullible. Maria dropped her suitcase when Mark said to her that all the information regarding Class 7 eventually flows to him. Mark cornered Maria against the wall. He said that he has been holding it in so far because they were in the same class, but once he become an upperclassman. Maria's breath quickened as doubt crept in, her emotions tangling with the weight of Mark's words when he said that he wondered what will happen to her. Mark's smirk carried an air of superiority. He think that the way how must she freak out? How will she even become a mage? Mark's retreat was swift, his footsteps echoing in the corridor, blending with the pounding of Maria's racing heart. She collapsed onto a bench, the pressure mounting. Moments of hesitation were fleeting as her resolve fought to resurface. Meanwhile, Mark strode confidently to his class, his aura brimming with expectation. For him, this was just another step forward. Inside the academy's classroom, strategy discussions unfolded. Students planned meticulously, each group aligning their focus and efforts. Sharon's name arose as a central figure. 2 of them will stick to Sharon and the other 2 will protect Mark. Groups formed alliances, calculating how to approach the challenges ahead, each keenly aware of the competition's intensity. Mark reassured them that if he is advanced, not only will he provide them private lessons with a certified mage, at least he will make sure them will not need worry finding a job. The discussions carried an undertone of rivalry. Success demanded strategy, not just skill, in the relentless environment of the academy. Mark stood silently in front of them. He smirked. He will not accept even the tiniest of variables. After all, 3 geniuses don't get caught off guard. The test location was breathtaking, nestled between towering peaks. Its serene beauty masked the challenges it promised to unleash. The atmosphere grew tense as students gathered. Their uniforms reflected their rank, but their expression spoke of individual journeys. The energy in the air shifted as magic flared. Each student braced themselves, ready to face their test head-on. The overseer's gaze swept over the assembly, their presence commanding. The trials were about to begin, separating the prepared from the rest. The judges' panel observed with an air of anticipation, their expressions unreadable as they prepared to evaluate the challenging test. The test area revealed itself a serene landscape disrupted by the glowing aura of magic pulsing from distant peaks. The teacher stepped forward, her focus absolute. The air around her seemed charged, a sign that the test was moments away. A calm yet commanding voice announced the countdown, sending ripples of tension through the assembled participants. The stakes were clearer than ever. The starting line buzzed with nervous energy. Students stood ready, their focus split between strategy and the daunting task ahead. The first obstacle loomed before them, a narrow, glowing bridge suspended over an abyss. Whispers of disbelief spread among the students. The location was carefully chosen, its natural beauty contrasting with the test's grueling challenges. Every step required focus and precision. Students exchanged glances, measuring their competition. The challenge demanded more than skill. Strategy and resourcefulness would determine who advanced. A small group chose a vantage point to observe. Their gaze shifted between the competitors and the obstacle ahead. Meanwhile, Mark is preparing himself. Someone called him. Mark asking to him, has him found Sharon? The guy feeling nervous. Mark scanned the area, realization dawning as Sharon was nowhere in sight. Tension grew, sparking concern and confusion instantly. Sharon lay unconscious, dirt smeared across his face. The ground beneath him pulsed faintly, evidence of earlier magical exertion. His eyes snapped open as sunlight struck his face. Panic surged, the test's start time flashing in his mind. Springing to his feet, adrenaline fueled his actions. His heart pounded as he raced toward the starting line, determined. The group noticed Sharon's absence, a quiet breeze stirring unease as they scanned the area for any sign of him. A red-haired girl, Amy, using her binoculars, her heartbeat echoing in her ears, a silent worry growing within her. Her thoughts spiraled, wondering if Sharon had truly mastered teleportation, if not that he can disappeared into an abyss beyond comprehension. The surrounding air shimmered, distant peaks framed by an unnatural glowing light. The scenery hinted at an extraordinary test awaiting. Students gathered below the levitating stone mountain, murmuring. Challenges were laid before them, their spirits trembling at the prospect of ascension. A student peered over the edge of the cliff, calculating the risks as the ground appeared impossibly far below. A golden-haired teacher, Thad, smiled faintly, arms on his waist. He silently reminded them that courage was as vital as skill in magic. The group's chatter quieted as they moved closer. Determination flickered in their eyes, though fear lingered just below the surface. The teacher, Thad, said to them that this is an early promotion exam. Students whispered nervously. It was clear this wasn't just a practice session. As the teacher clarified the challenge, students weighed their odds. Their first real exam loomed like an unscalable mountain. The golden-haired teacher's gaze sharpened. At least reminded them they are completely frozen in order to prevent any accidents. Thad, looking at Mark and friends, what is really dangerous are they who are just rearing to go in and fight. Among the crowd, doubts swirled about a particular student's ability. Mark think that they are just idiots who will not reach his toes. Mark thinking about Sharon. Were the rumors that he was trying to learn it all by himself true? It must have ended in failure. That's why he's not here. Raising her hand, the teacher signaled for the group to prepare. The test of skill and courage was about to begin. The teacher raised her hand, a sense of urgency in her expression. She sensed something unusual and turned toward the forest. Sharon sprinted through the woods, his breath ragged. Each step carried the weight of urgency, determination blazing in his eyes. Bursting into the clearing, his disheveled form shocked the waiting students. They stared, disbelief spreading like ripples in water. "Sorry," Sharon muttered under his breath, his battered body barely holding up but his resolve stronger than his exhaustion. His gaze locked onto the instructor as he took his place, ready to prove himself no matter the odds. The instructor evaluated Sharon silently, then signaled the others to step aside. The exam's intensity increased as Sharon joined the lineup. Amy watched him, worry clouding her thoughts. Sharon's tattered state revealed reckless self-training, a sign of his relentless determination. A luminous flare signaled the beginning of the exam. Sharon adjusted his stance, heart pounding, eyes fixed on the task. Step 1 unfolded. Some plotted quietly, anticipating Sharon's failure, while he focused solely on proving his resolve through action. In a distant place, the headmaster gave an approving nod. Challenges would test resilience, but Sharon's potential seemed undeniable. The teacher then raising her hand, she said to them to get ready, because the test will proceed as scheduled. The teacher looking at Sharon and said, "If he wished to give up, please let them know at any time." Sharon smiled to her and said that he is all right. Sharon steadied his breathing as someone asked him to come beside him. Sharon confused, but he followed his lead. Others strategized, their plans laced with subtle malice. Doubtful glances followed Sharon, but he remained oblivious, laser-focused on the goal. Sharon's tenacity carried him forward, his thoughts refusing to linger on potential failure. Each moment demanded all of his concentration. Sharon steadied himself, blue eyes locked in focus. This was the culmination of his effort. Every ounce of skill mattered. The instructor's voice echoed, signaling the start will come. Sharon start focus, his mind racing to execute the technique he'd practiced relentlessly. Time seemed to slow as the stopwatch clicked. The students will race toward their goal, the grass whipping under their feet. Everyone get ready on their position while waiting until the teachers start the competition, their heart racing, waiting for that. Someone already take his position. Get ready with the challenge in front of him no matter what, he should win. The other students scrambled, trailing behind Sharon's lead. Mark looking at his friend and give her signal that he has something planned out already. Sharon's hands moved with precision, his eyes sharpened. He kept focus with the challenges that will come in front of him. A pulse of magic sent him soaring as others struggled below. The field rippled with frustration and renewed determination. Everyone started running when the teacher already gave a signal that the test already start. They run as fast as they can. Looming ahead, the floating island beckoned. Sharon's heartbeat quickened. This wasn't just an exam, it was his proving ground. Sharon's success in crossing left others reeling. They regrouped, strategizing, realizing teamwork was their only chance against his overwhelming advantage. The island's challenge became clear. Dense clouds obscured the path. Sharon's journey wasn't over, the real test had just begun. The time still ticking, and now time passed and the exam is already 1 second. They should finish the test as fast as they can. Sharon calculated his next move, the swirling mist cloaking invisible traps. He relied on instinct, intellect, and unshakable confidence. Others followed, shouting strategies to one another. Someone, ahead of the chaos, found himself faced with a choice that would define him. Mark's determination fueled each step as he pushed forward, knowing that speed alone wasn't enough. Precision and teleportation was critical. The distance to the cliff dwindled, a daunting 20 meters. Each second felt like an eternity as students raced on. Mark focused on activating the teleportation spell. His plan wasn't just to leap forward, but to create a flawless, magical trajectory. A grid of potential paths shimmered in his mind. Every step had to align perfectly for the teleportation to work. A misstep sent a red-haired student tumbling. Determination wavered as courage became the final key to completing the test. Students leaped forward, some hesitating, others taking the plunge. Sharon stayed calm, analyzing the wind currents and magical traces around him. A glowing spell erupted mid-air as someone dived, aiming for the perfect landing. The sheer tension electrified the atmosphere. In mid-leap, someone adjusted his spell, avoiding an incoming obstacle. Each shift showcased his sharp instincts and refined magical control. Another student hesitated at the edge. Magic flared around them, panic setting in as they struggled to follow someone's confident lead. Time passed quickly. 3 seconds into the test, the students' competitive fire burned brighter, and Chiron led the charge. Everyone focus deepened. Only 3 meters from success, his magic glowed intensely, leaving behind a golden streak across the field. Fatigue weighed on the group, but determination drove Mark. He kept his stride steady, eyes fixed on the approaching goal. A student fell behind, overwhelmed by the strain. They glanced back, frustration and admiration mixing as they saw Chiron's relentless pace. The sharp whistle of wind surrounded them. Mark pushed away doubts, knowing one mistake could ruin his perfectly executed plan. What if he fall? Mark silenced the thought, his eyes blazing. This was his moment, and he refused to falter. A burst of light erupted from Mark's spell as he closed in, the glowing aura radiating sheer magical intensity. Time ticked mercilessly. 3.5 seconds had passed. Mark calculated his last move with laser focus, aiming for a flawless execution. Mark's leap was decisive, but exhaustion loomed over the remaining participants. The competition's demands tested their limits of endurance. Below, students struggled to maintain balance. The sheer velocity of their descent felt like a free fall into their potential futures. The pressure mounted, fear gripping one student's face as they realized the gravity of failure. The stakes were impossibly high. Chiron's figure glowed brighter as he raced past the 1-meter mark, each movement exuding the culmination of his effort. Time slowed to 3.7 seconds, every heartbeat resonating like a clock's chime as Mark pushed through the chaos. Chiron adjusted his stride. His thoughts were clear. This moment would determine his place among those who doubted his ability. Onlookers, including Amy and others, watched in awe. The tension among the remaining participants became palpable, with hope and doubt intertwined. The clock's tick marked the ongoing race, a reminder of the fleeting moments left to prove oneself before it ended. Chiron leaped into the abyss, defying logic. Wind whipped around him as time slowed, marking 4 seconds into his daring attempt. Chiron reflects on his growth, amazed by how determination has carried him through challenges he never imagined facing. The grand mansion looms ahead, a place of power, expectation, and secrets that shaped Chiron's past and future. A year ago, fear seemed insurmountable. Chiron stood hesitantly in Ryan's room, grappling with the weight of uncertainty, exploring only humans. Fear the sword, he learned courage wasn't absence of fear, it was facing challenges despite it, one step at a time. The vision of falling became an analogy for clarity. Chiron resolved to focus only on the next crucial moment. Ryan's outburst interrupted Chiron's thoughts, but behind it lay concern, a realization that fear often fueled their reckless courage. Chiron internalized his worry, recalling the value of balance and ambition. A cliff might inspire, but danger was real. Every decision carried weight. He wondered if his leaps, metaphorical or real, were meant to test or transcend limits. Around them, whispers rose. Observers sensed Chiron's resolve growing, oblivious to his thoughts as he contemplated his next steps. Time ticked away, yet Chiron's mind stayed sharp, locked on the challenge as he stepped toward the edge with certainty. As Chiron descended, sunlight shattered through clouds, bathing him in golden radiance, illuminating the depth of his resolve. Air rushed around him, yet his mind remained calm, tightly anchored in the stillness of the spirit zone. Chiron visualized the surge of energy forming, molding his focus into action as the world blurred in dynamic motion. A brilliant golden light erupted from within, signaling that his leap was not a fall but a rise to greatness. The radiant explosion shifted everything, transforming Chiron's descent into an ascension, carving a new path through sheer determination and willpower. A golden burst flared as Chiron's descent transformed into a brilliant surge upward, commanding awe from those witnessing the spectacle. Opponents in the distance gaped, shocked by the unexpected momentum. Chiron's rise disrupted their planned strategies in an instant. His precise control allowed him to accelerate, bypassing obstacles with ease. He turned impossible timing into a seamless triumph. Cheers erupted from spectators below, unaware of the sheer willpower and skill driving Chiron's every move across the course. Those observing closely could only catch glimpses of the radiance he carried, wondering what more he had to unveil. Chiron watched Chiron intently, her thoughts wandering. The late start puzzled her, yet his confidence signaled something greater. A quiet determination resonated in her, certain that as long as Chiron stuck to his rhythm, he would dominate. The race was relentless. Bright trails of golden energy marked Chiron's path, a testament to his unwavering resolve and speed. Rivals cursed as they failed to surpass him, their frustration feeding into the growing tension across the competition. Ahead, Mark broke through with brilliance, the sound of his impact echoing, leaving everyone stunned by his unshakable focus. As the course shifted to its final stretch, Mark's energy surged, cementing his lead amidst awestruck whispers from competitors. The spectators roared, captivated by his mastery, while Maria's expression softened, realizing the depth of his potential. Memories of past criticism surfaced for Maria, a harsh reminder of the burden she carried in striving to meet impossible standards. The memories about someone talked about her grades been dropping recently popped on her mind, so that was how she was forced to endure in class. With her body trembling, Maria turned to face the challenge ahead. She hated competition, but she hated bullying even more. Maria clenched her fists, knowing Mark's arrogance wouldn't hold. The race demanded skill, not just bold declarations of dominance. The testing ground's treacherous environment revealed merciless winds, forcing participants to adapt or fail within seconds of entry. Failure was harsh, only those with clear focus advanced. The rear lagged behind, succumbing to overwhelming obstacles in their path. A sharp sneeze broke someone's rhythm momentarily, yet he recovered, his training keeping him steady in the chaotic descent. Tumbling through volatile air currents, someone fell to the ground, maintaining his progress amidst the chaos below. Chaos erupted as some participants panicked, screaming for help as they struggled to cope with the test's unforgiving pace. Judges observed indifferently, marking failures on their lists as some plunged out of bounds, unprepared for the extreme environment. Despite complaints from those below, the competition continued unabated, pushing the capable further while discarding the unprepared with brutal efficiency. Observers muttered at the 200-meter failure zone, acknowledging its reputation for separating the resolute from the careless. Someone gritted his teeth, facing exhaustion head-on. Even as others fell behind, he pushed through, every muscle aching with effort. A lot of contestants fall to the ground as the final stretch demanded a monumental effort, testing their limits in ways they never imagined. Participants collided into the ground, breathless and defeated, overwhelmed by the unforgiving challenges that marked this brutal examination. Failure, the judges declared for the lagging group, their faces marked by disappointment, frustration, and the weight of expectations unmet. Overhead, others marveled at every open determination, realizing the sheer willpower it took to push beyond the 200-meter mark. Eyes glowing with resolve, the participant feeling like she is already on her limit, and she can't do it anymore. Participants in the middle group faltered, overwhelmed by the increasing demands. The chaos exposed their lack of preparation and skill. Mark harnessed his focus, his golden aura surging. Observers noticed his calculated approach, pushing boundaries others hesitated to face. He analyzed the currents, realizing the challenge wasn't merely physical, but demanded an unparalleled understanding of control and precision. His momentum built further, leaving competitors stunned as he broke past limits with a resolve unmatched by any other. Rivals grimaced, recognizing Sharon's edge. Despite their efforts, the growing gap symbolized more than speed, it marked pure mastery. A radiant burst surrounded Sharon as his control reached perfection, defying the expectations of spectators and rivals alike. Judges whispered, noting Sharon's extraordinary composure and strategy. His routine, honed with care, contrasted with Mark's scattered, desperate movements. Observers praised Sharon's efficiency, marveling at his precise energy use. His strategy blended instinct with a keen understanding of the test. In contrast, Mark's struggle became apparent. His routine lacked the discipline needed for such high stakes, leaving him vulnerable. The crowd murmured about Sharon's rising potential, acknowledging the brilliance of his execution compared to the faltering chaos around him. The headmaster watched silently, impressed by Sharon's extraordinary talent. His achievements spoke of something beyond simple hard work or training. Sharon reflected, intrigued by Sharon's sudden growth. His skills seemed instinctual, defying the usual methods required to reach such levels. The test continued, exposing the difference between Sharon and others. His movements suggested a mastery that could only come from innate ability. Rivals acknowledged the gap widening between them and Sharon. Resentment and admiration swirled, forcing them to reevaluate their own capabilities. Mark gritted his teeth, recognizing that if things didn't change, His defeat was inevitable against Shironi's unmatched determination. The test began with explosive energy. Mark steadied his breathing, focusing on controlling his momentum as the chaos unfolded. They observed Mark surging forward recklessly, realizing that precision would outmatch haste in the long, grueling descent ahead. Someone calculated his movements carefully, knowing that his ability to react swiftly would define his success in this challenge. The golden aura around him flared as his instincts kicked in, syncing his rhythm with the environment's unpredictable flow. A sudden shift in sound caught his attention. Someone's routine had faltered, creating ripples of disruption in the race. Chiron turned his head, sensing a rival closing in. He adjusted his course, preparing to counter any sudden interference. A collision was imminent. Chiron maneuvered with precision, narrowly avoiding the chaos while maintaining his steady, calculated pace. The air thickened with tension. Chiron remained focused, sidestepping distractions and keeping his momentum unbroken in the shifting dynamics. Rivals tried to disrupt him, but Chiron's control left them struggling. His aura intensified, pushing his limits even further. With determination burning in his eyes, Chironi embraced the challenge, understanding that every movement carried the weight of his ambition. Chironi pushed forward, aware of the stakes. Every motion carried intent, his survival instincts blending with precise control and determination. A sudden realization hit him: he wasn't alone in the fall. The next moment would decide their shared fate. His glowing eyes locked onto the rival, calculating their trajectories. The tension was palpable, every second teetering on disaster. The impact loomed ahead, the air rippling with power. Chiron braced himself, ready to counter the inevitable collision with skill. A brilliant light engulfed Chiron as he gazed in awe, unsure of the forces that suddenly awakened around him. Energy surged, wrapping around him like a fiery whirlwind. The sensation felt foreign yet instinctively familiar, stirring something deep within. The sky trembled as the force intensified. Chiron's body moved on its own, drawn toward the glowing object ahead. A sudden pull knocked Chironi off balance, launching him into the air. His heart pounded against the roaring energy. The light dimmed, and he found himself suspended. A pair of glowing eyes fixed on that person, brimming with intention. In the distant sky, that person soared effortlessly, his expression unreadable as the winds carried him higher. The rush of air sharpened his senses. Every movement felt deliberate, as if anticipating an invisible thread guiding him. Chiron dodged deftly, twisting mid-air. The precision of the person evasion left a hint of unspoken confidence in the stormy silence. He plummeted rapidly, slicing through the mist like an arrow. The descent felt endless, as if gravity played tricks on him. A resolute expression crossed Chiron's face. This wasn't just a fall, it was a calculated dive into the unknown. Chiron's thoughts raced. Clarity was vital now. A single lapse in focus could tip the balance of his precarious situation. His body aligned perfectly with the trajectory. Energy crackled around him as he pushed forward, aiming to break through. The sky flashed violently as he released a precise burst of power. The intensity momentarily blinded the swirling chaos. Emerging unscathed, that person caught his breath. The clarity in his resolve illuminated his path forward, even amid the chaos. Below, awestruck figures observed him. Their murmurs rose in astonishment, labeling him an unyielding force amidst impossible odds. Yaruki sat among them, his gaze calm but sharp, observing the group gathered before him with quiet calculation. He said that was on purpose. A debate broke out among the students, their focus shifting as Yaruki's name echoed, signaling the center of their attention. Yaruki sat cross-legged, his presence commanding. His mind, however, raced with strategies that could reshape the dynamics unfolding before him. As plans formed in his head, Yaruki raised his hand slightly, his fingers moving with precision, demonstrating a layered strategy. Confidence surged through him. His calculated approach promised to outwit anyone reckless enough to challenge his mental acuity. The students behind Yaruki marveled at his sharpness, exchanging whispers that Yaruki sure loves to brag about himself. But they, looking at each other, he said that it's just like what Yaruki said. There is no way that the teacher would not know then. A lone figure in the lead, headmaster, laughed exuberantly, exuding confidence. His determination to dominate fueled the fiery aura around him. Above them, a glowing streak lit the sky. The participants surged forward, their ambitions igniting as the race intensified. The crowd below buzzed in awe, Marveling at his rapid acceleration, Mark's mind shifted, already calculating the next strategic move. Eyes locked on everything in front of him, Mark analyzed every movement, gauging weaknesses while readying his own methods to join the fray. Mark movements grew sharper, golden energy trailing behind him as his laughter echoed. His ego, however, risked slowing him. Sharon maintained a steady pace, his mind sharp. The race wasn't just about speed, but a balance of wit and control. Another participant, Sharon, surged ahead, challenging Mark's dominance. The spectators gasped, watching the dynamics shift with every calculated step forward. Everyone smiled faintly. This wasn't about winning now, it was about proving what true strategy looked like amidst chaos. Among the observing students, whispers of awe spread as they watched the golden figure, Sharon exuding energy unlike anything they'd seen. A girl in the crowd, Amy, narrowed her eyes, sensing something unusual about the aura surrounding the mysterious figure. The glowing figure stood resolutely, staring ahead at the vast cliff before him, the ground trembling with latent energy. A strange shadow emerged from the depths below, twisting and writhing, its presence radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Bracing himself, the figure charged forward, determination etched in every motion as he faced the encroaching darkness head-on. The glowing figure's movements triggered alarms, his aura resonating with a power that disrupted the fragile balance of the field. A digital warning flashed in the control center, alerting observers of an anomaly beyond their current safety thresholds. With precision, the figure accelerated toward the horizon, his glowing form cutting through the air as if chasing the impossible. The students watched in stunned silence, their collective breath held as the energy built toward an unforeseen crescendo. Instructors scrambled to stabilize the system, their eyes fixed on the brilliant streak hurtling toward the unknown frontier. Heated discussions erupted among the instructors, weighing the consequences of stopping a test that had spiraled beyond expectations.